It does kind of work. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Just Splatoon jump scare. And while we're at it, we can get the lady in here again, proper like. Let's go ahead and hide it for now. Yeah, you're just in time for the Splatoon segment. Everyone else is like, I gotta wait for everyone to wake up, JC. Yeah, all the Japanese peeps are up. Don't worry, I'll try to... We'll watch videos. We can fucking work on the to watch playlist. I gotta keep myself sane. Now, some of these videos will be puppet videos. So, how sane I'll be up to viewer discretion. Alright, let me get the lady set up. And then I'll be able to persevere. Not responding. What? Who's shouting things out? Thank you for the bean shout out. Fucking scared the shit out of me.
If I'm playing the game, I'm gonna uninstall because it's gonna show me just yeeting myself off the map. I'm so devastated.
But she was having fun. The TikToks? I don't know if I'll be needing the TikToks. We'll see. Ah, yes, there she is. It's the lady. Give her a second. She's not ready yet. She doesn't have her face on.
I actually didn't watch the stream.
Thank you for the lurk, Goki. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for the double dash earlier. If you want to pop back in later, once the rest of the games are downloaded, you want to play something, we got an open slot. You are more than welcome to rejoin us. I know I owe you and F and Aqua and Oderd and Nurgle some stuff. We'll see. For sure, Saru's gonna rejoin. And I said, and if Anne's open, he can download the games too. Okay, can we get a... What is this? Zoom! Whoa, there I am. Yeah, we can have the real VTube on for this segment. Anyway, yep, it's that time again, ladies and gentlemen. I said Splatoon was gonna go away after the last time I streamed it, because I beat the DLC, and then just like that, I lied. We're bringing it back. So they're rerunning the Valentine's Day event, the event or Splatfest event. So we got.
Let's celebrate.
We got what? Flippy 4-man, the re-up 1 month at tier 1 for 3 months. You didn't listen to the music in Sonic Art. Fuck, you're right. Okay, here's the cope. Here's the cope. It is a multiplayer game, Flippy, so we can still trick everyone into playing it as the final game. Yes! That'll be very ceremonial. So, Sonic R on the rainbow track, and like one person is Supersonic. And then it's like, haha, because that's the funny song that Tevin played and ended all those old streams on. Haha. Haha, get it? Get it? Are you laughing yet? I am. Thank you, Flippy, the 1 month that's tier 1 for 3 months. I really appreciate it. Sorry I forgot about that. Sonic the Fighter has lived rent-free in my head for the duration of the time that I was playing that. So of course, the Seaman Color Team won 35% of the sneak preview vote. What a big shock. Fucking disgusting. This game's for, like, this is a family-friendly game. Whenever there's white ink, the white ink team always wins. I can't imagine why. Whenever there's a team with white ink available, that team always wins. Just don't even question it. It just is. It's always gonna win. It just be like that. Let's see, what are the people saying? Dark all day? I don't know about that. What you mean by that? Quantify that. Here's some chalky milk because you're epic. Dark chocolate? I wanted to make a joke about Darkies, but I probably wouldn't be able to get away with it. White chocolate for the win. This is disgusting. If you picked white chocolate, you only did it for the ink, and you're disgusting, and I don't like you. We got a dark types. Oh yeah, that one's pretty good. I don't care if dark chocolate or milk chocolate wins. I just need white chocolate to lose from Team Dark Chocolate. Kino, Soulful. The white ink losers need to lose. White chocolate isn't fake. The only thing fake here is you. Well, I didn't say it was fake. If you see this, you're a good person. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This person acknowledges that I'm a good guy. Got you all the chocolate I could find. This is the manga character from the Splatoon manga. It's not very popular over here, but apparently it's big over in Japan. They did translate that officially into English. But it's kind of like, it's a shonen thing. But I don't think it really fits. It's aimed at boys, but you would think a manga would be... I don't know. I guess it makes sense for it to be targeted at boys, but... You'd think the main character would be like a girl, but it's not. Like, everyone plays as the lady Inklings, but... The manga star is like a boy Inkling. Whatever. Look at all the food. I don't even read it, so I shouldn't be complaining about it. Manga for boys when it got the hot ladies in it. Exactly. Is that Marka Man? There he is. I can milk you. The people who do this have some sort of program to import JC. Oh my god, it's JC, the Prime re-up for 19 months. The hype train. Chat. 10 subs to skip the Muppet videos. The Muppet videos are at the top of the to-watch playlist right now. He only has 2. He only has 2. If we do Muppet, it'll be a short segment. Promise. I'll even put it on 1.25. He speaks fast anyway. Thank you for the hype train. So, let me get this straight. So I'm playing GameCube games. No subs. I turn on Splatoon. Instant subs. Right? Like, I'm trying to run a business here. What does this tell me? Thank you, JC the Prime. You could have used that anywhere, and instead you wasted it here. Enjoy no ads and emotes for the 19th month of you doing that. White chocolate, stay fresh. Team Milk Choco. But yeah, as I was saying, I think people have hacked their switches to like insert in images into the messaging system of this game. Like, this shit is too good. You're using some sort of application outside of the confines of the game to make art this good. I like it. I like you. Shiver, feral Shiver fan. I can't disagree with your analysis here of the Shiver character. However, I think you're using something to make your art look as good as it does. Because if you actually try to make messages yourself in this game, the tools you're provided with are very basic. It ain't no Photoshop. Remember to play Splatoon next month too. As long as they keep running Splatfests, I'll try to play at least one day. Chocolate Oscuro? Dark? Is that a character? Who is that? Reminds me of like a Team Rocket dude. Team White Chocolate. Look, Team White Chocolate, family-friendly character, covered in splooge in a Nintendo E-rated game. Disgusting. Oh, this is neat. Look, Mega Man, the guy, and the other guy, Nesquik guy. I only asked for 1 bar. How did you even pay for this? Reference I don't understand. Join the dark side? Why? Wait. Okay, that one's kind of good. I like that one. Okay, so white chocolate is who we gotta fill, because they're the white team with the white ink. All the annoying people with their brains in the gutter, minds in the gutter, flock to this team. We're gonna have to go dark, full dark. Big up Jay Wasu. What are your thoughts on a Switch 2 using your Joy-Con like a mouse for the shooter games? I like it. Big ups. I'm all for that. Be interesting to see how that affects like Splatoon. Like Splatoon would, I was gonna say like mouse and keyboard, but you won't have a keyboard. Just be Splatoon with the mouse, and then you use the other Joy-Con for like you use the mouse for the aiming, and the other Joy-Con just has all the other controls consolidated into it. You'll make do somehow. It'll probably be a very gimmicky control. No, I'm more excited for it for the prospect of them bringing back Mario Paint or improving Mario Maker with mouse controls to be an improvement upon 2. Because I liked Mario Maker 1, making levels in Mario Maker 1 with the gamepad, but Mario Maker 2, you know, no gamepad. You can make levels in handheld mode, but it's not the same. The Switch touchscreen and the Wii U touchscreen are very different, and the Switch touchscreen just isn't as precise for intricate level design as the Wii U gamepad was. And even finding a stylus to work with the Switch in the first place was kind of difficult for me. I could only find them in the States as like a promotional item. You can't just reuse your DS or Wii U stylus on the Switch in handheld mode. Well, you could, but it's not as accurate as you think it would be. Thank you for the hype train. 2 subs. Big ups. Although GTA 6 being heavily hinted at for Switch 2. If it'll be playable on Xbox Series S, I don't see why it couldn't be on Switch 2. Because the Switch, I feel like the Series S existing holds back multiplats just enough that it can help the Switch 2 get more multiplats. So if it can work on the Series S, I don't see how it couldn't work on Switch 2. Yeah, but I going back to Jay Wasu's question, I hope Mario Maker sees a significant improvement over 2. I didn't hate 2, but making levels just was not as intuitive as it was in 1. 1, it was like magic. It was like better than Sex Cake. And I felt like something was missing when it came to Mario Maker 2. Ironic, given all the stuff that game added in comparison to 1. 1 would feel obsolete compared to 2, were it not for just how much better it is to make levels in 1, despite the less tools you have to work with in comparison. Alright, I'm looking for... No. I'm looking for Ink Saver sub. Can I hit it? Let's go gambling! I can re-roll 138 more times. 137. Surely I'll get it now. Nope. Okay, I got 1. You know what? I'll keep that. I'll keep that, and we'll add Saber main. Alright, let's rally for the Darkies and Dark Chocolate team. As they say, I'm talking about teams. Get your mind out of the gutter. No, I got my money! My fight money! I got no fight money multiplier. It's over. Oh, I already have one active. I wasn't even paying attention. Didn't I have stuff in the terminal? I do not. What levels do I even have? Hagglefish and Robo Ramen. That's not too bad. Alright, we're gonna head back into the trenches, so you know what time it is. It's time for the sleepy video segment as I sieve in Splatoon. Yes. Since Jaywasu brought it up, we kind of have to watch it now. He says, could this patent point to a big switched to feature?
It snowed! It's been snowing! It's been so good! I'm from California. I don't like snow.
Yeah,
is,
we can
is
tell.
Still rare enough that it is a wondrous thing to me. It's not like it snows that much more here in Washington, but I don't know. Seems to be at least a few more times this year than I'm used to. It won't really stick to. It starts
Now, I did promise I would put them on 1.25, so I will.
to stick, and then it stops and it melts. But I don't know. It's been flurrying off and on. It's been so beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. It's already such a beautiful area, but then the snow. It's wonderful. Nintendo filed a patent in August of last year, which published officially on January 23rd of this year. And, you know, as always, filing a patent does not necessarily mean that we're going to see this technology used, yada yada. However, I would say that it is certainly worth taking a look at this one because I think it could potentially have some interesting implications. But I don't know. Let's look at it. Basically, it's a patent for like predictive input technology, a system that can learn your patterns of button presses and kind of analyze that and use that to you know, throw in its own inputs early, essentially predict what you are going to press. And so I think the knee-jerk reaction for plenty of people is going to be like, ew, I don't want that. You know,
oh my god,
terrible.
AI,
I don't want the game to be predicting what I'm going to do and throwing me off and doing a thing that I don't want it to do. I don't necessarily see it that way. I think with this kind of, like a lot of people have compared it to a rollback netcode. I never knew what that meant until now. I finally kind of understand it. It's
Arlo
like
is
you're
not a
playing
fan of Street
online
Fighter.
and the system is trying to predict what your input is going to be, but then if your input ends up being different, then it rolls back. And so the point of anything like this is not to like play the game for you.
Damn it.
It's to cut down on
Nice
like
first match.
latency and processing power. I think the idea is that you're not supposed to notice it, you know? Like, if your inputs get all funky and it's making you do stuff you didn't want to do, I feel like that's the system failing. I think that's really not supposed to be what happens. And it's funny. There's the little, like, a little picture here. It shows, like, this flow chart, and it's this super long yes, no, if-then flowchart, just like, has touch to any button been detected? No, go over here. Yes, go over here. Specify one or more buttons adjacent to initially touched button? No, yes. Has touch to specified button been protected? Cursor movement input standby specified specified
damn,
button
it's already
to
5 a.m.
thirdly be touched.
Shit.
I love it. So yeah, it's really super long process, which is really funny if a system can go through all of these yeses and nos in the span of like a button press or like a couple button presses or something. It's cool. So yeah, you know, this kind of thing, the idea is to cut down on latency, cut down on, like, yeah, I don't know, processing power or something like that. I don't know precisely. And obviously it could have some sort of, you know, functionality in like online play or something. But the reason I think it's interesting is because of what it could potentially be used for. I've not seen a whole lot of people suggest this, so maybe it's completely off base. Maybe there's a reason why this won't be a thing. But I've at least a couple people
what the hell, man?
have piqued my curiosity, got me thinking by suggesting that this could potentially play into that whole idea that the Switch 2 could be capable of casting an image to the TV, or rather to the dock, without actually being in the dock. And I know that was like kind of a...
Yeah, I still got my money, my non-existent hypothetical money for this bet that I made with no one, that the C button on the Switch 2, which I didn't talk about at the reveal, I still think that's going to be for some sort of casting thing. Because if it was for chat, or camera features, or anything like that, it wouldn't be a C. It would be like an icon of like a message bubble or a camera. Or if it was it would just be a picture of a camera if it was for the camera. It would be a C for camera.
That was one of the rumors that I feel has kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of fallen to the wayside. I don't hear a lot of people talking about that anymore. I
Nobody's
still
talking
have
about
hope
it.
that it could be a thing, especially with the C button still being so enshrouded in mystery. I think C could stand for cast or connect or something that allows us to connect to the dock.
I'm in a lobby with someone called Beam.
I think that would be a really interesting piece of functionality, and obviously that would open up the door for
The
dual
Instagram
screen play
button.
and DS games and whatnot, potentially. But the problem with that
Nintenstagram.
idea has always been, how do you deal with latency. And I know like overall technology, like, you know, casting technology and whatnot has gotten better. You know, you even got Sony with PlayStation Portal, which is just a thing to play your PS5 games on a handheld, but it's not running on the handheld, it's just like going over Wi-Fi or whatever. So like, I'm usually like kind of skeptical that these kinds of things are going to be worth it. I feel like the latency is going to be too much, and I don't want to be in that like situation where I really want to be using this thing and casting, but it's just the inputs aren't. I'm a hardcore gamer. You know what can I say? I'm
a hardcore gamer, man.
I'm playing these competitive shooters, and the fractions of milliseconds matter to me. True story. So yeah, if it is true that there's going to be some sort of cast feature, then it is also true that Nintendo will have kind of a thing to deal with, trying to figure out how to make it so that the latency isn't so great that it doesn't really work that well, or like it only works for like slower paced games, you know, playing like Animal Crossing or Pokemon or something like that. But like this right here, this like predictive input thing, I don't know, it gives the idea a lot more weight that Nintendo has filed this patent and it published this year. This is the year the Switch 2 is coming out, and this could potentially really help in that department.
This will come out in the summer.
Latency if you are casting to your TV, and obviously this could be nothing. It could be completely unrelated, or it could just be related to some other thing, or it could be for online play or something. But I don't know. It lines up. It certainly correlates. And what do we all know about correlation? It always equals causation. That's how it works. So yeah, we'll see if this ends up.
But when you assume, you always make an ass out of you and me.
Literally anything at all that we end up seeing in any sort of way.
A slow news day, huh, Arlo?
This, like cast connect button thing. I just think it's a great idea. I think it would actually be really fun. So I don't know. We'll see.
This guy gave up.
Let's see if it's snowing again. Please be snowing. Please be snowing. Please be snowing. No, blue sky. Oh, come on.
Dude, he hates blue sky too. Not that blue sky.
Oh well, it's been so lovely. And you know what? This is so much better than the way it's been. We had like 2 or 3 weeks where it was just everything was just frozen.
Did he panic
just, like,
reef slider to dodge
just
that?
Frozen. No snow, no precipitation, no anything. Everything. The ground was just ice for weeks. It was really boring. Thank you for some actual snow. Fun ice. Don't do the other ice is not fun. Where like it like freezes in these like soft sheets on the ground on the pavement just so you gotta be extra careful not to slip and fall and you took it. This is fun. Not quite snowman fun, but you know, maybe we'll get there. Hold on, let me check the weather. Is it gonna snow more? Are we gonna get more snow? Oh, come on. It says snow for today, but I guess it's talking about the previous snow. Now it's just raining. So more snow in a few days, and then a few days after that. Okay, snowing on this many days. If it doesn't
weather talk, he pushing for that
stick,
for the.
At least one snowman one time.
Doesn't the algorithm still work with like you gotta talk a certain amount of time to get the ads in? I gotta hit 8 minutes so there can be 3 ads instead of 2.
I'd be pretty bummed. Oh, that's exciting though. That's exciting. Oh, please snow more. Please snow more. Bye.
Thank you, Arlo, for that take on Nintendo's predictive algorithm and using rollback netcode with almost nothing really to substantiate it besides a patent, I guess. But it may not even end up in the final product. Thank you, Arlo. Thank you. Now, I hate to ruin your, well, morning at this point. I hate to ruin your morning even more. But Arlo continues.
Pokemon
TCG Pocket trading will always be bad.
TG Pocket, I feel, represents a terrifying new stage in the evolution of mobile games. It is actually more generous and less scummy and stingy than usual.
I don't play Pokemon TCG, so I can't validate
kind of lures
this.
you into a false sense of security and makes you forget that you are still being psychologically manipulated into spending money on PNGs, tricked into believing that you are playing a game. You are spending money on a game when you're not.
Furryman JPEGs?
You're just kind of spending it.
Because they're Pokemon?
A bunch of fake nonsense. That said, I have been playing it every single day since it launched.
Gotcha. Even Arlo can't resist.
I can't make a video on how awful I think it is because too busy playing it. It's great fun. It's a great app. The point is, though, we'll return back to the cynicism. We'll circle around back to it in a minute here. But basically, Pokemon Company, they released the thing and it didn't have all of its features ready. And so we knew from the beginning that they would be introducing some sort of trading feature. And then they announced and then later implemented this trading feature. But the problem, from the very beginning, when they even before they detailed every single little thing,
the problem is it sucks.
A list of
limitations. Yeah,
they told us that
it couldn't be too. Yeah, it couldn't be too good.
Between friends, you have to be friends with a person.
It is
in order to
Nintendo.
trade. You can't just trade with randos. So that
of course, you can only do it with friends.
Your pool.
Get your friend code out, idiot.
Potential trades, rather dramatically.
64 digits type
only by
Mullen.
a few, like hundreds of millions of
Add
people
me, bro.
The cards that get traded have to be of the exact same rarity. Really big limitation on what can be traded. You can only trade rarities of 1 star and below. So you can trade all of the diamond rarities and 1 star, but not above 1 star. So you can't trade like the big full immersive art cards and whatnot. And then we knew that you were going to have to consume some sort of item in order to trade. And now that it's come out, we have some more clear details. Now we know exactly what items need to be consumed, and people are just really they're really feeling these limitations. It seems that it's a bit of a problem. I mean, I
have you heard him complain about this before?
Thing, I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal, because the idea from the idea allegedly from the perspective of the Pokemon Company is that we put these restrictions on trading in order to discourage opening up just a massive market of trading and selling and whatnot, because if anybody...
Well, you would think so, right? That would be the reason why they would do that, because remember what happened with Team Fortress 2 and the hats? That's kind of like a horror story to anyone else making a game like that with a marketplace. Of course, Pokemon are much bigger than Team Fortress 2. Biggest, most profitable IP ever. So they obviously don't want to have a fuck up like that, where you inadvertently make a market where people are making real world money off of your product, which has microtransactions, and you as a company want the player base to spend money on your microtransactions and not on this player driven market of like trading, but like people trying to make money off of the real world cards here, real world money off of the cards in the game.
But he can trade.
It's already bad that people do that. People do that with the actual cards in reality.
With anybody else, then you've got, third-party platforms are going to be having people setting up trades and trying to make money from them. If you can trade cards of different rarities, then you can have people rip, it's going to just be like the schoolyard when you were a kid all over again, where you got people ripping off other people and trading all sorts of stuff, like for the, but I'll give you a Pikachu for it or whatever. And then, having to consume items in order to trade.
Don't you want my
just so that
man?
You can get a bunch of people, just like starting up a billion free, because it's a free game, it's a free to start game, free to play, whatever. So you could just start a bunch of accounts and farm a bunch of free cards and do like the early stuff to get a bunch of pack hourglasses and then go and trade them to whoever. So like they didn't want that. And I can see that. I can certainly understand that to a degree. And I think that's a very convenient way for them to cover up the real reasons why there are so many limitations. It feels obvious to me why there are so many limitations. Again, I am a very rather cynical person, at least when it comes to big companies who have consistently proven that they can act very, very scummy. It's just that they are capable of they have a fair streak of scumminess. And so, like, especially when you look at the limitation of, like, only being able to trade up to a certain rarity level, it's like, what's your excuse there? Really?
The excuse is they don't want you to trade the... Okay, I'm going to try to boil this down to, like, WWE Champions terms, so you guys will understand. They don't want you to trade the 6-star Hogans because they want you to spend money to them to get the 6-star Hogans. If there existed a trade market where all you had to do to get a 6-star Hogan was trade with your friend, trade a 1-star Hogan to your nice friend who would give you a 6-star Hogan in return for it, then you acquired one of the rarest characters in the game without having to spend money. We can't have that. That's why we put a limitation on the maximum amount of rarity that you're allowed to trade.
Why? Why though? Why are you not willing to let us trade?
I only
for
spent
the
$1 here or there,
most
man.
Rare and valuable cards. Obviously, it's because you just don't want us trading too much, because that means buying less. Potentially.
Obviously.
And it's funny because when they announced all of these limitations, I did see a fair number of people who were like, I don't know, they almost seemed surprised. Like, I don't know, maybe not that many people were fully surprised. They were more just reacting naturally. Like, of course, even if I see it coming, I'm still gonna be like, hey, this is messed up. Like,
the Normies were like, what the fuck? I can't just trade anything?
Announced that they were.
It's not like Pokemon on my Nintendo.
It felt obvious from the get-go that, like, well, it's not gonna be that good. Like, it's not. I mean, there was always the chance that they could surprise us. The game itself is more generous than you would expect. You can actually do a lot without spending any money. I haven't spent any, and yet I'm like, I don't know, I feel like I've got a pretty decent collection. I pull EX cards all the time. I've got, one or two, like, actual,
it
like,
ain't a
meta
6-star
decks, like decks with
Pikachu,
combos
I don't want it.
that really work. Yes, there is a Celebi EX and superior deck. Like, yeah, like I basically have got.
Damn,
a
it's
deck
like when
that
Phil
at
was
least
trying
at
to
some
teach
point
us
probably
about
outdated by
champions.
now
He
with
knew
the new
so
set,
much
but, like,
about the
yeah,
game.
no,
He knew
it's-
everything.
It's legit. You could.
He don't
like,
play it
fight
like that,
people
though. He told
unlimited,
us.
You know, you only need 2 of
Arlo
each
doesn't know
card.
anything about
You
TCG
can only have
Pocket.
2 of each card in your deck, so once you get 2,
Ah, yes, but here's the
then
Pikachu
there you
EX
go.
and the
So
Celebi
because
EX,
the
and I
game
don't
is
think
already,
about
like,
it, and like
surprisingly
nobody
generous,
liked
I
the
suppose
trading.
there was always the possibility that the trading feature could surprise us and be pretty, like, you know, pretty generous as well. But I don't know. I don't think I ever anticipated that it would really be that great of a feature, and they did reveal all these limitations. And
Oh,
it's
yeah,
funny because it
Wipeout.
ended up being even worse. Apparently, consuming the items is actually very difficult. It's like it's too much. It just requires too much of you to do
It's
this.
probably like rare
And
items and shit,
to be
I
fair,
imagine.
the Pokemon Company themselves,
Fire Emblem's the same
they
way.
have responded to the backlash. I'm surprised that they did, because
So is
we
Pokemon
lashed
Masters
back
EX.
when they first revealed these limitations, and that was like, I don't know, I feel like that was a month ago by now, and they didn't say anything or make any changes. They still went forward with it, and so now we're all like, hey, this is messed up. I'm like surprised that we heard anything from them. But they did. They did get back to us and say the following: since releasing
Yeah, the
the
Celebi
first
and
iteration of
Superior.
the trading feature a few days ago,
Yeah,
we
look,
have
some of the-
received a
some of the
large number
artists,
comments. Thank you all for sharing your feedback. The item requirements and restrictions implemented for the trading feature were designed to prevent abuse from bots and other prohibited actions.
There's some neat Fire Emblem artists that I keep tabs on Twitter, and they you know, they got crossover fandoms. They cover multiple fandoms. So some of them play Pokemon, and that's where I heard about the Celebi Superior stuff. And then Pokemon Twitter also talks about it, so I heard about it there. So I am personally aware of that for that reason, but I don't play. For the trading cards, I was only ever in it for the art, not for the actual, you know, playing the game. I imagine probably most kids were. Just the perceived value of each card, trading amongst your friends, and then just looking at the card, but not actually playing the card game. So that aspect of the game is kind of lost on me. I can appreciate a card just by looking at it. I don't have to play a whole game. And then it's even worse. I don't even own the card. It's just a PNG of a card that I'll never own. No, just virtual card collecting. They made the actual game too damn complicated. How? You just open packs. The trailer I saw just showed you opening packs and then battling. How is that? How did they overcomplicate that?
Using multiple accounts, our goal was to balance the game while maintaining
My guy, Bench. Oh, you mean the actual... Okay, you're not talking about just the mobile game. You mean the concept of the game itself.
a fair environment for all players and preserving the fun of collecting requirements and restrictions
here's their
implemented for the
statement.
trading feature were
Hold up, let me rewind. He's gonna read out their statement explaining why trading sucks.
flowing. Since releasing the first iteration of the trading feature a few days ago, we have received a large number of comments. Thank you all for sharing your feedback. The item requirements and restrictions implemented for the trading feature were designed to prevent abuse from bots and other prohibited actions using multiple accounts. Our goal was to balance the game
Makes sense.
while maintaining a fair environment for all players and preserving the fun of collecting cards that is core to the Pokemon TCG Pocket experience. However, thanks to your feedback, we understand that some of the restrictions put in place are preventing players from being able to casually enjoy the feature as intended. We are actively investigating ways to improve the feature to address these concerns. Going forward, we also plan to offer multiple ways to obtain trade tokens, including through event distributions. As always, thank you for being part of the Pokemon TCG Pocket community. So basically, it sounds like they are going to make some sort of change. And again, it is technically possible that they will ease up on, I don't know, a lot of these restrictions. Maybe they really will make it the trading feature.
I think it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B, a bit of column C. We do want to curtail bots and prevent, like, Team Fortress 2 had situations from bubbling up. We want to protect kids from being able to give away their most valuable cards. Oh my god, it's a conch clash. We want to protect the kids who play the game from accidentally giving away their most valuable cards to someone who, like, dupes them or misleads them. But we also don't want you to trade the most highest valuable rare card because we want you to spend money on it. These are mutually exclusive. All of these can be true simultaneously. At least Yu-Gi-Oh! Made Master Duel. Get to pull cards and play the game at least. That's the one... Kaminari plays that one. Actually, Synthetic Man plays that too. I was talking about the TCG, my bad. I was! And then I was also talking about the Parma Tech Raid. Thank you, Parma, for the anniversary raid as we talk about the Pokemon trading card game. No, I was talking about the TCG being difficult to understand, but then when you talked about it, I thought you were talking about the mobile game, but no, you were talking about the TCG since I brought it up first, and my inability to comprehend it as a Billy, and it still confuzzles me today. Thank you, Parma. Big up Citrus LLC. The Subathon continues, bish. The Subathon is indeed continuing. Welcome in, both of you, to the 3-year anniversary 24-hour Ding-a-Dong Dong extravaganza. Somehow we have made it 8 hours in already. We were playing GameCube games, but then everyone fell asleep. So rather than enjoy the GameCube chill with everyone going mute time, we'll wait for them to wake back up before we resume GameCube nonsense. And this gives me an excuse to participate in the Splatfest event while listening to Arlo. Yes! Welcome to hell. Population, you.
Sure that we all wish that it could be. Just you could just trade whatever for whatever. But I am still feeling rather guarded here. I do not think that they're going to make that big of a change. I think they're going to do precisely one thing. I will admit if I'm
Lower
wrong,
the amount of
I may
items
be
required
wrong,
to start the trade.
but I think they're going to do one thing, and they're going to make it easier to get the items. I think they're
Okay,
going to focus solely
okay,
on
either
items
lower
and
the
just
item
make it less of a
requirement
hassle
or make it easier to
have
get
the
'em.
consumable items, the trade tokens or whatever, in order to actually trade. Because I mean, like, and that's even like that's the thing that made this worse than we even thought it was going to be. You know, they revealed the restrictions. We thought that's worse than we even thought, and then it came out, and it's like it's even worse than that. And they reference
I don't
it
want the bomb.
specifically here. I think that they are going to focus on that as the major point of contention and ease up on that so that they can still have the restrictions and so they can, you know, do as they said, it is true. Some of these limitations, they do help to fight, you know, against bots and people using multiple accounts and third-party reselling, blah, blah, blah.
I wonder
But
what's the actual...
don't expect more
okay,
than
like
that.
preventing that
And
from
that's
happening,
because
good, but like
this
what...
is not a thing. This is not one of those
What's the
things where
actual-
they did it all to make the best product.
Like, are there bots on Pokemon TCG Pocket right now? I'm not saying they don't exist, but are how many are there? Like, how, like, if we're doing this in the name of bots, how many bots have we successfully cucked by doing all this shit with the trading? Big ups to MTC, dude. It is what it is, man. It's Doug Ding-a-Dong, owner of the Dingsdale Ding-a-Dong. The very same. Pokemon GPT, not GPT, TCG. The mobile adaptation of the world famous Pokemon trading card game.
Possible, and they didn't know how we would react. They just did it, and then they went, "Oh no, people don't like our thing. We better change it." That's not what's happening here. It's possible that they didn't expect this level of backlash. It could be. I think companies often do unpopular things, knowing that we're not going to like it, but they gauge how bad the backlash is. If it's too bad,
Oh, Disney
okay,
does
maybe
that
we'll
all
step
the
back a little
time.
bit. But I fully believe they did all of this, knowing we were going to hate it.
No, that's Pokemon
Because
Go.
all of these things are clear.
This is the new one. It's based off the actual card game, but you collect them digitally. So WWE Champions, but with Pokemon cards. So if your friends already thought you were a weird autistic nerd for collecting the cards, and now you can collect the cards on your phone, and it's not even a physical item that you can hold in your hand.
Clearly designed to just give.
And it was the number 2 in the gacha, you know, the rankings for top selling gacha games. It was number 2 for January. Number 1 was Genshin Impact, obviously.
the feature and allow us technically to trade some cards, but not too many, because this is a game about.
Oh yeah,
collecting
Flame. It's the
cards.
Pokemon
You
Go
know, like,
effect.
yes, there is battling too, I suppose, but more than anything, it's a glory.
It's that honeymoon phase that Pokemon always seems to get when the normies get back into it. Everyone hears that the TCG Pocket is popping up, so they tune back in. Maybe they haven't played Pokemon since the Pokemon Go craze of 2016, but it'll settle, just like it did with Go and Masters EX, where only the regulars are left playing, and those would be the people that Pokemon companies really gonna have to pay attention to in the future going forward with changes like this. We'll see where it goes. With me, I don't like Go. Go is just not the game for me. But Masters EX is about strategy and battling and well, that's like 3-on-3 fights. So that's kind of more my style. And that game's about collecting the human characters and like expanding on their characterization, and interactions with other characters who they wouldn't otherwise meet or interact with in their own games. So like characters from different regions interacting. Doesn't really happen outside of special cases, like, for example, Jasmine from Gen 2 appearing in Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl. But a game like that allows for character interaction. Like, it's a fan service game through and through. I like that. Pokemon doesn't usually care about its human characters that much, or at least it really didn't back in the day. Maybe in recent years, now they've realized, oh hey, we have all these characters. We have all these human characters, maybe we should actually give a fuck about them like every other JRPG series in existence. So now the human characters are getting their dues. I understand why though, because it's Pokemon, it's about the pocket monsters. It's called Pokemon, not Pokehuman, you know? That one's the least earning. It's got the least amount of sales out of all the Pokemon mobile games. Because it is just like a hyperfixation niche to give a fuck about the human characters. I will stop playing once they paywall the majority of basic features. Oh, they can't do that shit without facing big backlash. Pokemon fans won't let them get away with it. Big ups, Duke. I call him Triple D. And he says, thank you, welcome to the 3-year Swollen Dingus anniversary stream. 24 hours, 16 hours to go. We're doing GameCube net play, but I'm waiting for everyone to wake back up before we resume that. And he says, old Pokemon TCG at PC version had 0 microtransactions. You get cards from buying real packs or pre-built decks. You get a code, you get a virtual pack or deck. I remember that. I never used it, but when I was collecting cards back in the day, I would always get those little cards, and I would always give them away to people who actually mess with that client. You know, just to help them out. The game had dailies, get additional packs. So didn't they get rid of that, or just refresh it with a new... Or does Pocket completely replace those clients?
Glorified card collector. And there are so many different versions of all of these cards. You've got the card, and then you've got the full art, and you've got the immersive one, and you've got different languages and whatnot. There are so many things to collect, and when you open up the ecosystem to like everybody can trade with everybody, now it is infinitely easier to get what you need. It is so much easier to just trade with someone. Oh, I don't have what you have. Oh, you don't have what I have? Perfect. We got each other's super rare thing, and we didn't even have to spend any money. Pokemon Company don't want that.
Oh, we can have that happening. You're not spending money.
No, wait a minute. They're like, look, we already give you free packs. You gotta meet us halfway here. We do want whales. We do want there to be people who spend their paychecks on the Pokemon cards. That is still the goal. That is ultimately, literally the
Pocket is simpler than standard TCG. Oh, okay. Because when they announced it, I remember the initial trailer, everyone was thinking that it was going to replace the client, which up to that point was PC only, I want to say, and then just kind of moving that to a mobile hub, which definitely would track for Pokemon Company and the way the direction they've been going in as of late. But okay, it's just a more simplified version where the client is still existing, it seems.
Entire point of this game. It's still a gacha game. It's still a loot box game. It is loot box the game. They want you to get addicted to the idea of opening packs and spending money on packs. That's the point. Anything that compromises that,
yeah, just like in
they're
real
not
life.
going to want to do it. This is bad on purpose. It was always going to be bad, and I'm basically certain that even after maybe they make it a little bit better, it's still going to be bad. It's still going to be very, very limited. They're still going to do everything they can to prevent people from getting these rare cards and filling out their collections without spending money. It's the point. I feel like we're lucky we got a trading feature at all. I feel like if anything, they did it just so that they could kind of say they did it, you know, and like help people to, you can collect little things here and there. You can fill out a little bit more of your collection, but not the super rare card. Not the super rare. Are you kidding? We're not gonna let you trade the super rarest of the rare cards. You gotta just open packs. You just gotta open and open and open thousands of packs. If you want to get all of those cards, sure, the game.
What if little
technically
Billy
limits how much
accidentally
money you can
trades
spend
away
each
6-star
day.
Pikachu?
Only
We can't have that.
$100 or something, but like we are seeing these people who've been playing every day.
It's really
and
your
spending
loot
the
boxes in
maximum amount of money.
2025. I think he just says it as a colloquialism to get people to understand. Like, people understand what loot boxes are, even if they aren't as prevalent as they used to be, like in the mid-2010s. But it's supposed to be like a catch-all, just so like even the most brain-dead normie listening to Arlo, which would definitely track for his audience, just so that they understand what it means. Because his audience is mostly Nintendies, Nintendo drones, and Nintendo doesn't do a lot of loot box shit. so they might not be as intricately familiar with all this gacha terminology. So rather than just say gacha, you can just say loot box, and they'll know what you're talking about.
Like, see how much you got to spend to like fill out your entire collection, and it is a bunch
It's
of
definitely a
thousands
flashback
of
to
dollars.
2015, though. You're right.
It is, and that's what they want. At the end of the day, that is what they want. Anyway, I guess I'm blabbing on about it.
What is a gacha if not a
that's all I
prettier
wanted to
name
say.
for a loot
Just
box?
don't be surprised when they do things like this. Don't be surprised when the feature is bad on purpose. It is bad on it is bad on purpose. This is all part of their plan because they're evil. They're so just no nasty evil. Let's see. I don't know if I wrote my packs there. Let's see. Let's see what I got.
A pack every 12 hours? Oh, yeah, man. And items to expedite it? Wow. Yeah, they really want you hooked. Every 12 hours? That's 2 packs a day.
Hold on. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's playing it right now.
Sweet, sweet Pokemon. What do I got? Can I do one? Hold on.
He's playing
Oh,
it
yeah, I can open
in
pack.
the
Here we go.
video.
I'm gonna do Palkia. See what I get. If it's a good card, I take back everything. Pokemon Company is great. Wormadam, Starly, it's new. Wash Rotom, Magneton. Magneton's cool. Shieldon. Oh, man. Okay. Nah, Pokemon Company stinks. They're evil. Evil! What about the Wonder Pick? Do I have any tokens left? Let me see. Hold on. Nah, I don't have enough Wonder tokens. I can't Wonder Pick yet. Oh, darn you, Pokemon! Exploiting the... Whatever.
It's a real bad one right there. Well, there you go. Arlo criticizes gacha while literally rolling for gacha, pulling for Hogan's in the video. That's his thoughts on the state of Pokemon. Last one. Nintendo has lost a legal battle. Nintendo losing a lawsuit? This can't be. Something can't be right here. What's going on?
Wait, hold on a sec.
You're pulling for Machamps.
Hold on, what is that? I just saw something out the window. What is that? What is that? It's a pig. It's a pig that's flying. Good joke. Moving
Bill,
on.
the guy?
So, Nintendo, they love, you know, throwing their weight around. You know, big company, big fancy, big city, expensive lawyers. They like to utilize whenever possible. They like lawsuits. They think they're fun. They love being the Goliath.
Yeah, I heard about this
They
story.
enjoy it.
It's pretty
And
funny.
usually, even when they don't really have that much of a case, but someone has done something they don't like or used their intellectual properties in a way that they do not like, even when they're not necessarily in the right, they're the ones with the money. So they do whatever they can to protect their IPs. Some may argue that they have to protect their IPs in every case, or else they lose their trademarks or whatever. That is a very common piece of misinformation. It's really not really quite how it works, but let's not go into all that today. Point is, though, they always win. They pretty much always win. Almost all of the time, they throw money at
It
their
went
lawyers.
so hard
and the
they took a
lawyers
guy's
start saying a bunch
paychecks
of
for the
scary
rest of his
stuff and
life
DMCAs
as
and all this stuff.
restitution.
Usually the other party will be forced to back down, otherwise enter into a very, very long and expensive legal battle that they will probably lose anyway. But it seems that was a pig that I just saw flying outside of the window because they have lost a case. A very funny, very,
Nice
a
segue
very
with
interesting
the flying pig there.
case to lose. So, one Jose Mario Alfaro Gonzalez owns a supermarket, a grocery store, essentially, in Costa Rica. And this store has apparently been around for a while, and it is called Super Mario. Now, note, Mario is in this person's name, you know? This isn't just Master Chief books, you know?
Oh,
Sans,
but come
Undertale,
on, you know
Laundry,
he's obviously
This is,
trying
you
to
know, you know,
invoke
this is
the
Super
Mario
I
name
go
to get
by
you to
Mario.
think about
It's a name.
Mario.
People can be named Mario. It's a real thing. I've met some of them. They're real.
It's a bit dishonest,
So,
Arlo. You know what he's
Super
doing.
Mario. And obviously Nintendo did not like this. And it's funny because, so, you know, basically the store has been around for a while. He first applied for the Super Mario trademark in December 2013.
Dude, he went for
but
the
I guess
trademark.
Nintendo didn't really notice until more recently. He tried to renew the trademark in March 2024, and Nintendo took notice, and so they filed an opposition to the trade. So I guess technically, I don't know how much you could call this like a lawsuit. They're not like suing him for damages or anything, but like they are trying to use the law in order to stop this person. You could still call it a legal battle if you want to.
Live
Still
with the
wait for a judge.
consequences.
So the point is they filed an opposition, and here's their case. Okay, he was trying to file the trademark under the grocery banner, canasta básica, just basic grocery stuff, food, coffee. Nintendo's case was this store does not just sell grocery items. They do sell more. And they're just trying to use this classification to kind of cover that up. They clearly have awareness of the Super Mario franchise. This is not just random. This is not just because the guy has Mario in his name, because they
yeah, it's clearly trying to invoke Mario's name to get you to think about Mario. Yeah,
and
see,
also
that makes
use
sense.
Characters from Mario to kind of market the store on social media. And like that's
Hey, just like how
that's a
we
pretty
market
good
the string
case.
with
I
Mario
gotta say,
characters
like,
over
yeah,
here.
This person is using the image of Mario
I'm a
to
hypocrite.
market his Super Mario store. Not like the logo or anything. You look at the logo, and it's funny because it's not necessarily a Mario font. And the picture is just like a shopping cart. But like it really kind of gives Mario vibes. It kind of has a sort of a feel of like New Super Mario Brothers font feel. Or like it kind of just has like a sort of an 80s, 90s font kind of feel.
Can we
But,
see
you know,
it?
there's no Mario imagery in the picture itself.
No,
so,
we just get more
I don't know.
sunshine
It
B-roll.
is true. Like on social media
Can't
and even in
see
the
it?
store selling Mario
Oh.
items. I don't know. Seems like a cut and dry case to me. It does. It seems like Nintendo. It seemed like this one was theirs to win. And yet, Mr. Gonzalez's lawyer had their own arguments. They were, as far as like not really being a grocery store and just using that to cover up this whole thing. Basically, nuh-uh. I mean, yeah, it's a grocery store.
Yeah, I saw the
Here's
pictures.
thing.
It was a nice
That's
little.
The funny thing about the trademark,
nice little
like
store.
legally of like Super Mario, you file a trademark, you file it under certain categories, and he was like, Nintendo hasn't filed it under grocery. They just haven't, entertainment, video games, toys, apparel, all that stuff, but not grocery. This is a distinct legal filing of this combination of words and this trademark. Nintendo, you don't have a Super Mario filed under grocery, which is funny because a little while ago they filed trademarks for like a bunch of food-related stuff. I wonder if this was somehow related. It seemed more likely it was going to be like restaurants or something, but I can't remember if grocery was involved. So the other point the lawyer makes is there are Mario items in the store, but none of them are official Nintendo of America products. And this story, Polygon did some deeper digging into the story, and they say that if you look at images, yeah, it kind of does just look like a bunch of bootleg stuff sold in the store. It's funny that would help. It's funny that would help in their favor. You'd think that selling bootlegs would be worse, but like, no, look, we're not even selling official Nintendo stuff. Just a bunch of knockoffs. And then, what probably is actually the strongest argument is just that Super is a very common way to refer to supermarket. It's slang for supermarket in Costa Rica and probably other places as well. So the guy's name is Mario, or he's got Mario in his name. He's got a grocery store, he's got a supermarket, whatever.
Oh, you're only
Super
selling
Mario.
knockoffs. Oh, right this way, sir. Right this way. I apologize.
That was their case, and it seems that it went in front of a judge.
Don't worry, it's not selling official merchandise. It's just knockoffs. It's just bootlegs.
And they decided in Gonzalez's favor. They said that the Nintendo of America's arguments simply had no merit. And I don't know.
Massive Costa Rica
Is it
W.
because this is Costa Rica? Nintendo is in a lot of different markets and a lot of different countries, and the legal system works differently in different countries.
They don't got power over there.
Would you get the same thing if I opened a grocery store and called it Super Mario? Would I be able to get away with it? Is this one of those things where it really does just come down to the individual person responsible for the decision? And even if that person was out sick and the other person was taking their place, they might have ruled in Nintendo's favor? I don't know. Does this set precedent? Does this mean that there are other like loopholes we can use to name things after Mario? It's just so funny. He used the Mario likeness, that right there. You could argue the rest. If he didn't,
How
lean
fucking
into
dare
the
you
Mario
use
thing.
the Mario
He is,
likeness?
objectively
Fuck
speaking,
you. No, really.
trying to use images of Mario, things owned by Nintendo, to market his store, which is named. It seems to be it really makes it feel like he has done this on purpose, and I feel like that would be enough to sway a judge in Nintendo's favor. But for whatever reason, it just didn't this time. There is still a guy in Costa Rica with a Super Mario store filled with bootleg Mario
Yeah,
stuff.
this
And he
is the
posts
store I went
Mario
to for the
stuff on
cruise.
Facebook.
Yep.
And it seems that he got away with it. Sometimes the little guy does win.
You
Every
can't keep
once
getting
in a
away
while,
with it.
The little guy wins. And you know what? More power to him. I feel good for him. Like, I don't know, maybe Nintendo is right in this case. Maybe they are. But also, who cares? Who cares?
What would it take?
Let the little guy win sometimes. Who
gives
it's
a
not
fuck?
damaging your brand.
Fuck 'em.
Like it's not really doing anything bad. to your image of Mario or whatever. It's just like, whatever. Who cares? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to file a trademark for my new business, The Legend of Zelda. Massage therapy and dry cleaning.
Yeah, in the end, I don't think the guy's doing any harm by just using the Mario name, but it's pretty obvious. Like, there's no cope, even though he's literally named Mario. It's obviously calling the market Super Mario is supposed to be a play on the existing franchise. But apparently he got away with it just because he said, "Oh no, I never claimed to represent an official. I never claimed to represent Nintendo officially in any capacity." Judge looks at that. He's like, "Well, okay, yeah, so that's fair use. I say we let him go." All right, see, look at that. Arlo update wasn't that bad. Okay, what else? Oh, we got a lot here. Oh, you know what? I talked about this, but we didn't get to it. This is Ethan Ralph runs a rehab. Ralph went to rehab, just recently got out, and he uploaded a few videos while in rehab.
So apparently Trump is renaming the Gulf of Mexico?
The Gulf of America.
And Google accepted it and they're going to change it on the map.
This is from last week.
It is now officially the Gulf of America, buddy. I can't wait.
Wait, are you serious? Is that real?
Yes.
3
Yes,
weeks?
Of course it's
Felt like
real.
it was a week and a half to me.
By the way, Trump promising to take
He's
the
totally clean now,
88,000
dude.
IRS agents and force them to be
He told
border
us.
security?
Yes, I saw that.
Or they're fucking fired. I really hope that happens. I hope he abolishes the income tax. The winning is endless.
Oh, wait. Hang on. Did
The
fucking
Gulf
Team-
of America.
Did Keemstar f this up?
Well, he misspelled the word golf to begin with.
Yes, wait.
It's
Even
not
typical for Keem.
G-O-L-F, Keemstar.
No.
It's G-U-L-F, buddy. Like, what the f is he doing? That's a big time read.
Alert, Keem.
Read alert. Read alert. Like, what was he thinking? Bro, the Gulf of America. Bruh.
He had Trump on the brain. Come on, Trump loves
Error he
golf.
ever did was when he calls mundane Matt mundane.
Yeah, mundane.
He
What
never-
makes more sense? Oh, man. All right, let's go into our woe buddies for today.
Let's go.
We're going to start off here, I guess. If you remember the woman that was sleeping with 1,000 guys in one day,
Yep.
it turns out she has a janitor. She has Connor the janitor. And it says big shout out to our set janitor, Connor. The shag table was kept squeaky clean. All shoot thanks to this is taking clean it up Jan to a whole other level, bro. Zoom into his eyes, bro. You can only imagine how bad it really is. If only you knew how bad it really was, bro. Like, look at this dude. This guy had to mop up 1,000 guys' jizz.
He's
He
seen
had
some
to
shit for
clean
sure.
up 1,000 dirty fucking condoms that were in this slut, bro.
She photoshopped him with her.
I don't know if she's actually even in the
Close one.
photo.
No.
My shield money.
Photoshopped him in a photo with her. It's tough, bro.
The jizz mopper. This is taking janitorial to a whole new level. Even Gator is blushing. Gator's like, I had to clean up quite a few messes in my day. But this? Even
Whoa.
Gator would be like, whoa, buddy. Yeah, you
That's
got that
funny.
1,000 cocks there. Holy.
Do you feel
that's
bad for him?
brutal.
Or?
You know, he signed up for it. He
Yeah.
could have said no. You think she slept
Yeah, he
with
probably
him
got
at
paid
least,
good
or
money,
is that
maybe.
worse? I don't know.
Well, Selena
right.
Gomez isn't happy, is she?
Selena Gomez, what a fraud this bitch is. Do you know this bitch doesn't even speak Spanish?
Disgraceful.
So it's like she's
Imagine
this
being a
big
Hispanic who
champion
can
of immigrants
barely
and the
speak Spanish.
undocumented and repping her Hispanic heritage, but she doesn't even speak Spanish?
What?
What a
What?
scam, buddy. Anyway, here she is crying, which, by the way, let's just watch it and then I'll give a take here.
Okay.
What are you sorry for.
People are getting attacked.
It's rude.
Yeah. Every day, every day, there's so much winning.
Let's get some
President Trump, you're tired of winning, Mr. President. Mr. President, stop. We can only win so much. And he's saying, no, we have to keep winning. Selena Gomez has to keep crying. By the way, hasn't she hit the fucking wall?
Beyond.
Bro, I didn't even recognize her in this shit. I'm like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Who? And it
Just
turned
like
out it
any
was
old
Selena
random lady on
Gomez.
TikTok.
Holy dude.
What the f was she in? Was it High School Musical or some shit? What was she?
She's
Oh,
not.
Wizards of Waverly
Wizards
Place.
of Waverly Place she was in was the Disney show.
I don't.
And then she dated Justin Bieber for a long time.
Oh yeah, that's
And
how
now-
I remember her. Yes.
He was like a pop star for a while, but I don't know any of her songs. Everybody's saying she's a flat cell. She's fat and she's flat, which is a really unfavorable combination. We saw that recently with the AEW wrestler, what's her fucking name? Toni Storm. She stripped down and she was flat and she was fat. And she was disgusting this recent fucking Saturday night. She's fat and she's flat. She's a flatso. Cry, bitch.
I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't.
All you can do is cry. That's what my whole take on this is. So there's no argument here. There's no advocacy. There's no rhetoric or studies or argumentation as to why we should keep these illegals here, as why we should have open borders. It's literally just crying like a fucking baby because you have no other recourse. I feel sad. Let us all only work on like weak, pathetic fucking
Better than
cents.
screaming into
And
the
they
void, I
already vote
suppose.
Democrat. And their votes have already been cast and you've already fucking lost. So now it's all over but the crying. It's just
Oh, you didn't know that,
sad.
Mr. Pun? That's where I knew it from.
Pathetic. I can't do anything. Yeah, all you're doing is embarrassing yourself.
You're a
you
fucking
drink
Disney
the
actor.
tears of unfathomable sadness. All this is a virtue saying, guys, I'm on your side. I'm really sad that the immigrants are being deported. Suffer. Good, bitch. Good. We love that you're sad.
What to do? I'll try everything. I promise.
She's gonna try everything. Well,
Okay.
she deleted the video, by the way.
No.
Yeah, she got quite a lot of backlash for it. I can't imagine why.
On Insta
But
or
I'm
TikTok?
sure she's gonna try other things. Yeah, I don't know what the f this was. I think it was Twitter, to be honest. I think she put this up on Twitter and then she deleted it. Oh man. Let's save this one.
Wait. I have a quick 7-second whoa, buddy.
And then we'll have a look at another deportation.
All right.
Oh my god, what is this?
Well, apparently there's some guy.
She has lupus? Is that a real condition? I thought that was just from House, to be honest. Every episode of House, he thinks it's fucking lupus, bro.
Is that
it
true?
Never is. It never turns out to actually be lupus.
I think it's Krusty Funky. Welcome to the 3-year Dingo Dongadon Chilladon Extravaganza.
You know it's bad when the Indian guy please, it smells so bad. I was like, I'm gonna give this guy a taste of his own medicine. I'm just fucking eating French onion dip by the fucking
Thank you, Krusty.
Just garlic and just let her rip on this Indian guy.
This guy's sleeping with his shirt on.
Oh, sir, please do not
I'm
fart,
feeling the
sir. Do
effects
not
of
fart,
sleep
sir.
deprivation, but don't worry. It's almost 7. I'll be able to brew a cup of coffee. Once everyone wakes back up, we'll go back to GameCube stuff.
Hit the wall, buddy. All right, let's go into this Zane folder. So Zane has got to go. So this guy, just to let you know, this guy Zane Hawk, I believe, is from Pakistan, and he was over here on some sort of visa that expired. So he
that's
started
really
doing
bad.
all these climate protests to fucking impress this girl. Well, they arrested him at one of the protests, and now they're deporting his ass. So this guy was such a simp, he got his ass sent back to Pakistan. Let's have a look. Let's go. Send him back. Send him back. This is Canada.
Did I buy snack
correcting
pizza
it.
already? I did not.
Justo's realized he has no
How'd you know
choice
I had
but
a
to
snack
comply with
pizza?
Trump and begin the deportation.
This is amazing.
Zane Hawk walks through his Vancouver apartment with his wife hours before
My
he said he'd be
McDonald's
deported.
midnight snack. I know we don't got the McDonald's midnight snack though.
Too bad, bud.
We're nervous and devastated that this has come
I
down to
like
this.
the
24-year-old
emergency
is a climate activist and co-founder
jalapeno
of Safe World Growth.
Cheetos.
Hawk came to Canada from Pakistan in 2019 on a study permit. but turned his attention to climate activism.
So
Why?
Instead of
I think we
actually
took that
finishing
back.
his studies and like trying to get his papers in order and be a contributing member of Canadian society, he decided he was gonna be a climate activist, buddy. Stop, bitch!
What
It is so retarded.
He didn't finish his permanent residency and now he's shocked?
And what he calls non-violent civil disobedience.
We met during our work as climate activists. We were involved in the same campaign to try and save the old growth forests of British
So he's
Columbia.
sipping for this bitch. Does he know this happened, bro? He's like, okay, I will go to the activist event for you, miss. Please, miss, let me hit it.
We've only got less than 1% left.
Haq was ordered to be deported on alleged violations to his study permit last year, but was granted a temporary permit to stay in Canada. Since then, he and his wife filed for a permanent residency under humanitarian and compassionate grounds. 2 days ago, that application was denied, and the couple claimed immigration
Denied! Denied!
and Citizenship Canada lost a separate application he made for temporary residency. IRCC refused to comment on the case, citing privacy legislation.
Good.
Now, the couple is committed to stay together and move to Pakistan.
I would not bring this up with
Enjoy Pakistan, bitch! I bet you she's gonna fit right in Pakistan. We all know there's such a feminist and progressive society over there. Enjoy your birthday,
Oh, she'll be
Sophia.
fine.
Oh.
housing.
They're overreacting, you guys.
Half of me.
It's up to us if you let, CPSA separate us, because that ultimately would be our choice to be are committed to staying together.
Haq had pleaded guilty to 5 charges of mischief over his role in
So,
environmental.
he's a criminal. The guy is a guilty criminal in Canada that we let stay.
What the fuck?
5 counts of mischief, buddy. He was up to no good.
That's
well,
five
now
counts
he's
too many.
5 counts
Get the
too many.
Out of here. Why would you come here and like not do your permanent residency and then be shocked that 6-7 years later they're like, what?
Well, imagine coming here, committing crimes, getting arrested, and convicted of said crimes, and then thinking you're going to be allowed to stay.
Right? Get the out of here.
Get out!
protest, but was not considered a violent
Yeah,
offense
Antifa is not a job.
You know what I mean?
by the courts.
His name is not a serious criminal.
Just don't care. How about
He
that?
doesn't have a right to stay in Canada.
You didn't. You got a
Boy,
serial killer.
he
I don't
might
care.
be a criminal, but at least he didn't actually hurt anybody. Okay,
It's like
well,
the low-level criminal.
you're a
Fuck.
guest in the country. Don't commit crimes, and then maybe you'll be allowed to stay. This is the bare minimum.
Buddy.
And like we're acting like this is a tragedy that this happened. You know?
As
What
a
was that
Westerner-
aerospray doing?
As a Westerner, if you're arrested in Pakistan, you don't show up the next day. You go
gotta get the
missing.
fuck out.
You go
Yeah.
missing, like from the
Toss you
country,
off
from the
buildings.
World. Okay, like,
The judge in his criminal case said that they believe that he could make a positive impact.
His
Oh, yeah.
lawyer says while the charges would make Hawk inadmissible to Canada, it shouldn't be the basis for his deportation.
It's not unclear when or whether he'll be able to come back.
Hawk hopes to return to Canada
Never
one day
come
and
back.
continue his climate activism.
So you're gonna continue the bad behavior that led to you being charged with crimes if you come
Yeah.
back in. Really good pitch, bro.
Bad.
I'm sure we'll let you back in, buddy.
right?
This might be my last chance. Yeah, I sure hope not.
Wow.
Softball, buddy. All right. That's enough. Oh, this is the Green Party leader saying she's so heartbroken. Good. I hope you're heartbroken, Elizabeth May. Maybe put down the fucking bottle. Put down the bottle, bitch. She's like a full-blown up. Okay. That's it for the whoa.
You want
buddy.
that one?
You want to do the tattoo,
Let's just
bitch?
finish this up.
All right.
I
We'll
haven't
do
seen it.
tattoo.
Is it good?
bitch. Well, you'll see.
Okay.
I just came to the realization why I'm single.
Whoa.
Oh, you just came to that realization?
Every guy that I'm like, oh yeah, he's attractive. Okay, this is not supposed to be offensive, but I see their wives and they just look like so like, you know, like
What do you mean? Yeah,
What is she
they
trying to
look-
say?
Yeah, they look sexy and normal, is what you're saying. And you realize that you're a disgusting pig. Okay. Yeah, we all know.
just like
Bitch, look at your nose ring.
You know, maybe
No, like-
take that shit out before you
pretend my
cry.
tattoos are gone.
She goes, pretend my tattoos are gone. So you realize you f***ed it. It's like, shit, my time is running out. I'm an empty egg carton and I want a husband to marry me and provide for me and give me children. but I drew it with a fucking Crayola all over myself and put a fucking bull piercing in my nose. And I lifted weights, and now no man wants me. How did this have
Let's take a look at her.
Dude, I look crazy. Like, that's why guys don't want to wife me up. And I just come to this realization today. See? Or maybe it's because all of them see me eat sushi after I get out of the grocery store in my car with my bare finger.
I'm not too fond of tattoos. Like, 1 or 2 is fine, but when you're covered in them, and then she's got the nose ring on top of that, it is like me, like, assuming, judging a book by its cover, but it really does come off a little trashy, in my opinion.
No.
What?
No.
Sorry, guys.
What is she saying?
What the f is going on?
You know what the real reason why you can't get a man is?
Because she's a whore.
Because she films videos in her car.
Exactly.
If you film rage bait in a fucking car as a woman, you're never, ever getting a husband. Ever. Everybody in chat's going, I'd hit it. That's not what the question is. Would you put a ring on it? Would you put a ring on it, sir? Would you put a ring on it, though, sir?
Oh, no. Guys, I thought these men were like, you know, big, strong, tough girls.
What? I hate this bitch.
Okay.
Don't you just hate her? Everything she does is so cringe, bro.
Her expression.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy.
Whoa. Buddy. Oh, guys, Ralphie.
Speaking
Okay, this is the Ralph update I was talking about earlier. Ralph in rehab.
So last we
Again,
heard,
a bit old update
game.
here.
He gave up
Old
on
but still
streaming.
gold.
He's going to a rehab facility for God knows how long. Now we question, like, I still question, is he actually in the rehab facility?
I'll make a poll.
Is he even in a facility of any kind? Like, the speculation is he just in a detox center? Is he actually in a long-term inpatient rehab? Or is he just in a hotel? You know, and he's just traveling, like he's moving from Merida to somewhere closer to the border or to a different country? Or what's actually going on here? But to his credit, Ralph, you know, hasn't been streaming. He didn't do the inauguration. I was surprised. I thought he'd be there for Trump's inauguration. Like, no doubt, no way he wouldn't be there, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
Ralph, like, fucking retired, is saying he's starting a new channel. Rage Pig on the go. Yeah.
Oh.
Ralph.
I was like, wait, what?
So last night,
70% say he's not in rehab.
It's hard to believe he really is in rehab, no?
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty hard to believe, but so last night was the
Destination Guns?
Was the Sector Bowl, you know? It's the ultimate showdown in the sector. I'm gonna come on your grave, Harry. If my football team beats your football team, Harry, that means that Pantsu has to come back and be my slave horsewife. And I get blank back, Harry. I might even be able to see my child or say its name, Harry. What do you think about that, bish? Well, sure enough, a cold day at the Buffalo Bills game is just a cold night in Buffalo now. The Buffalo Bills once again have lost to Ralph's Kansas City Chiefs, and it's total Ralph Amail victory. And so this video to me is
I love that his
because,
favorite team
you know, it's like
has
going to
KC
rehab,
for the logo.
Ralph's a new
KC,
person,
Kina Casino.
Ralph's changed his ways, but this video confirms it's just the same old Ralph. You know, instead of being focused on his recovery,
Yeah, here's
staying
Vaseline
sober, being a
rehab
better
Ralph
person,
for
changing
the
his life,
curious.
changing his ways. The moment he can score a petty W over Harry Morris and his ex-wife through the avenue of a football team, so I'm back to the internet, bish. Suffer, Harry Morris.
Now, the premise here is that he begged the workers to give him back his phone to allow him to post stuff on social media. And after showing some resistance at first, they eventually relented and returned his phone to him, to which he proceeded to, again, as they introduced in a segment, proceeded to dunk on Harry Morris, the father of the second horse bride. And he just looks so weird. Like, what the fuck did they do to him at the rehab center?
I won, Harry. Your football team shit, Harry. What do you think about that, bitch? Now, people are looking at this and they're like, what the f is going on?
He's an egg.
So, I don't know what happened. He's like a wax figure. He's so shiny. And he's like cone-headed and f***ed up. I think that a lot of this is everybody's been saying is like 18 different filters. You know what I mean? Like he's fucking like put so many filters on his face to try and make himself look different. I don't know, man. This is like the Ralph that we're getting. And we're gonna hear Ralph's story and like you gotta like press X to doubt it certain points. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is he just always like underwater now, or he put Vaseline on himself, or what's going on, man? And his hairline's just fucking cooked, bro. This is fucking Norwooded, bro. What happened? Like, I mean, like the before and after, like the Ralph that we just saw versus this new Ralph.
This hairline is non-existent.
He's like, I thought he was fatter faced. Bro, he's got like a slim filter on. Like he's done something here because he does not look normal. He does not look natural during this at all.
You know what he looks
Ralph,
like?
Yeah.
It looks like he's shedding like a snake and pulling the skin off the top. His skin is like ripping.
Bro, this is not the way Ralph actually looks. But this is what he wants. Like, why would you want to look like this, though, Ralph? Like, you look So Ralph's now giving us his hot takes from rehab.
Yeah.
Which you'd think would be like, wouldn't they take away his phone and his internet access so he focuses exclusively on his treatment? And this
apparently he runs the fucking rehab.
They say in order for you to make a complete break like this, you have to completely change your
Forehead,
life
more like a
and
five
your
head.
previous patterns of doing things. And this is Ralph just doing what he always does, hollering at Harry to suffer and shitting on the build. So let's have a look here.
He went to this rehab thing for like 2 or 3 weeks. He's not cured.
Going on here.
What it was.
First off, thank you for all the kind words that I got on my send-off there. I'm not back yet. I'm still in rehab, but I demanded that.
I'm still in rehab.
Look at his face here.
Hey, bro, that
Harry. What that looks like? A Halloween mask of Ralph.
Yes, he looks plastic. Like there's something really, really wrong here. Why is his forehead and cheeks so shiny? And his chin
It reminds me of the setup for that Max Headroom signal hijacking thing, the one that everyone talks about, where the guy put on the mask and pretended like he was Max Headroom and hijacked that TV station. It's kind of like that. If someone did that and hijacked a TV station while wearing a mask of Ralph's face.
We had a rage pig come into our facility. There was no
boop the mic.
There was no helping him. All he would do is holler. And you would look deep into his pig slits, and you would see.
Like, damn, like his eyes look creepy here, man. I know it's the lighting, but like, holy shit.
Evil bastard.
It's like literally if you're wearing because if you got the mask on, you can't see your eyes fully. Like they would appear as dark slits.
So Ralph's like the boss of the rehab. I demand you give me my phone at once, orderly bitch. I'm in charge of my own rehab, bitch. It's like, if they have taken your phone away from you, are you really just able to take it back at any point?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Then what's the point
Maybe
of
he
checking
begged.
into the
He
fucking
bribed
rehab?
them.
But is Ralph's gonna tell us he's the boss of rehab, and he tells him how it's gonna go?
Ash, imagine you're in an apartment and you look through the peephole, and that's what you see in the peephole.
Silent Hill 4.
Right.
Dude, look at the people. He's there. He's there.
I just wanted to give my heartfelt condolences to all Bills fans out there. You guys are actually
like, and this is the thing is, would they really allow Ralph to just go back to his old ways of shit talking on the internet during his recovery? Like,
one would think not.
Something so really important has happened that I must contact the outside world to let them know that Heinous Harris football team has lost and my team has won. They're like, oh, see, senor, that is very important. We must get you your phone back in one, senor. Like,
either it's not like
really?
it's an employee not following protocol, or it's Mexico. They don't give a fuck
Is it 10 subs for this
as much
sticker,
as
bro?
you would think
Bro,
they
he has
would.
no eyes. They're completely blacked out, bro.
You know what they're calling him? A purge mask?
It is!
Isn't it from the
It is!
It looks like it's from the
It is!
It's like a half-finished clone. Like, what did you do with the real Ralph? The real Ralph died before rehab. You know, this is an imposter.
Wake me up when Ralph's drunk again.
Oh shit, 1 second. I don't want
For
to lose
24 hours, you can get away with whatever the fuck you want, bitch.
10 subs for the emoji of
Wow.
Bro, it's crazy.
Minus 5. 150 away, guys.
Yeah, we hit it.
Okay, wait.
They're
what?
saying that's Steve in a Ralph mask. Is it just that frame right there? Which frame? His eyes are so creepy.
That's scary, dude.
It's got to be the ones there. That right there. He's like an alien. Bro, he's like an alien gray or some shit. We really need Steve for
He's
this
got fucking
one.
animatronic. The skin doesn't look real. I'm not convinced.
He's a homunculus, buddy.
Whether we win or not, that was my real Super Bowl
What a
right
cult!
there. So
What
thank
a
you,
cult!
Buffalo.
Ralph, like, listen, I don't even care if we win the Super Bowl, because I already got my Super Bowl by beating Harry Morris. Suffer Harry, and he's going to talk about Rochester now. Here we go.
Ralph pick. There we go.
Thank you, Rochester. It was a magical night. I don't know when I'll be back home, but thank you to the
What do you
staff
mean?
here who also...
He doesn't know when he's going to be back
Yeah, wait.
home.
How does that even make sense?
There's no plan?
That rule.
Like, is he just indefinitely in there? Last I heard was he's going to be in there for 3 months now.
What?
The latest Gun Guard report was he was going to be in there for 3 months.
Yeah, don't you get some kind of
He would be
ETA
in 3
for
months.
these
I
programs?
can't
Or like
imagine
how long
he even
he's
makes
staying
it to the
there?
end of the month there, or the 30 days, but I guess he's
Kinda
going
suspicious.
to, or at least pretending like he is. I don't know, but like the story doesn't really make sense. Like we'll listen to a little bit more of this here where he talks about the gods were so nice to put the Super Bowl on the TV. I told them they needed to put it on.
Let me watch the game tonight. They said they weren't going to turn it on until the Super Bowl, but I whined and complained. They did turn it on today. And
So Ralph apparently is in there with all these hardened Mexican drug addicts, drug dealers, criminals in the rehab program. And Ralph is now in charge of the TV? Ralph's like, no, you can't watch your telenovela, bitch. I gotta watch the American football. F your Mexican soccer games or lucha libre or whatever other entertainment's here. But I run this TV. It's like Ralph tried to say he ran the jail TV. And made it play Looney Tunes or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, are we
Why does he
really,
need to
like,
watch
Ralph
Looney
had the
Tunes?
power
He is a
over what
Looney
was on the
Tune.
communal television? Or does like each room have its own television, but they control what's on it? I'm guessing from what he's saying, it's like prison, and there's one TV. And Ralph forced them to put on the Buffalo Bills Chiefs game that probably no one else in Mexico wanted to watch.
Thank you, JC.
So I start to like disbelieve it more that he's actually there. You know what I mean? I'm the lord of the television.
and they did let me send this out. So thank you, and I'll see you all soon. And I'm clean shaven. Wow.
It was a wow. Wow, Ralph shaved everything.
That's probably what's contributing to it. Because you got like Fat Ralph with like a chin full of beard, the double chin Fat Ralph, all sleepy, prone to acting like a Snorlax in reality, sleeping all the time, totally narcoleptic. And then you have clean shaving dumbhead Ralph with the slit eyes, looking like he's wearing a mask of his own face. It's a tale of two Ralphs there. I don't really like Vaseline Ralph. Oh, it's really starting to hit me. I gotta go for a refill. Refill after this, and maybe some coffee on top of that. This is a Synthetic Man Reacts. That's right. That's right. 6 a.m. Synthetic Man segment. Synthetic Man reacts to Zoomer humor. He's calling out a popular Zoomer reaction YouTuber guy who I've seen before on the stream. Get to go Monster Energy if I had any. Damn. It's a negative video. Or maybe the guy disabled embedding. Alright, give me a second. It's 4. I'm glad it's not. I'm glad I'm two hours in the future. Even my Splatoon skills may be suffering for it. Look, we're just chilling. We don't care about wins. We're just showing our support for the Dark Chocolate team. Yeah, the event is dark chocolate versus milk chocolate versus white chocolate. People only pick white chocolate because you get white ink with it, and people can't help themselves. Though looking at it, it's more like a custardy, viscousy yellow. Probably fitting, given. No, I will reserve such humor, such 6 IE 4 in the morning humor is inappropriate. I'm gonna keep that to my head. It wasn't that funny anyway. As I progressively get further and further in the zone, so too do I feel utterly delusional right now. I feel like if my will was any weaker, if it was like even a sliver weaker, I would just fall asleep on stream. I'm trying to persevere. I'm trying to stick through it. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do it for you guys. I'm the one. My chocolate is that weird spoiled milk color. Guess dark chocolate is purple. So what's chocolate brown? What is that color? Have we fought milk chocolate tonight, haven't we? Thank you, Mr. Pun. Wait, I gotta get the proper link, so... Sorry, I should have had that playing already. Thankfully, despite the fact that I gotta go to the website for this, like directly to access the video, because it's embedding disabled. It doesn't have ads enabled because it's a Synthetic Man video. I'm the one.
Come on! Get your shirts off! I will take your shirts off! Take your shirts off! Take your shirts off!
I did not know DSP showed his chest that time when he did that. I've seen that clip before. I guess I never got to the part where he shows off his chest. What was I gonna say before I lost my point? Damn, did I lose it? Might be done. Oh no, the guy who makes these clips for Synthetic Man really enjoys DSP, so you'll often see DSP interjections throughout the clip. The meme over there is that Synthetic Man is DSP Jr. because his gameplay is just as bad as Phil's. Or at least that's the joke. It's like, oh, you play games as bad as Phil. You're DSP Jr., DSP Jr. So it's the reason for all the DSP clips here.
Fuck it. We'll do this because it's Saints Row. Maybe it'll be funny.
Now, some people really like this Fleekazoid guy. Ivan loves him. Discord Merchant loves him. The videos that I have been shown of this guy in particular are pretty amusing. Synthetic Man does not like this individual. We will find out why.
You called this shit. Pimps, what did I say? What did I say?
Oh my god, this is just the beginning. It's already cringe.
Don't remember? Take a peek. When your studio collapses, make sure you take this franchise into the grave with you so I don't have to come back and do this shit again. That's what I said. The other day, for whatever reason, I was looking at GameStop's website when I came across Saints Row with a 3.8 rating and a GI must play recommendation. Nah. GI, go home and play Saints Row 2. Sit down. Looks like I have to re-educate some motherfuckers. This Saints Row reboot is just the way I left it, despite all your patches, all your DLC, and all your company collapsing. It's still a steaming pile of dog shit, and it doesn't matter how much content you add or remove. This game didn't need need patches. It needed a goddamn exorcism. This is the Devil's Cartel of the Saints Row franchise, where they took every last bit of soul and they fucking sucked it out, all while they were saying, we're not backing down from this. That's right, you didn't back down. You fucking fell down a flight of stairs and broke your neck at the bottom, bitch. So now let's dive deep into this wonderful trove of DLC, and I've already beaten it. If you thought that the Forspoken DLC was short but devastating, then consider this the
Nobody played it.
Squeakquel. The DLC starts with me placing all my backup
I got
saves into
some
my
boost.
Saints Row directory.
I'm normally supposed to drink Boost all the time, and I do, but I've been slacking as of late. So through the power of Boost, I will be able to boost my mind and do what I need to do. Basically, I have 2 bottles of Boost. We'll chug these deliciously, and that is what will carry me forward positively into this future that you and I call home. This is high protein flavor, and it's from Nestle. You guys like Nestle, right? You trust that? It's a trusted brand. Anyway, let me sip on this.
Because they forgot to put all the save files in a place where they wouldn't get fucking toasted upon uninstalling. And I followed that up by checking if one of the 200 improvements that they went very hard on included me being able to kill the clerk as I could in the first 4 games. The answer being, hell no, you can't even knock this motherfucker over. He's invincible, but you can kill your frames. Now, all joking matters aside, the Hemorrhoid and Hemorrhage DLC actually came.
So this is what viewers of me, they think this guy's really funny, I guess. Nick Spence, thanks to $2. This guy lost me at, I was browsing GameStop. Yeah.
The humor seems kind of similar to Donkey. I would say between Donkey and Fleek's voice. I think I prefer Donkey's. It seems like Fleek, for the way that Fleek talks, he should be louder than he actually is. I don't know if he puts like a limiter on him so that he's not as loud as he should be. But doesn't it? It feels like he's quiet yelling. Not necessarily a critique, just like an observation.
That in itself may have been a...
It's just that actually fucking based observation, man.
It was 10 layers of irony that he was on the GameStop website. I swear people want me to watch this guy just so that I can react and not laugh. And the sad thing is like, again, I don't have a problem with any of his opinions, but also I don't think he's ever given a radical opinion. At least I've only seen 4 of his videos, so maybe you guys could recommend me one where he gives a real opinion, but real opinions get you hate. So of course nobody wants to give those. I'm one of the only people on the internet left who gives real opinions, and people hate me.
I don't know about that, Synthetic Man.
The thing is, this is something I've learned, is that morons really don't know what they want. It's true. I mean,
Thing isn't streaming in excruciating pain like the blue-collar streamer DSP. Toughen up, bish! Look, he's got the benefit of the Seattle air. I do not. I gotta make do with what I got. And what I got is a bottle of Boost. When mom's upstairs, you have to keep your voice down. Yeah, something like that. Though this guy, not Synthetic Man, but Fleek. Fleek is probably married. Let's be real.
it's kind of a stereotype, kind of like a...
He needs to put his dingus on the table and record his videos at 4 in the morning and yell as loud as he can, just to felt his wife.
Cliche saying that you might hear like a villain say or some shit in a cartoon, but just the whole like, you know, the customer doesn't know what he wants, the customer isn't right, or, you know, the players don't know what they want, blah, blah, blah. They don't. They fucking don't. Because I've heard people say a bunch of times something to the effect of, man, I wish that guy would give like a real opinion or, you know, be honest, blah, blah, blah. My channel is what it looks like when somebody's honest, and you wonder why nobody's honest. Is it really a mystery? It shouldn't be. But no, people cope and they seethe. They're like, no, he just hates everything. Blah, blah, blah. No. People want to be sold the lie. They want the lie, but they get bored of the lie eventually because it's boring content. And then they ask for something, and then if they're given it, then they dislike bomb the video because they're fucking idiots. You're a bit too honest, Synth. The normies can't handle any remotely based opinions.
I would say veterans know of all the videos he caps for, or in the now, like if he can come to any video that he has regret for, I feel like Tears of the Kingdom. He always brings up Tears of the Kingdom feeling bad about going too far with the schizo theories in that video, and he admits that even with that video, the shit he said, he did not actually believe, but he only said that to get people's eyes on the video. Which I feel like it was gonna get eyes anyway because it's a video where he shits on Zelda.
Well, yeah, I mean, about,
But I
like, you
digress.
know, JQ shit, I don't expect normies to swallow that. But I'm talking about before I got political. Like, if I show you my like-dislike ratios of my older videos before I got political, they were still bad. I didn't have to bring up leftists one time for me to get, like, a significant amount of backlash.
Yeah, bro, this guy
Just
is
my
so
opinions
real, that's
alone.
why I stay
Remember
away
when
from
Sonic
all
06
his
released and
opinions.
People were disgusted over the kiss scene between Sonic and Elise and called it bestiality. And now with Baldur's Gate 3, gay bear sex is okay. Oh, yeah, and the leftist narrative is, oh, look, now the right-wingers are being Puritans. They're hypocrites. They make fun of, you know, leftists for censoring women in all the games, and now they want to censor... Oh, you're kidding? Okay, I'm just saying. I need to watch the rest of this cringe video because all of you need to see. There will be plenty of video. Just remember, there is crossover between my audience and this guy because I've seen comments on my videos, not just the streams and on some other channels of people recommending this guy. So just remember that.
Kicks off by sending you on a run-of-the-mill shoot fest at the gun range where you get to see the significant changes they made to the combat. Like how the AI underwent a significant second lobotomy that keeps them from being able to do anything remotely threatening, or AIs that significantly fuck off in the background while you do your 20-second takedowns.
What are you doing? Well, if they didn't do that, then you would die
Or
during the takedown.
Cooldown timers
Because of how
for your
long
takedowns
they
instead
are.
of being unlimited, or the significant lack of any cover system, or the significant lack of meat shielding, or the significant reliance on the skill wheel to provide any variety in absence of mechanics that we've had in gaming for over a decade. Overwhelming, I know. Which is why the developers decided to give you a little break from all the significant action in the next mission, where you don't get to fire a single weapon. No, instead they take a third of their DLC, which is a whopping 10 minutes, to do a trailing and picture-taking mission. Well, I guess you get to do a little stealth, but here's what that looks like.
Can't let them see you either. 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 Can't let them see you either.
Now that's some real Mission Impossible shit. Like a proper budget. Let's speed run the rest of this shit, shall we? Stop! For free. And now, after all that setup, no, you didn't miss anything. I explained all the missions. Yes, we're about 15 minutes in. It's time for the big heist, the big finale. But unfortunately, of course, this is the Saints Row reboot. There is no big heist nor any big budget. Instead, it includes 15 minutes of this game's fantastic DLC was 25 minutes, and yet it shaved 1 year off my lifespan. If it was any more generic, the FTC would make them put the great value sticker on it. But with that being said, my favorite part of this cut content is where they forced everybody in the crew to talk like regular human beings, likely because the developers cut content out of the cut content to ensure no one said anything cringeworthy. Don't think it's possible? They already did it, pimp! They Tiananmen squared the shit out of all these lines already, so that
Additionally, we looked at some of the voice lines and made some changes in First Fucking Day, Morning Commute, Making Rent, The Great Train Robbery, Going Overboard, and Severance Package to give you a better idea of the characters and story elements.
But the average buyer would never know of this game's pure cringe. Now they're
So they edited out the cringe.
I'm in line for nachos right now. I really wanted those nachos. Damn nachos. I should do it.
Thank God it's...
How about those nachos?
Fuck. Anyways, the next DLC is Professor Genki's super ethical reality climax, except worse in every fucking way possible. You know why Professor Genki's super ethical reality climax works and this doesn't? Because in order to have a good horde shooter game mode, you're shooting at...
I actually played Saints Row Reboot for the Fall of Dingus. I did not enjoy it. I did not enjoy it. Even for, well, I think I laughed at a few of the jokes. But like, I obviously from an ironic perspective, knowing that they are cringe. But no, it's a very, very bad game. Did not anticipate myself ever going back to it.
To be good in the
What if I
first
did?
fucking place, and in the Saints Row Reboot's case, it's far from it. I'll put it this way, the trailer for Professor Genki's super ethical reality climax is more fun than this entire DLC. And of course, that one Saints Row 2 trailer clears all of it. And on one more note, I saw in the description that they said that they were adding new districts in these DLCs, and at first I thought they were lying, kind of like how they lied about adding new enemies. But as it would turn out, they weren't. It just looks like every other piss-filtered part of Albuquerque fucking New Mexico, so I never realized I was in it. In conclusion, this DLC is so bland it should be served in school lunches. Post Michelle Obama. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go.
That's an alright joke.
Can I go? Hang on, this third DLC is gonna be a LARPing DLC? Oh, hell no. I'm not coming back to this.
Oh my god, someone call Ryan. Well, the cowboy voice and mess with the creative character now and saw the few missions. If only I was you. Many such cases. Why could I have not been one of them?
I know zoomer editing just isn't funny, period, and I feel like your brain is completely fried and like fucked 3 ways sideways if you find that shit funny. The zoomer editing, there's no way to describe, like, it hurts my head to even try and figure out why they laugh, but it's like, because conceptually it's very similar to YouTube poops, but if you completely fuck the delivery and you fuck the sound effects, you made the sound effects purposely unfunny. That's basically what it is. It's YouTube poops if you really shitty YouTube poops is what zoomer editing is. I feel like, I don't know, it's hard, I don't know, I really, this is just, the popularity of this channel just shows like, I don't know, where we're at. I feel like the funny thing too is, almost every time I've heard Fleekyzoid recommended, it's because he's supposed to be like not a shill, right? And I think that's a fair point. I haven't seen him shill anything, but I don't like. There's a difference between not being a shill and having a real opinion. You know what I mean? Like I've never seen him shit on something that is arguably good. I basically half my channel is just telling you that thing that you're sucking off because you have dog shit taste is not that good.
Holy fucking base.
And that's actually interesting. That's actually, like, if you told me 10 years ago there was a channel like mine, which there were channels vaguely like mine 10 years ago, because I based my channel off of those fucking channels. Fucking Spoonie, who is, his channel's over 15 years old. His most popular videos were shitting on games people loved, like Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 10, you know, that kind of shit. And that was completely acceptable back then. Now this is the edgy channel of 2023. Forspoken's bad, guys. Saints Row is bad, guys. Oh man, how entertaining, how interesting. I feel like I'm shitting on this guy for no reason, because I have nothing against him. I have nothing.
So his critique is that he's going after low-hanging fruit. I guess that's fair, but you could say Synthetic Man does the same thing. Outside of like cases where you just said, where he goes after games every now and then that people agree are good despite their alleged wokeness, like Baldur's Gate 3. He enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3 despite admitting that it is woke.
Against, to be clear, I have nothing against Fleekyzoid other than this is just not funny at all. But I do have a problem with the people in my chat who think this shit's funny. I have a problem with all of you. If you throw jokes at a rapid fire pace and no time to breathe at all, it makes the video very hard to watch. Yeah, but Zoomers love that shit. But I agree with you, yes. Since the videos are so short, the problem is people will say this is a good thing, but he crams so much into such a short amount of time that I feel like I've already forgotten the video after I saw it. Like I couldn't tell you almost any details about the video I just saw, and I just saw it. But I guess that's what Zoomers do, like extremely digestible short content, you know? Just look at TikTok or the YouTube shorts. Just because you criticize doesn't make it hate. I know, I have to clarify that though. I don't hate most of the games I review. Like, honestly, I probably had more positive modern game reviews this year than any other year of this channel. Didn't you shit on Zoomers for liking boring stuff just now? I wouldn't call it boring. I wouldn't say any one of these videos is boring. It's more like painful. There's definitely a difference between boring and painful. No, if anything, Zoomers are too far on the opposite end, where something has to be extremely stimulating. I have bad ADHD, and this type of stimulation shit that they engage with, it genuinely makes me worry for humanity. Like, it actually, I already pretty much have no faith in humanity left anyway, but you get the point. When I was talking about video essays, well, I don't like video essays either. Well, video essays are kind of like, I think it's contrarian Zoomers who don't want to be like the other Zoomers and want to be smart. You know, like EFAP's audience. Basically EFAP's audience, where it's like a bunch of mid-wit, contrarian, loser Zoomers want to be seen as smart, so they watch those. Plus, you have the millennials, the millennial, like, Redditor types who think they're smart, but are also mid-wits. Those are basically the audiences for video essays. They're fucking boring. So that's my theory. A porn theory. Like, fuck it, let's just fucking watch another Fleek video. This is the third chance I'm giving Fleekyzoid to make me laugh. The third one. 3 strikes you out, buddy. I should have just clicked. I saw it, but I wasn't fast enough.
This has been the greatest year ever in gaming. 2005, Resident Evil 4. Don't be silly, boy. Resident Evil 4 just came out this year. Think of all the horse armor we've bought, the games we've watched, the bears we've made passionate sweet love to, the jawlines we've sharpened. She chews her food all the way. I thought it couldn't get any better than Saints Row's triumphant character designs, but the industry
he made him
keeps
laugh.
maturing.
Apologize.
And don't
He made
think
you
that
laugh.
this is all coming out now because I'm a newly minted member of the global elite. I would never think a silly checkmark makes me superior to the filth. I mean, wonderful non-verified critics out there, but with that being said, I have a check mark. Things are different now. For a second there, my social credit score dropped because Cobblepot started giving out check marks to all the peasants. Don't worry about how I got mine, but now I'm back on top, and here are my picks in this year's Triumph Awards that prove this year has been the greatest year ever in gaming. Let's start with the best ongoing game. You know gaming's never been better when we are handing billion-dollar companies awards for fixing their fuck-ups, and that's why this award is going to Final Fantasy XIV. Triumphant job, Big Yosh. Next up, best multiplayer game. Now this really comes down to 2 choices. Baldur's Gate 3, because I guess you can tag team the bear, that's news to me. And Diablo 4, obviously for the local co-op features between you and your bank account. And if we're being honest, let's just stop the count right there. You guys know how much I love Diablo 4. I mean, it's Street Fighter 6 wins. Yeah, for sure. Following that, best art direction. Although I found Bait and Switch's visuals to be very triumphant, you need to understand the meticulous art direction of Link and Zelda's Wacky Adventures 2, and really the overall art philosophy of how can we get this to run at 15 shaky frames on our Japanese toaster. Clear win for Alan Wake 2. The metaphysical fondling of the gigapixels really toyed with the taintickless supernatural thematic themes, and as critics, we just love to see that. And as for the voice acting category, we don't even need to talk about it. We all already know that Megan Fox is mopping up here. Take a listen to what greatness sounds like. And that's enough of that. Thanks, honey. You did a great job. Now, best narrative, though? I mean, so many games this year have given me the honor of
reminded me of the video Siri
absorbing,
did on
reflecting,
Megan
and
Fox's voice
appreciating their
acting.
triumphant
Actually went
themes
a
over
little
actually
viral.
playing a video game. Shut up! I don't want to hear about playing the video game. This award show is critics first, fans if we have
Scott the
time.
Waz. I've actually not seen a single video of Scott the Waz. People like him, so he must be doing something right.
The grown-ups decide this one, okay, buddy? Peep the mark. Remember that. But above all, there's obviously one game that ranks most triumphant above the rest of them. A game that took a stunning and brave direction to put one name on the cover and force you to play as someone else for a large portion of the rest of the game. The finesse.
Miles is also Spider-Man as well.
He's Spider-Man 2, racist.
Exactly.
Excuse me? They even call him Spider-Man, and they put a little black
And he's not
red,
just black
little
Spider-Man,
head
he's
emoji
literally
thing when he
Spider-Man.
talks. So you know.
Hours on end with nonsense narrative that keeps you desperately away from action as much as humanly possible, and that game is Alan Wake 2. The supernatural hippo Fat Albert Think Thoughts brought us a story we never even knew could happen in a video game. Next, Games for Impact. I haven't played any of these, so I'm gonna place my vote on...
Yeah, who would?
Hardcore 6. I think their alternative idea to erase the carbon footprint of billions of people through global annihilation was the type of impactful and brave thinking this industry needs. Then there's Best Audio Effects, which I mean is Gollum. Easy. Before Gollum,
Exactly.
nobody thought to just
I'm
not
going
include
insane.
any sound
I
effects
need
at
an
all.
hour essay video to cope.
Speaking of which, most
it.
anticipated upcoming game. Who doesn't love a good old-fashioned participation trophy? With that being said, Infinite Wealth. The mini-games look surprisingly packed with ample amounts of content while teaching important lessons on business and finance. It's the first STEM game we've seen from AAA gaming. If Jack the Bitcher was still here, God, he would have loved this game. Which leads us to Best Indie Game. I'm glad Pizza Tower didn't make the cut. Don't even think about bitching to me in the comments. Remember,
Never laughed at, but may like the videos that might be
which is why we will also be giving this award to
He doesn't seem like a bad fella. Probably does alright videos.
I didn't even see.
But it's like everything he does videos on is like games I've already played. Like there's not much for me to learn or grasp
Dave the
from a
Diver,
video like that.
Fat gay one, of course. Dredge, Sea of Stars is the only one here. I think I heard of this and then never played it. Viewfinder, I think yeah. So these two are the only two I think. I saw this on Steam's homepage, and these two are the only two I actually fucking, like, have seen anywhere before. Never heard of this. Never heard of this. Fat gay shit. This is like a puzzle thing, and this is probably, you know, pretentious slopperino.
CSR's
Even though a
after
lot
they
of people
patched
say it's really good.
completionist.
I don't trust anybody. I don't fucking care.
This would have been, I guess,
Alan Wake,
2024.
the character, not
That's
the
when he
game.
launched
He's
this.
an indie writer who knows how to tear down perceived perceptions and replace them with homonyms. Raw talent from the indie scene. Speaking of no gameplay, though, time for best adaptation. I am shocked and appalled that 2% Witcher, 98% triumphant broads yapping didn't even get a nomination.
I honestly forgot that they're even fucking hell. I guess I do remember there being Gran Turismo. Was it a movie or a show? I don't even fucking know. And yeah, this I heard that had like didn't have like gay sex or something with his sweet tooth rape a guy or something. I seem to there was so many.
Why does it always go
absurd I
back to
heard
gay
about it.
sex
I'm
with
like,
this
oh,
guy?
God, no, I don't even stay away. I just couldn't bear to watch Super Mario movie because I already knew it would be basically everything I heard it was, and I'm like, that's not what I want. Actually, to be fair, I didn't want a Mario movie, period. But you know.
But in the lapse of them not being here, the second best is obviously Super Mario Brothers. Many people will say The Last of Us. You're not tricking me, pal. That movie already came out in 2013, you silly Billy. Besides, you try turning this.
You sure you don't want to watch the TV show version?
You know, it's not like Super Mario Brothers did that either, but it's a very colorful movie, and we like pretty colors. Now, do we have any Amazon Games employees here in the crowd tonight? Tremendous! 180 of you, fuck off, you're fired. Now for the next category, action and adventure. Now when you think of action, what do you think of? Now, I'll answer it for you. Walking. For 90% of the game's runtime, and who does action
Yeah,
better
not
than-
suspicious at all.
Check this out.
At all that this got nominated for so many categories. Not weird. Not weird. Gee,
sorry,
would you-
Chuddy,
is
it's
it
a
just-
genuinely
it's just
good
that
game.
Good, guys. It's because it's just that good. It's just that good. It has nothing to do with anything else. And nothing. No.
Walking, yeah? And now it is time for the big Game of the Year award. Let's talk nominees. First, you have the 2005 Game of the Year coming back. Double dipping, going for that second Game of the Year.
He's really playing this. Everyone gets on me. Everyone gets on me. At least I don't put the shit in my videos anymore.
Double dipping, going.
I mean, I remember when that was fucking making the rounds. This guy is definitely on 4chan.
Booba?
Yeah, absolutely.
Me? I don't think I could have that on the big screen.
It could maybe be from Twitter, but I'll tell you where I saw this. It wasn't, not that I even used Twitter, but you get the point. There's only 2 places it was circulating. Reddit probably was not, because Reddit hates anything that appeals to the male gaze. Though the architects may have taken it a little too far this time.
Enjoy a little walking.
Where it's like an
Doesn't everyone?
explosion, like she comes out the
DSP
window
enjoys
and
walking
then
to his
just fucking
mailbox.
kills
It's a nice
Leon
way
in
to
the
stay in
explosion.
shape, I hear.
That did make me laugh. That did. That would actually, if he put that in this video, it'd be funnier than any of the jokes he told, even though I've already seen it.
Game of the Year award. You have Alan Wake 2 that opens up by letting you play as a right Mike waking up after a starry moody of football action.
Cringe, cringe, cringe.
Side effect.
All right, mods. Time out everyone who laughed at any joke that I didn't even smirk at. And good luck. Good luck. That's your homework for right now. Go ahead. Go fast. Go fast. Time out everyone who was laughing. Come on, do it. Anyone who admits they laughed, anyone who does laughing emojis, time them out. They're done. Wasn't funny. He had 3 okay jokes in this one. The problem is, if it's like this, right? You know the saying, throwing your shit at the wall to see what sticks. But really, like, if this is a game of darts, he missed like 30 darts. Oh, 2 of them got like, 1 point. Oh, 2 points. Oh, shit. No, like, Zoomer humor is shit. The editing is spastic. There's no delivery. It's, and it's subversion. I get, like, it's irony and it doesn't matter. But honestly, I think you should do the opposite. Because, like, the whole Zoomer non-committal irony shit, like, post-irony, 3 levels of irony, like, nothing actually matters. No, that's lame and pathetic. If he actually, like, buckled down and was like, yeah, Starfield is the best game, and you have fucking shit taste if you think otherwise, and then double down on the checkmark thing, but no, it was all ironic. That's not funny. That's not funny. I feel like I'm gonna force all of you to listen to the 1 hour video that Natural Hypertrophy does about what's wrong with Zoomers. He's 100% correct on every point he makes.
It's like DSP's stolen valor. As the reason they call him DSP Junior.
Their lives are surrounded by insanity,
state,
and so their only way to cope with it is to take
is causing me to
seriously.
fuck up
I go
truly
the opposite.
in these
Everything is
battles.
serious all the time, except, you know, when it's not, right? The whole point is I'm basically ripping off the Sam Hyde, right? More or less, except I'm way less irony, way more serious. But the point is, I basically just do Sam Hyde's thing, which in my opinion is much funnier than this post-irony bullshit, you know? Like, it reminds me of the iDubbbz documentary where he tried to argue that Sam Hyde was doing this post-meta irony garbage. That's not what's happening. You just are too autistic to read between the lines. You can't prove that he's like some kind of alt-right, you know, whatever, psycho anything, but he's talked about his real beliefs multiple times before. He's obviously right-wing on something, whatever. I don't even know why I'm going into this. My point is, I agree with Fleekazoid on pretty much everything that, you know, maybe I have minor disagreements on certain things.
Your main contention with him is that he's too safe.
I think his opinions are perfectly fine. I wouldn't necessarily call him based, because I don't think he said anything nearly absurd as I have said many times. But he's not funny. I'm gonna keep saying it. I know humor's subjective, but he's not funny. I'm just gonna say it. I don't know why you guys keep making me watch this shit. It's not, I'm not forcing, like, not laughing. I just don't think it's funny. Like, I don't like Super Huber. Give him a like. I'll give him a like. Good job, bro.
Time for celebratory
Good job, says the Zoomer. I bet you're younger than me, fun guy. I guarantee it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's only
super serial
15
humor,
hours
don't wanna
left,
commit or
bitch.
go
What do
too
you think
far,
about
'cause
that?
Exactly. I'm a filthy
Jesus.
Zoomer. I know, Griffin, I know. It's okay. Listen, we can't choose when we were born, but what we can choose... No, you can't really choose your taste either. I'm lying. Listen. I'm not even that old, dude. I'm borderline. I'm 100% borderline. That's why people keep calling me a Zoomer. Because 28, like 1995, is basically right on the border between millennial and Zoomer. And so they pretentiously sometimes call it Z-lennial. And it basically just means I don't really relate to either one, because millennials are low-T cucks, and then Zoomers are like soulless golems. And it's like, which one do I side with? Neither one.
Not that
because they're
golem.
both bad. And it's not like I'm like, oh, I was born in the wrong generation. Yeah, if we're talking like 5 generations ago, maybe. I don't relate to Gen X or baby boomers either. So I'm just saying, you know, it's all good fun, really. Synth is handling this well. Like I handle all things. What about Gen X, though? Listen, my parents were Gen X, and I have issues with my parents, as I've gone into, so... Don't expect me to defend them. And Kyler, thanks for $5. That was like a video a coworker or friend would force you to watch while they held their phone to your face and get mad when you don't laugh. We've all had that moment. I've shown people things they didn't laugh at before, so I'm not gonna pretend. You know, it happens to everybody.
Have we all had that moment?
FBI, thanks for $2. What were the 3 funny jokes? I don't remember. I already forgot. That's the problem. When you throw 30 jokes, I've already forgotten the video. It's already out of my mind. Why do you think I don't really treat YouTube content all that seriously? Because it is disposable.
Knock, welcome to the 3 years of swollen __ dude dingus. Swolliversary dingadon dong extravaganza. It's now 6 in the morning. We're doing GameCube net play earlier with the fellas. I'm waiting for them to wake back up, and for me to hopefully stay awake for the remaining 14 hours and 15 minutes I still have to endure.
It was so disposable, it's already out of my head. And the problem is, he puts a lot of work into his editing, obviously.
We're not even halfway through.
That's something you could say with confidence. But it's too much. It's an overload. I feel like one of these days he needs to just add Subway Surfers
burning the
to
6:50 a.m. oil
maybe
with the
just slowly
Splatoon,
add more and more
new event.
screens. Have like 8 screens going at the same time, and then that'll be the Gen Alpha, you know, sensory videos. Okay, there we go. Now chat can enjoy. You know, our setup was too boring, so I added Subway Surfers. You can't complain anymore.
There was some Spyro music sneak in towards the end of the video there. Okay, I gotta go to the washroom and then maybe refill again. I gotta get some coffee too at some point. Dude, I was doing great. And then it's like around maybe 3 a.m. It starts hitting you. A big wrecking ball tied to a chain, smacking you upside the head. I just can't. I'll try. I'll really try. I don't want to do a sleep segment. I don't want to do sleep. I promised I would. I didn't guarantee it, but I promised I would do my best to not have to do a sleeping segment. That is the goal. We can't do a sleeping segment. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. Get a big tall cup of joe, and we'll still be awake and alive when everybody else wakes up later, and it'll be all super cool. Everyone's gonna have fun, and it'll be all worthwhile. But I need to head to the washroom. Yeah, let's continue with the clips. iDubbbz and Anissa react to TikTok brain rot, bro. Oh, that's so topical. Whoa, that's what's going on with my head right now. Yeah, sorry, Knock. You're here for the lowest energy dingus possible. Okay.
Small penis
quick
comments
BRB.
have always really gotten me.
Yeah.
Like bothered me.
Is it because his penis is small? Is that why? Out of every show that they've done, this may have been the worst one because they've come up with a new idea for content. They have decided that they're going to react to TikToks.
What?
You heard that right.
To TikToks?
They are going to react to TikToks. This is ultimate brain rot, the ultimate fucking slop.
I would store it deep in my throat.
I would store it in my asshole.
What?
What an opening.
Whoa, buddy. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
I would store it deep in my throat.
I would store it in my asshole.
So, I don't know really what they meant by that. I've honestly forgotten, but I thought that that was important to include. So now we're going to give you guys a brief sample of them reacting to TikToks. This is the ultimate non-tent, the ultimate slop.
Okay. All right, here we go.
You know it doesn't me, sure to me. No, really, no, with you, man.
I loved that.
What commentary?
Hey.
No, the commentary.
Oh,
the
buddy.
commentary.
Dane's like, I love that.
Do you?
It's so bad.
What has the world become, dude?
Awesome.
I wish I could.
That was it? I love that.
Okay.
Awesome.
Now listen to this. This is so anti-Semitic what Anissa is about to say.
Right?
Spit on this guy.
She wants to spit on Benjamin Netanyahu?
Gabe.
What?
Gabe.
Anissa what? Anissa's whoa.
Long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza.
Osama bin Laden was playing Animal Crossing and watching Naruto. They're so put together and so
I'm just
like
this ad, it's insane, isn't it? Like,
It's-
what's going on?
My brain's
like,
actually
what is
like.
going on?
I think I'm short.
man?
I'm blue screening here.
for me, women like this have always like really intimidated me, and they are always really nice women.
Okay,
Like,
pause. Okay.
What's
so
happening?
okay.
I gotta take a Tylenol. Holy f. Go ahead.
All right. So Anissa was watching a TikTok of the movie Wicked.
Yeah, with the green bitch, the black,
Ariana Grande and the black lady.
the black woman.
and
Yeah.
black woman. and it's that interview segment. You might have seen it where it's like it's such an important moment or whatever.
Yeah. It was
Anissa is saying that she's intimidated by those women because they're beautiful and well put together, and so it's like it's on them to make her be more comfortable by being uglier. Is basically Anissa's take.
Oh. Yo, do you watch Wicked?
No.
You don't plan on watching Wicked?
No.
We're not gonna get the PPP review.
You know, I want you to understand something about Wicked.
Go.
Okay? The Broadway musical of Wicked is like 2.5 hours long. Okay. Wicked itself is 3 hours long. The movie, and it's part 1. So they took the play. Yes. It's not even the full story.
Okay, I promise I'm awake. I didn't fall asleep.
The first act, the first half of Wicked, and they doubled it in length and made it 3 hours long. And they made it about Trump. And they made it about how Trump is like persecuting illegal immigrants.
Oh my God.
It's un-fucking real
Is it
bullshit.
doing
And
good?
the
It's doing
songs are
good?
terrible. Oh yeah, it's just making unlimited money. Yeah, so
Yeah, I think Anissa's talked about how people have compared her to
Oz
Yoko
is
Ono
Trump,
before.
The Wizard is Trump. One of the main
think she welcomes
characters
the
is in like a
comparisons.
wheelchair and it's a black woman, and then there's like the
Or the wellness check
dwarfs, and
for y'all
it's-
try.
It's
I finished my
beyond.
boost, and then I got both of my boosts because I had 2, and then I got another glass of water. The sun is just about up, so within the hour I can justify the first of probably many cups of coffee. Holy shit, a 10 times battle. I will lose this for my team post haste. I'm sorry.
No, I swear I didn't.
Yeah, you know an awful lot about this.
I had no idea.
You know an awful lot about this movie.
Ariana Grande's vocals were shit.
Being
They'll
Valkyrie
never
and
live up to the Broadway. Never.
meeting like Pokimane and stuff, like they're so pretty.
Competitive sweetness.
But they're so like pretty and perfect, and they look like they like smell like fucking butterflies and are so soft. And when they're nice,
What is wrong with her?
She's
Like,
saying
this is
she does look like she
Everything?
smells
This
like
is-
trailer trash.
Oh, but this is like some weird like objectification of women shit in her mind. Like she sounds like some filthy incel gooner in a fucking basement somewhere. Like, all these women are, so they must always just be pretty and perfect and smell good all the time. No, they're flesh and blood human beings like everybody else, Anissa. You're just upset because you don't measure up to them. So you have to like try and make them some sort of mythical entity in your mind because you're insecure. It's very insane. Very insane.
Ariana Grande looks brutal now, doesn't she? Like Ariana Grande looks like she's like
She got a lot of work done.
anorexic and her face is yeah.
nice to you, it's like it's scary because it's like, why are you being nice to me? I'm disgusting. I smell like a human. And so there's something like, I think, just innately condescending when you're that like
Put together
and
Interesting.
pretty, and so, and it is, it's kind of sad.
Like,
because,
that's insane. That's a you problem. That's not a them problem. That's
Yeah.
your mental illness. It's inherently condescending because they look good. What's wrong with you? Like, it's just full on mental illness, like self-report. Like, whoa.
like I do think people do judge people that are that put together and do want to. I think
It's
there's
the ugly coat.
What do you think Anissa's couch smells like when they finish the podcast?
I don't want to think about these things.
Why even bring that up?
a threshold, right?
Why is that
Like,
something you're
pretty
thinking about? Why is that something you're
privileged
making me think about?
until you get to a point where you're like pretty and successful, and you're like so pretty that like people start judging you for, they just assume that you're going to be a bitch. basically. And
Well,
I'm
I
sure
think you
it's the
shouldn't
same
be
with
allowed
men.
to do that if you're really pretty, though. You shouldn't be allowed to do what they do.
Yeah.
Oh my
Be allowed
god,
to like
help
give
me.
people compliments.
This is
or,
the worst
No,
shit
no,
ever.
I don't think so. Because
I feel like I'm in the movie The Cube.
turns out it's like, yeah, you have pretty privilege, so your drawback is that you're not allowed to give people compliments. You're just gonna get insulted. So you
Yeah, a lot of people listening probably have never been in the Canadian wilderness, but it is.
You know, Anissa,
hard.
stop. Like, Anissa, every time it's the Canada thing. Well, you know, we actually
You guys know I'm
have been in the
Canadian? I'm Canadian. I'm
wilderness.
Canadian.
Okay?
Don't you guys know I'm Canadian?
So what,
By the way,
what
I'm
were you gonna
Canadian.
tell us about the Canadian wilderness? That nobody
that was
could
all me.
possibly understand if only they were in the... Go ahead, Anissa.
See the sleep in your
I don't want
gameplay, can
anyone I
ya?
know to go missing.
Maybe I can be
but
proactive once I get the
kinda
copy
want
in me.
someone to go missing.
Okay, wait.
Bro, I had to do it as a 10 times battle.
Bring it back.
No, hold up. You're telling me I play sleepy when I'm sleepy, but I still won the 10 times battle for all the marbles. So you're telling me we basically won with 3 teammates, because I may as well have been out of commission. Think about it.
Ian basically just said that he wants Anissa missing in the woods, Papa JF style. But Anissa says, unless you've been in the Canadian wilderness, you
Whoa, it's Ann 1337 guy. I'm really feeling it. It was around like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. After we did double dash with Rebzy and Goki after the Mario Party segment. And I just started feeling it. It hit me like a truck. Right now, the past 2 years that we did the anniversary streams, I would be doing the sleeping segment right now. But I promised I would not have a sleeping segment, though I could not guarantee it. So right now I would be doing the sleeping segment. You're not doing a sleeping segment when you're playing Splatoon, as I wait for everybody from the net play party to wake back up and do their own thing. But I am feeling it. I'm playing terribly, but it ain't nothing but something to do to burn midnight oil. It's only been 10 hours. Why does he figure like it's at hour 19? I'll be honest, Goon. I did not get the rest I needed prior to starting the stream. I spent way too much time ogling at the overlays and getting everything together, even though the overlays are garbage and it's just the same fucking 50 autistic memes cluttering the screen as always. As you can see, I'm very... Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it. I'm playing tired, but that makes it better when I win. And it's also a good crutch excuse for when I lose. It's like, well, I'm fucking tired. I'm gonna go to sleep, idiot. Don't like doing 24 hours starting at night because you feel it at 3 or 5 in the morning, yeah. But I didn't want to run into anime night, and I couldn't have done it any earlier because I had work. And then, like, I could have did it like, okay, clock out, then start stream. But then I had to eat. You want to eat, like, I eat like a big meal before you start the stream. So I wanted to do that and also get cleaned up and whatnot. It would not have been a better idea to just go straight into starting the stream at like as soon as like from the very moment that I could. Want me to pop in on Keep You Company? No, you don't have to. I can always start anime night on Sunday. It's not too big. No, don't do that. Don't push it back because of me. I would feel bad. Now, I put this on myself, so I deserve it. Obviously. Just got out of the shower. Big ups on getting out of the shower. I'm not messing around for hours and hit start streaming, and I hit start streaming. I gotta go 24 hours. But is it really messing around to say that you're putting the stream together, testing the games, getting I didn't have a 4-3 overlay. Well, I had the 4-3 overlay, but it was for a different game, so I had to like put that together and stuff. And I don't know, I'm just coping. You're right. I should have just I should have just clocked out, took a shower. Well, I mean, I did take a shower. No, I should have not. The thing is, we were in the call watching the marathon, and we pushed that to like 9, and then we just started the marathon, or we started the 24-hour stream around like 9 or something. And I had said before that my goal start time was between 6 to 9 Central, 7 to 10 Eastern. But because the marathon was funny with how he was complaining about Factorio and the stuff he was eating and begging, we were like paying attention to that. So that's the real reason, other than like abject laziness. I schedule and test beforehand, like before bed, so when I wake up it's just going. But didn't you say why schedule things? What's the point of scheduling things? You should just do it. Remember with GPM, you were like, "What? Wow, dingus! So you gotta schedule something? Why can't you just do it? Or you gotta schedule the 24-hour stream, Goon? You can't just do it." Basically, the way I attempt to do 24 hours starting in the afternoon, power through the morning section, because it's always the hardest. Yeah, I just don't have the luxury. Well, this is on a day off, but it did not work out. I suppose I could have pushed it back, but then it wouldn't be an anniversary stream if it wasn't on the anniversary date. You see? It did not work out this particular year to have it fall on a day in which I am not needed to clock in. Well, I mean, I don't gotta clock in today, but I meant for like yesterday for starting it. Today I'm fine. Tomorrow I'll be fine too. Like I like to say, oh yeah, I'll be fine. As I sound like this. It's only getting worse the more I talk about it. I feel like I wasn't even this bad like 20 minutes ago. Big overlays on stream and do an eating segment. I did as an experiment in year 1. This is a year 1 memory. Maybe Jesse remembers. As an experiment, I did an overlay, make the overlays on stream segment. It was terrible. We've not replicated that since. Rate my sleepy out of 10. The more you guys are making me talk, it's going from an 8 down to a 7. Like, if 10 is max sleepy and 1 is not sleepy, it's like an 8 dropping to a 7 the more you guys talk to me, which probably will help as more people wake up and we get people back in here to play games. I got this water. Let me sip on the water. I think you mean schedule like DSP shit, or he needs it on a certain day so people know in advance, not schedule like, here's 12 games I plan to play for this 24 hours and I add them to OBS and tests. Well, that's fair. Those are two different kinds of scheduling. I mean, in terms of like telling people what I'm gonna do, I do that. Not like 12 days in advance or something, not like a whole month in advance, but I do schedule things on a Twitch schedule thing that nobody looks at. And I tell people, hey, tomorrow I'm gonna do this. And the day after, hopefully I can do this. So I do that. I'm not immune to that. I am guilty of that. That's not a sin. What GameCube game were we playing last night since you missed it? Mario Party 7 for Bean, because Bean asked for it. And then Saru and Danny were playing. Then we did a few muck around games like WarioWare, and then we did Mario Kart Double Dash with Rebsy and Goki. And then just for shits, I looked at Sonic the Fighters on Sonic Gems Collection, because it's been forever since I last played that. And I am way more attuned to playing that on a GameCube controller. than a Switch Pro controller. And I think the same could be said of Mario Kart Double Dash. Oh, and I played Pac-Man World Rally, the Pac-Man racing game. Yeah, for some more throwback memories. Thank you, Flippy, for checking the schedule. That's my goal. That's what I do. That's the gaslight. I say, oh, you guys don't do this, just so I can trick someone into saying, oh, but I do this. And then I know that it's worthwhile to continue doing that thing, because at least one person relies on it. I can't stop updating the schedule. How will Flippy know what I'm playing?
You wouldn't know that it's hard to navigate. I'm pretty sure it's really hard to navigate just about any wilderness.
Yeah, any
That's
wilderness.
That's why it's called the wilderness. Unless you've been in the Canadian
Oh, you mean
wilderness
Sonic
firsthand,
Battle?
you wouldn't
Nah.
know that it's hard to navigate.
I like Sonic the Fighters. It has Fang. It's one of
But it is
like 5 games that
hard
Fang is
to
in.
navigate.
I don't want anyone I know to go missing.
Yeah.
But I kind of want someone I know to go missing.
What?
All boobs are beautiful.
Dylan, you see Anissa's face
What
there?
the f-
Did you
what's
see
wrong
her
with
face
him?
when he said that shit? Can we bring it back?
You know, like, I would never say this, but I would really like if one of you guys just went missing for some reason, out of the blue. Like, no reason. I just want one of you guys to just go missing and just never be found.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Come on. Help! Oh my god.
Oh my god, bro. Zoom in. Just like, what? What? You mean me? She knows. She knows about Ian's scheme.
All boobs are beautiful.
Says you.
Hello?
I used to moderate a decent-sized gaming/lifestyle
Oh my
forum
God, here
that
we
had
go.
a fairly active base, which was very left-leaning by most accounts. We had a very large
You don't say.
LGBT community population, far beyond typical
Okay, so
population.
you don't say. So this guy was a Janny for some forum that was very left-leaning and had a lot of LGBT people. Wow, I wonder why he's a fan of the iDubbbz and Anissa podcast. We have a letter from the Janny.
And like 30% identified as trans per our census. Most users probably have identified very far left to center left, socially, economically, etc. Something I remember we tried to clamp down on was ableism when insulting right-wingers.
Oh my god.
Genitalia or body weight or proportions, it seemed like it was considered fair game by many to make fun of appearances or abilities of right-wingers/extremists. The thing is, you can't tell whether someone is right or left-leaning based on appearance or ability, and that means many people were catching strays from the
Kinda
insults.
can. You kinda can. If they look like iDubbbz and Anissa, you can safely assume they're on the left. You know, if you meet somebody that looks like Anissa, maybe left.
When we tried to ban this behavior, we did get some pushback, but ultimately we held the line. Still, it's disappointing to see people resort to these kinds of insults when it is just plainly cruel, and there are many other ways to criticize or condemn these awful people without collateral damage.
The small penis comments have always really gotten me.
Yeah.
Like, bothered me.
Is it because his penis is small? Is that why?
What a sentence, lady.
Is that why, Anissa? Wait, what?
I feel like,
I like that.
both Best Buy and McDonald's have very attractive cashiers.
What?
Oh my
What?
Why are you're finding other men attractive? And he said also, like, what
Why
are
are
you
your
talking
standards
about?
so
There are
low?
some very attractive Best Buy cashiers and just Best Buy workers for sure.
Why specifically? Okay, well, she said
Look at
workers
Ian,
in general. Like, why
Ian,
specifically the
look at him, like,
cashiers?
so rattled by the shit his wife says.
Just punch him in the face. Like, spit on him.
True.
Especially
I think that's true.
Yeah.
He agrees?
You dirty simp snake trader. He just puts the knife in Ian's back at every opportunity, bro.
Buddy.
Ian's now being mogged by Best Buy and like she's now wishing to be with a man from Best Buy rather than Ian. Maybe the Best Buy employee makes more money at this point, judging by how the viewership of this podcast is going and the lack of uploads.
It's just quite
on his
bizarre,
Maybe she's like,
Parma.
well, at least the Best Buy employee has a steady income that's reliable. My God, it's tough.
Like, you think about, like, I don't know, they always seem like clean cut and like.
All right,
they're-
Oh my god.
Best Buy employees look like Dane, okay? Like, that's what they look like. He's
Turn
been
this into a
cucked by
game.
Geek Squad.
Yeah, then we have this other comment that's ripping on Anissa. Find someone who's successful with money. Really? That's your dating advice? Like, I get it. I get there's some context to this, but it's still so friggin' dumb.
My income was as healthy as your income when we met.
No,
so
no, it wasn't.
That's a lie.
No, it wasn't. It's a lie.
Come on.
Telling me her income was at the level of a multi-million subscriber YouTube channel that was at its absolute peak and zenith.
What
It
year
was
that?
not.
What year was that?
It was like 2018.
But he was making like probably 200K a month. Like for real. That's like lowballing. I'm lowballing 200K a
They're in
month.
for some trouble. Now, what are you talking about? These two couldn't be more in love.
Hard, I think.
I've dated.
Don't you hear they
I
got
don't
Creator
discriminate.
Clash
I've dated
3 coming out?
guys in
Well,
every-
maybe from whoring on the side.
almost said
That is
two.
true.
This is such bullshit what she's spewing right now. It's absolutely insane.
Let's see.
The income bracket. I've dated guys that made more money than him. And
When?
That was rude.
But listen, talk about all the men you've dated. Like, look in his eyes. Look at the sadness.
Yeah, it's coming back. They got the lineup posted.
Oh man, he looks like a sad puppy dog.
Oh, dude.
dated guys who made zero money, and the only thing that I've learned negative money, yeah, like as in draining me. And like the thing that I learned is that
I bet you drain them with your fucking mouth, bitch.
So she's talking about all these chads that she that didn't even need to have money. They didn't have to pay, but Ian has to pay. Ian has to pay to play. Whereas other men, Anissa was willing to pay them flour, but she just got with Ian for that bag because he paid her. Look at him here. Oh, look at him here. Look at him here. Yeah, guys love nothing more than their girl explaining their previous body count. They love it. He looks like he's having a grand old time here.
I don't think we won that
I
one.
just don't want somebody who drains me. Like I
want someone who drains me.
What, I mean, you have it.
Well,
Not quite in the way that you intended.
No, yeah, because he means his, but she doesn't drain his.
Holy
semen.
shit, really?
No, she just drains his soul.
By 0.8%.
Trump is the president. Trump is the president. Donald Trump is amazing. Donald Trump is incredible.
I think his mind has been completely broken by Trump.
Yeah.
Like, is that his fawning behavior again? This is his fawning appeasement of Trump. He's hoping if he does that humiliation ritual, he won't get felted by Trump, but it's too late, buddy. It's too late. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for the hearts.
Yeah, we take all victories, even if they don't necessarily make sense.
It was one of the few times that like Ian took me seriously back then because
back then Ian was based. Look at us. It was one of the few times that he took you seriously. Yeah, back when he was fucking based, he didn't take you seriously at all. But now he's like, come on, man.
Because back at the beginning of our relationship, like Ian had a tendency to just like kind of minimize my like concerns.
Which was the right approach.
When he was actually a base dude.
Yeah, a quick little iDubbbz and Anissa clip there. This one is... JF Garepi tries Mama JF's cooking. Oh, they were looking at some classic JF stuff in the... I think they had a nostalgia... Oh my god, 10 times battle. They were having a nostalgia moment about Mama JF and the fact that she'll never get true, proper justice.
We're all together with 4 faces with 1 cow, 1 human, 1 bird, and 1 other thing, and they were all together.
Look at JF.
Planning the murder right now.
If only you knew how bad things really were. Last time we were here, JF, we were theorizing, had fled the country of Canada. The police are still investigating him over the Mama JF fiasco. What we
you're
all
in
refer
for a
to
rabbit
as
hole,
the
Parma.
obvious murder of Mama JF by the traitorous.
So, if we can go back. This guy on the right is Andy Worski's former co-host from the Internet Blood Sports days. Andy's one of Andy Worski's earliest shows, Worski Live. He would later go on to do like white identitarian stuff. He's from Quebec. And he... I don't know how to say this. He pretty much pursued a regarded potato lady, like a lady who's literally mentally deficient. He pursued her. We call her Mama JF. And he had a child with her. And a few years into the relationship, things were going south. And long story short, he took her to the woods upon her request, allegedly. And he dropped her off in the woods. She was never seen again. And to this day, nobody knows where she is, and he seems to imply that she is dead and will never be found. Yeah, and his behavior since then has been very odd, very bizarre. Everyone speculates that he murdered her, and he's had trouble in the past. This is his, like, I guess it's his kink, is like putting babies in regarded potato ladies, because she is not the first one. He had a prior case with a woman who he separated from her family and friends that lived in Texas. He had to go down to Texas to fight this in the courts. But they sided with the parents because she was so... This other woman that I speak of from Texas was so utterly mentally regarded. The courts ruled that she did not have the agency to make decisions for herself. We're talking 62 IQ. And he was putting babies in her. And the courts sided with the family over him. He was felted. I think it was... Like, they weren't married. She was his fiancée at the time. So he technically had no right to say, you know, what she could and could not do. So they ruled with the parents, obviously, because they weren't married yet. And then that lady was protected. But then he moved on and found a new potato girl. Then he put a baby in her, and then he had the baby. And things were going well. Then they weren't going well. And then she disappeared. And he tells everyone that she wanted to go live out in the woods. And don't go out and find me. You'll never find me. And he theorizes, this is his schizo theory. He theorizes that she went undercover as James Bond, a James Bond style situation. And she's just so good at hiding that we'll just never find her again, even though she has 62 IQ. Oh yeah, her family is concerned. I don't think they will get justice. But yeah, that's her on the left, potato lady.
Look at JF.
Planning the murder right now.
If only you knew how bad things really were. Last time we were here, JF, we were theorizing, had fled the country of Canada. The police are still investigating him over the...
Bit of an older clip. This was before one of the recent restreams I did, in which they had a very lengthy JF segment in which he discussed what he did in regard, like he did the whole story time of him running away to Alberta, which I believe he currently is in. But he fled Prince Edward Island from the police there, who he insinuates had like a conspiracy out against him for his politics, when in reality it's just because you may have had something to do with your wife's disappearance. Talked about being in Quebec and how getting to Alberta. Oh, hey, he talked about trying to go into the US, but was unable to because he didn't have the right red Biden papers, the red Biden card, and Worski PPP didn't know what the fuck he was talking about because they're also Canadian, and they went to the US since Biden got elected, and they were not asked to present a red Biden card. So they didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when he said that. I thought that was particularly curious why they would ask him for supplementary identification. It obviously would indicate he's either lying or they're on the lookout for him and they don't want him to leave the country. So they're asking him to present more documentation that he doesn't have on him. Thank you, Serenix and Estro, for the Dingus memory. Remember when we helped Dingus bury that body? I don't know what you're talking about. Help Dingus bury that body. I will not be informing you on where we hit the body. I will not be informing you or the suspiciously box-shaped thing under your shirt.
Mama JF fiasco, what we all refer to as the obvious murder of Mama JF by the traitorous, treacherous snake JF Garapi. But, you know, they still don't have enough hard evidence to nail JF, so they've been interrogating him for multiple hours at his house. They find it suspicious that he immediately got a new woman to move in with him and wants to immediately
he's got a new
impregnate her,
bitch.
which it's like,
yes, how could I have forgotten?
You know, the mother of your kids just died in the woods, allegedly, and now you have a new woman that you want to get pregnant inside like less than a year from that point. It seems like you weren't too upset.
No, but
about
he
the whole
told
thing,
us that
right?
she told
Well, it seems as
him
though JF, he
that
says
she
he's
wanted
left
him to
Quebec.
move on.
He's never coming back.
How
to Quebec.
convenient.
And nobody's seen him. He hasn't streamed for a month. But we do have an update. We have some new tweets from JF, and we also have an announcement on the return of JF. And so when JF returns, we may get more clues, or we may just get an outright statement of where the hell he's gone and like what the hell has been happening.
He won't say it. Are you crazy?
Well, he's kind of
Thank you
says
for the
he is
bananas.
here.
Okay.
So here he goes.
Thank you guys
JF
are starting to
is out on the 8th of December.
get me a little more,
he says,
little
"LOL,
more
you
woken
are a
up.
rat. The trauma from being attacked by the Canadian deep state did lead to me become more wise. When I restart the show, it will be a slightly different Jean-Francois."
Whoa.
So, JF, like,
he mean by
the
that?
trauma from being attacked by the Canadian deep state.
Thank you
like
for the
deep
Xander.
state is, we gotta silence JF and his hot takes about the children.
That's not
how
why.
it's evolutionarily advantageous for him to fuck off on children. He said that. You know he said that, eh? And every fucking time I get a dono chat from fucking Legato trying to get me to say it.
That's
and it's
wild.
like,
Legato. What the
it's
fuck?
the craziest fucking shit. Like, yeah, the government is really scared of JF's takes.
No.
That JF's going to lead the spiritual movements in
Or
China.
everyone.
It's not at all that he clearly had a part to play in the disappearance
it's
of Mama
finally light
JF.
out.
Like, JF's people actually buy into this insane shit about the deep state. Now, here comes John Drake. He goes, "Good. Not mentioning anything about your location or family ever again would be a great place to start." And JF goes, "You think I chose this? You think I chose the police publicizing Mama JF's disappearance?" And it's like, if JF had his way, nobody in the world would know about his victimization of fucking Mama JF.
Whoa,
He would
that's
sweep
dark.
it all up under the fucking rug. It's like, listen, wouldn't you want them to publicize her disappearance so she would be found? JF, the mother of your fucking children? Mama JF, the potato, the love of your life? You don't care that she's just not been found? It's been like 18 months.
Wait,
she's still not found.
I thought he said she never disappeared. She left through her own volition. Remember? But now
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah,
well,
she
did
wanted to disappear.
Huh? What the?
No, Hoaxbuster goes, "You were set up from the onset, JF.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
These deep state actors who came after you also likely orchestrated the disappearance of Mama JF. Malign forces have
No, that was the
aligned
match
against
before this
you
one.
because you're the most potent intellect
Those
in the
are
West.
so helpful to my
but
team,
you
though, so thank
prevailed
you.
for now. Alert. Is it a troll alert or is it a alert? It's all true. The deep state forces, George Soros, Bill Gates, all of the bureaucrats and government officials, they came together to create a conspiracy.
I don't believe
where
that.
they would make Mama JF disappear to pin it on you, JF. I'm sure.
Shit.
Okay. So now we're gonna
I
have,
have to
a look
open
at.
it 1 second, okay?
We're gonna do a blast from the past, just because it is Christmas time. We like to visit these every single Christmas because they're just such a beautiful Christmas tradition. Mama JF's cooking. For those of you who aren't aware, Mama JF every Christmas.
Only slightly
JF
more
would
edible
force
than
his
Cat's
potato
cooking.
bride to cook him a sumptuous Christmas feast. There.
I need some water for this.
And it would just be fucking brutal.
I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick after this, guys. I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna actually be.
Yeah, we're doing the Century
We're doing
Egg
the
one. So
Century
this
Egg.
is,
I'm gonna be sick, guys,
This
for
is
real.
the Mama JF
Get ready.
cooking from 2022.
All right, here we go. Well, we're gonna. Remember when he changed this intro?
This is the JF intro, the JF Cheat Tonight intro.
It's like
It's
SNL.
so terrible. Yeah, he thinks it's like Saturday Night Live.
All right. So,
Oh, man.
I didn't even know he changed the intro.
All right, here we go.
I must have memory hold the intro
Lobster is
change.
inserted in the whole thing. Pops out of the ribeye.
Must have paid a lot on ice stock for
Bitcoin
that.
miners feast or whatever the Oh no, the lobster's inserted into the steak. He makes this fucking horrid monstrosity.
Yeah.
Do not insert the lobster, sir. Sir, do not redeem the lobster in the
Okay,
steak.
so
Alright,
so
alright, here
it's
she
the
is.
ribeye.
This is fucking Mama JF making the ribeye. And he has this like weird
Say, look
fucking
here.
lo-fi
It's a
beat
nice
over
looking
it.
ribeye.
Here it's like cinema beats. Okay, so they make the ribeye. Let's skim through. Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's really like I'm listening to lo-fi.
Here she is.
Preparation and cooking. Mama JF, are you around?
And she's just immediately returned. Mama JF, are you around? Can you tell us how you made this succulent meal, Mama JF?
It's wild how she isn't alive anymore.
Yes, the steak's all right because she hasn't touched it
JF
yet.
was still alive. It was a golden age. Yeah, JF does look stressed there, man. JF looks like he's fucking pissed. Maybe this was the moment JF first, the seed was planted in his mind to mash the potato.
For me, do you need some time? Should we extend or should we start bringing in the
Here we go.
the appetizer plate? Mama JF, what's up?
Hello, hey. Hello.
Are you?
JF just closes. He's like, fuck. This is the potato wife Dorito made like shit. He hates it. It's man. Like, he just has an absolute disdain for it. Just puts her through all these humiliation rituals. He's just a sick man.
This makes it so much sadder, bro. Hello, hey. Hello.
Doing?
Good.
So you've prepared some sauerkraut.
Yes, what do you want me to bring?
Would you like to bring the appetizer plate soon?
Okay. Do you want me to sit there? Or
Oh, you can come and sit on the show if you'd like you've been doing in the last few years. But you'll need a chair.
Oh. You fucking been coming in every day uninvited. I might as well today too. He hates her. She.
I don't know why
use
he
this as
ever did
evidence.
this.
I can't imagine why you would want to get rid of her.
You know, it really should.
Yeah, like holy.
okay. And you want the appetizer?
Let's bring in the appetizer plate.
right, here we
and
go.
No
I
casino
will
oil
send
worker.
right-
It's clear that she actually is right. Because the question is always, is she retarded or just French? Well, she's both. She's
Look at the
both.
picture.
Well, what the f is oh,
the sauerkraut.
sauerkraut, bro. Like,
Look at
oh
her
my
go.
God, man. There's so much of it. Like, why do you need this like fucking jar after jar?
Bro, they brought out the menudo pot. That's the fucking pot you use to make menudo on Sundays.
After jar of sauerkraut.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why
Sorry,
not
sorry,
just
Parma.
buy
Yeah,
it?
French Canadian.
Well, you know, it's not that expensive.
Thank you for clarifying,
but
Knock.
I guess this gives.
What is she doing?
10 metric tons.
What are we making?
Pile after pile after pile. Yeah, and she's spilling so much of it. She's like,
What happened to the ribeye?
Fistful cramming it into the opening, man.
Yeah, this is a sauce pot. It's my authentic Italian sauce, dude. What is that?
It's like a fucking like barrel of sauerkraut.
Is that
She
gold
fashioned
sauerkraut?
All right, here we go.
Bro, I would not trust Mama JF with any of this equipment. Like, he's lucky the entire property didn't burn to the fucking ground with
Bro, this looks like the Cooking with K's poverty setup.
him. Like, imagine trusting her to even boil water. Would you?
No.
I fucking wouldn't, buddy.
She's even got the same kind of
Who would you rather
stove.
eat off of? Can Mama JF or Cog's wife? Not off of. Who would you rather eat the meal of? Cog's wife or?
Is she pickling the meat? I hope
Mama
not.
JF, because
Really?
even have better sanitary.
Look,
and hygiene
it's
skills
French
than
Canadian
Indians.
cuisine. This is what they eat up
Let's be
there.
real. Like, it's beyond
Should
just
ask
like
Saru
sheer,
about
like,
this
like
today, later today.
negligence or fucking incompetence like a would do. Indians, when it comes to hygiene,
Yeah, you guys are
when it
going to
comes
regret
to
calling
fucking
that steak nice
cleanliness or
looking.
whatever,
Oh, it looks
they're
like such a nice
absolutely
steak.
malicious.
Yeah.
Do you know that
It
at
looked-
job sites in the
looked-
GTA now,
With past
when you go
tense,
to work at the
looked
construction
like a
site,
nice
it's all
piece of
Indian.
steak.
So you go into the porta potty, there's no toilet paper.
No.
There's no toilet
Wait,
paper.
what?
Do you know what they put in there instead of toilet paper?
No. What?
So they give you a squirt bottle of water, and you're supposed to spray the water on your hands and then wipe your ass with your bare hands.
Stop. That's not true.
I'm not. No, it's true.
What the?
No, it's true.
Why are we talking about this while watching a video we're cooking?
Wait.
No, I'm fucking serious, dude. It's actually true. So, like, good morning, sir. Like, as bad as fucking.
No, is this true? Who's been to India?
Like, it's way worse.
Can you verify?
It's my wife, and she's gonna make us a famous
Fact
curry
check.
after she wiped her ass with her bare fucking hand.
All right, here we go. He's gonna eat some sauerkraut. Let's see if you
Look,
can.
Mama JF
They
has
cannot
such
survive
disdain for him. Like, they fucking hate each other. Look at her. She's like
The wrong
so
one.
grossed out by her own fucking cooking. You took the wrong one, God.
Come on.
Why couldn't you make
She was
Jean-Francois?
innocent, bro. Like,
lacks water. There's so much sugar that there's no more water. So that's the key to honey. But just like honey, maple syrup.
Honey.
just
Honey.
Here we go. He's gonna eat it now.
Had to get used to the fact that we had bidets
Or
and host
spores
race
de
in the
blood because
He
they-
tries to get
they are
her to eat the sauerkraut, and she won't even put it in her mouth.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, he just tries to get her to eat it.
She knows.
I know of bidets, but
You
I've
know when you
never,
smile,
I've
she
never
knows.
seen one in
He
reality.
knows it's bad.
Very happy about the decisions we've taken.
Oh, wait, what's it?
Oh, this is when JF was on his Diet Pepsi arc?
Yeah.
Where JF was drinking a case of Diet Pepsi a day?
He bought
Just like me with the Shasta root beer.
He bought 40 cases in what? It was on sale?
Oh yeah, I want to buy 40
Yeah,
cases.
he did like 2 full carloads of Diet Pepsi in a day because it was on sale.
I have to get
for
used to getting
$4 a
sprayed.
case.
Oh my lord.
Diet Pepsi is the worst. It's so gross.
I don't know. I like
that.
Look, Anne.
There we go.
Crap that we.
After having the camera up your ass, a little water ain't nothing, right?
What's up?
There we go.
No! Is there any way you can eat it in a less unappetizing way? Like, look at her! She's like, got her eyes. She can't even bear to
Wait, hold up,
witness the
they're eating.
monstrosity, the culinary monstrosity that we're witnessing. JF, you could have used a fork, bro, and put it in your mouth like a normal person.
Ew, he's eating with his hands.
Finger food, sauerkraut. Yeah, sauerkraut's not a finger food, chat.
No, sauerkraut finger food.
He's like, oh! She's like, look at her face! Look at her face! That might have to be the Mama JF sticker. Is that the Mama JF sticker? JF's like chewing it with his mouth open, making these disgusting fucking noises as he munches on the sauerkraut. And he goes to her, do you want to try some? She does not want to try some, bro. She's fucking rattled.
Yeah.
Let's get 10 subs for the Mama JF sticker.
There we go.
Excellent.
She's really hesitating on this. She's really hesitating. What's the problem, Mama JF? You made this slop.
It's
Or she didn't think that she would have to eat it.
complex and
The
rich.
disgust is palpable. It's complex and rich. It's sauerkraut, bro.
Hey Minion, welcome to the 3-year Swolliversary Dingadon Donga Extravaganza Versary Chillathon thing situation. I'm very tired. You're here at 14 hours to go. I am here. And we're watching Kino clips. They're not live. What if they were?
It's nice.
She didn't even eat it. She didn't even. It's nice. Bring it back. Let's hear that again. It's nice. This is every Christmas season. This never gets old. It'll never get old.
You don't want to eat some?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Excellent.
Yeah, but
It's so complex and rich, the taste.
yeah, it's nice.
It's so robust and flavorful.
She's like a child that got one over on their parents. She didn't have to eat her vegetables. She fed
It's
it
a
to the
weird
dog.
a tangy, sour, robust flavor.
Okay, let's
It's
talk
quite
about it.
meaningful.
I've been thinking about
Oh, she's like so desperate to not have to eat that sauerkraut.
It's a little earthy.
Okay, and I've been reading Ezekiel.
Ezekiel in the Bible?
Yes. And I
Mama JF is now a theologian. I have been reading the book of Ezekiel, and the UFOs appear in the sheep in the sky, and then the book of Ezekiel, Mama JF.
She's just holding the fucking sauerkraut.
She's gotta like tuck it somewhere. Like,
What is it? What does he say?
he said there was an angel, okay? And before the angel, the angels were all together with 4 faces, with 1 cow, 1 human, 1 bird, and 1 other thing, and they were all together.
Oh, that's
look at
bad.
JF.
Planning the murder right now.
If only you knew how bad things really were. Like JF gets this shit told to him 24/7, 365. And there's 1 chicken and 1 cow, and then they all look together, and this.
Someone said still more insightful than Ricada, honestly.
This is gonna end up in the true crime documentary.
Wipe out.
It was at this moment that JF knew he needed to kill her.
Oh, well, a quick Kino clip there. Mama JF's sauerkraut cooking. Unfortunately, we didn't exactly see what became of the ribeye steak. So you're right, whoever said it. We did not have actual photographic, what the fuck? The pictorial. We don't have pictorial evidence of the ribeye steak being ruined. So we'll just have to assume they didn't do anything weird with it. They just cooked it normally, and they ate it, and they had fun. That was whatever they did with it was left out of the final clip. So obviously, if it was funny, it would have been in a clip. So maybe they cooked it normally, and it wasn't worth making fun of, so they didn't get back to the steak. Yes. I feel like we got this one in the bag. I don't want to gloat though, because you know it might be over. They're rerunning the Valentine's Day Splatfest, and of course we're going up against White Ink. White Ink representing white chocolate. We're over here repping dark chocolate, and milk chocolate is existing, but I feel like for the whole segment, it's been nothing but white chocolate, white chocolate, white chocolate. These fucking kids, their minds in the gutter. Oh my god, there's a fucking white ink option. Oh my god. Oh, I'm losing my mind. I'm going insane. Oh, I gotta rally for the fucking semen ink. Oh, I'm so hilarious. Gotta show these Redditors what for. Reddit must not be allowed to prosper. Reddit must be stamped out at every turn. White ink will win for obvious reasons. I can't... I struggle to think of a Splatfest where white ink was an option and it lost. I really can't think of one. I think it's won every time it's appeared. Difference in the banner between PvP and Warski versus PvP and Phil is crazy. Yeah, even when they have the alien guy on, because that's an example of them being on with a third person, like them being on with Phil. When they're on with the alien guy, you can tell they legitimately like him and they like what he has to say. Speaking of which, I said it earlier, but to the people who weren't listening to the pre-stream yesterday, DSP indicated that he's going to have an interview, I believe, next week with someone. Now, he wants it to be a secret. But it's pretty obviously supposed to be the UFO guy who leaked about a week and some change ago that he was trying to get an interview with DSP, but DSP was waffling, giving him the runaround. It looks like they managed to set a date for it. So he will be talking to the alien guy, I believe next week for something. Now, I think it would be funny if instead of talking about bank leaks and WWE champions for the dozenth interview in a row, I think it would be way funnier for long-term content that you could reflect back on if Steve just shows Phil a bunch of weird alien shit and just asks for his opinion on it and whether he believes in aliens and UFOs or not. I just need DSP's opinion on extraterrestrials and oh my god, it's 100 times battle and what he thinks about these creatures, these little green men. Yeah, I don't need someone who doesn't know about DSP asking about like the bank leaks for the 1,000th time and why he spends money on a mobile game and why he scams disabled people out of their SSI checks. I don't. We're done. There's no mystery left there. There are no mysteries left. There's no mystique. Everyone knows. He knows that we know that he knows that we know. We don't fucking care. And Steve isn't the kind of person to conduct that kind of interview anyway. Let's talk about aliens. I know it's gonna piss people off in the short term. I'm sure the night that happens, the Raw Phil chat is gonna be like, oh, this is so boring, lame Snoresville. Why aren't you calling him a beggar? Snooze fest, yawn. Why aren't you calling him out for whaling $1,000 from OIC, only ice cuck fee in WWE champions? But it's like, in the long term, it'll probably be better than just the same ass interview you heard regurgitated by someone even less qualified to give it than Craig. Yeah, ask DSP about religion and UFOs and whether there's like extra light, like extraterrestrial, whether there's like life out there beyond the stars. I need his opinion on that. I think that would make for great that'll make for great clips, great quotes, stuff you can look back on, stuff WPIG, if it still exists 6 years from now, stuff WPIG can look back on and reflect 6 years from now. Alright, Dinga, you're doing great so far. Problem is when you're irritated and shitting on people, it hasn't gotten that far. Keep it up. Alright, I'll try Tycoon. I feel like I don't get... Do I get irritated and I shit on people, or are you using GPM for a frame of reference here? I don't care to bank shit now because it's all admitted to. Yeah, there's no mystique there, so I have no interest. I don't know his opinion on religion and aliens. Yeah, get those actual opinions and push them. Yeah, because it'll be silly. No matter how he approaches a question like that, it will be silly and crazy. And people will call him a silly and crazy man. And it's the... Sometimes it's just the small lulls. Sometimes the small lulls are enough to make my day. Put a smile on my face. DSP. God, what if he says like, "Oh, Dad, I had a alien experience once," and he gives us some bum fucking weird story from his high school days that he never told us about before. Probably completely made up in all likelihood, but he talks about how he was almost abducted by aliens. Could you imagine, out of nowhere, that DSP was almost abducted by aliens story? You think Kino would give him a couple of questions to ask him? No. I could see it happening, but I think it would be better if they let Steve to his own devices, because it is his thing. I imagine it'll be on Steve's show, I guess. I don't think it'll be through the conduit of Kino. You'll have to go check out Steve's show, unless Steve is going to appear on Phil's show or whatever. I don't know how it's going to work out. It's going to be like a pre-stream thing, like when DSP was doing interviews. It'll be like replacing a night stream. I'm not sure. I think they know. Like, if Steve has a plan, if Steve is going to go in and like ask him weird alien questions, in that case, I think Kino knows to just let Steve do his thing and just let the content come from Dave's answers. He's gonna talk about aliens in the game. I'm betting on it. No, he's not that out of touch. Surely DSP will have some story he can make up to kind of like relate to Steve. Oh yeah, I believe there's life out there too. I want to believe. I really watched a lot of X-Files growing up. Like, he's dumb, but he's not that dumb. He's not gonna exclusively just talk about aliens from games. I really liked the game Area 51 growing up, right? I didn't play a lot of PS2 because I was like playing competitive Street Fighter, but I saw an ad for it in a magazine, and I was like, wow, that's a nice looking game. I never bought it. I knew a lot of I saw it in the magazine, so like, right? Aliens, correct? And then he puts out his hands like the guy in that show, and he says, "It was aliens." Man, I'm just hyping it up. Imagine it's not even the Steve interview, it's just some other fucking schmuck. Yes, I will be going on the Pod Alpha podcast next week, ladies and gentlemen. Aw, I feel bad. I don't mean to imply that Jesse is a schmuck, because he does some funny shit. Yes, I will be going on the Dabbleverse next week, Thursday at 9 p.m. Central. I hope Steve pulls through, because he's so far removed from the sector, but like aware enough of cows without being fully aware of the deep lore, that if DSP says the right thing, like a truly funny, amusing thing, if his answers are on point, I can see Steve really having fun with it.
He's on.
All right, this is iDubbbz cooked by a serial killer. What?
Comfortable.
He's really uncomfortable.
Oh my god.
It's turning out to be a massive red flag.
Yeah. No, I mean...
Oh my god, she's so...
Oh my god, you're right, bro. He's gonna bring up Alien. Okay, I take it back. He will mention Alien at least once.
Evil. Everybody's favorite segment. The segment that we put off doing, I think, for 4 straight days. Let's start here.
You promoted it every time, by the way. Like,
I kept promoting it every single time like it was gonna happen, and then it was like, no, it's not happening. So we're starting off here, and Nisa told us about her dream. Her dream is to eventually host a podcast.
What?
Look, this lady's in love with like Best Buy cashiers and McDonald's workers. You're really surprised she's into serial killers.
It's what I will be focusing on achieving in 2017. Well, it took a few more years than 2017, but Anissa is now living her dream of having a podcast without him. Is it everything you ever dreamed of, Anissa? Is it all you ever fantasized about?
Oh wait, your dream is to host a podcast? Like,
Why do I keep getting the 100 times battles?
Yeah.
She meant like that had viewers and money.
This is a real monkey paw wish, isn't it? I wish to have a podcast. Well, you didn't say what kind. All right, let's have a look here. This is the episode from 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Where, no word of a lie, the first hour of the show was about Conor McGregor.
What the? Holy cannoli. Ladies and gentlemen, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, tap back in. Let's go to down. Skirt, skirt, skirt. Riding up on that bitch, showing down. I got a fur coat on. I got a fur coat on. Thank you, Bearded Biscuit. Bearded _ Biscuit 1000 bid cheer the second wind. Yes, in our. Oh God, I don't even know what's the timer say. Pablo, hour 10 going into 11 of the stream. And Lee. Oh my God, no, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Matter of fact, maybe it's Ann Lee and Bearded Biscuit starring the second hype train of the stream. It's a hype train. Hype train. Thank you, Ann. Using the power of the re-up to start the hype train. Comments in the hype train. 32 months at tier 1 for 33 months total. Ann says, quick, people should trigger a train of some sort. Yeah. There's some sort of hype train going on. Like, I don't know what it is. I can't see because I'm trying to focus on the high intense action game. The second win. More positive support will surely wake me up, guys. But thank you, Bearded Biscuit. The 1000 beach here, I'll read what you said in a second. Thank you very, very much, Bearded Biscuit. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate you for doing that. Thank you for the positivity. You didn't have to do it, but you wanted to do it, and you did it anyway. Appreciate you for doing it. And they say,
let's have some fun.
And they say, big ups on dominating 3 years. Here's to many more swollen and not stirred. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you to Ann Lee. Again, gifted 1 month tier 1 to Parma _tech. That guy. A very helpful Japanese style person with all the info. He's not actually Japanese, but he is in Japan. But like it's like Panda Lee. Parma is not Asian. That is all. But he's just in Japan. It's like ALT. He's in Japan, but he's not Japanese. But he knows all about the culture. Yeah, you gotta wake me up, and you'll get emotes, and everyone will love you. And then they'll want to give you a big wet smooch on the lips there, and you'll get an amazing emote. There are the new hype train emotes they put on. Whoa, buddy. Actually, the new hype train emotes are legit good. They actually did something right for once with the hype train emotes. I don't know who they got to do them, but my favorite one is gimme that. This one. I don't know who drew that, but bless them for drawing it.
I'll do my best.
Whoa, it's Flippy 4-man, the 100-bit cheer, the choo-choo, to keep the hype train going. Thank you.
Okay. And the R-ring, right?
Yeah, and Dane just felts them.
Okay. All right.
I have a lot of plans today.
Did you hear that he was removed from Hitman? You were able to kill Connor and they removed him?
Number one, we're going to talk about Conor McGregor and his recent
unfortunately, we could have won the 100 times battle, though.
Oh. Dane, have you heard about this?
Dane felts them. Dane felts them right away by making the snoring noise. Dane just shits all over the podcast and felts them. That's tough. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Oh yeah, I like the hype jam and the button mashing. The button mashing's really good for DSP restreams.
Bring it up. The elusive
Bring it
Dane,
up, Dane Dub.
You know, like
ultra rare Dane Dub. She goes, "Are you storing?"
You know,
snoring.
Are you?
Yeah, I don't give a about that.
What?
Oh, okay.
They're seething that Dane doesn't care
about
Dane.
the rape allegations.
I don't give a fuck about Conor McGregor, the rape allegations. That's the thing is, like, nobody is gonna care in 5-10 years. Like, we just last weekend, Mike Tyson is a convicted rapist.
Whoa, Parma is paying forward the gift sub from Ann Lee. And he's gifting it to Flame
this your lucky
1.
day?
And on top of that, Ann Lee is existing with a gifted tier 1 to Plane 1. 1 month tier 1 to Plane 1. That's a lot of ones. I have one as well by receiving the gift sub. And so too have the rest of you for indulging in the positivity. Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. Another one.
Toad, one.
Ann Lee, what are you doing? And why? And why? Thank you so much. But another one. Tier 1. 1 month to PG Perez. Gah. Thank you for gifting all the active people here without a dingus mushroom. Giving them back their mushrooms. Felting the ads, at least for a little while. Thank you for continuing the chill. Thank you for being a great individual as we celebrate 3 years of dingusness. Thank you for the collabs. Thank you for the nice package. I hope you appreciate the package I got for you. Of course, you don't have to open that on stream. But if you want to open that on stream, of course you can. Just don't dox my address. And of course, you can even read the book report. It won't be as long or as funny as it usually is, because I was rushed while writing it. Okay, on Sunday? Alright, that's good. Man, Sunday I'm gonna be knocked the fuck out, but hopefully I'll pay attention. Sunday, bro, I speak about Sunday as though today's still Friday and that's 2 days away. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, idiot. And struggles, slowing the mind. It's just because I have a prose when it comes to me writing, which is ironic because I dislike reading other people's purple prose, but then I start writing and I feel like I'm the most flowery motherfucker of them all. Just like how when I say I hate lampshading in writing and then like being ironic and like just an over-reliance on dramatic irony. But then when we do like a writing stream, that seems to be like half the humor that I write in is just like lampshading and self-referential meta humor. I'm a hypocrite. Only I'm allowed to do meta humor. So I got my YouTube download screen for an hour. Finally realized I needed to download the Captain Alex video. Oh yeah, he did put one out. Saru had mentioned it. But I did not see it. I just knew that it existed. So we were talking about the ethics in having archive channels for people like Chester Cheetah and the GOAT. And I was like, you know, I had the argument of, well, it's something you chose to put out there, and I understand you deleted it, and you don't want people to look at it now, but you had it public for a time, and in that time frame, people are allowed to download it and then rehost it or do what they will with it. So you put that out there, of course. So it stands to reason that someone is gonna, like, if someone wants to, they will capture it and archive it for their own means. So Saru had just asked, like, what are my thoughts on that? I like, am I against like the idea of archiving a channel of someone who constantly deletes and hides stuff? And I was like, well, no. Yeah, it's like, welcome to the internet. I made the comparison of the vacation streams where I show the vacation videos. Now, those streams don't go up on the VOD channel because like that's me sharing my personal existence with you guys, my IRL reality. And I screen the videos too, just so that you don't see anything. You don't see the dingus face or anything, any pertinent details. But regardless of that, I still make sure that those streams don't go up on the VOD channel because that's like something personal. And you know, I just choose not to share it, and it's my decision to make. But if someone was to say, like, capture that, like record it or download it, and then re-upload it, like I would have no say against it because I chose to make it public. Even though, like, I immediately afterward I private it or I hide it or delete it. Like I still made it public for a time for people to look at it, and I gave them that opportunity to record it or download it. So I shouldn't be surprised. I would have to take the L in that situation. Now, would I like or appreciate people having copies of stuff that I made private or tried to hide? No, but I feel like I wouldn't have much of an argument against it. So I can't be against it. So that was kind of like the comparison with myself that I used when saying, oh, well, it should be, if it's fair game for like Chester Cheeto and the Goat Man, it would be fair game for me too. So I feel like if I was against it, that would be me being a hypocrite. We saw some toes last time. If you remember the toes, you've been here too long. Once you put something on the internet, assume that's it. It's out there for good, basically. Yeah, just assume that it's out there. Assume that someone may have recorded it for their own means, for their own purposes, and just leave it at that. That's why I screened the vacation video, so there's nothing there that I don't want to be exposed, that I wouldn't want exposed. And even though I still screen them, I still take them down, and they're only available for just the one time that I stream them. Because it's like, it's my life, man. I don't want that up permanently for anyone to view at their leisure whenever they want. I choose when I want to show that to you guys. But if you were to, for some reason, record or download that before I could hide it, then that would be on me. But yeah, basically what you said. Long story short, Lupin, put it on the internet. It's out there for good. Oh, let me queue back in. What am I doing? The only thing I don't want to release is a very early stream to in the karaoke. I would not begrudge you for not re-uploading that stream. So certainly some fun you were having.
Like, who served time behind bars, which Conor McGregor's not going to do, and everybody forgave him and just he's a cultural icon and such a big star, and everybody was rooting for him to knock out Jake Paul. So when it comes to these like UFC or boxing, like these fighters, nobody really expects them to have like a clean record or a clean slate, and they're just allowed to really get away with almost anything. Like John Jones, like criminal.
Thank you again, guys. The level 3 hype train, Ann Lee, Bearded Biscuit, Arma. Thank you all for contributing 5 gifted subs and 1,100 bits. And of course, Flippy with the 100 bit cheer as well. Thank you, everyone. That's the second hype train of the stream. Wow, man. Well, there's only 13 hours left for the stream, guys. Maybe we get like 2 more hype trains before the stream's over. I don't know.
History.
I would say even like 2 years.
Let's be real. The next time he fights, nobody's going to even give a shit.
Yeah, unless you're a war machine. In which case, you go to jail for a very long time. You know War Machine, right? Remember the Jim Can't Swim video? The whole War Machine?
I never saw that one.
That was really good. You should watch that. He like fucking mangled that bitch though. He like bit her ear off.
Right, like John Jones ran over a pregnant woman while on cocaine, and he was just in
Madison
Square Garden in front of a sold-out crowd 2 weeks ago.
Exactly.
It's just with this sort of the fight game. They don't expect them to be moral paragons in the fight game.
No.
Anissa and iDubbbz have to virtue signal about it. Oh my God, can you believe it?
See, the thing is with War Machine is that guy, he was like the fighter, or what was it called? Like the fighter. Remember that show, like the reality show with the UFC?
The Ultimate Fighter?
Ultimate Fighter. And what happened was he beat the fuck out of his girlfriend, like brutally, and the guy that she was with. First he beat the fuck out of him, and then her. So he's in jail for a very long time.
Okay, this is great. Because there's another.
And he ordered like multiple times.
Okay. I think you guys assume that everybody is in the same bubble as you.
Because I think this is he fucking a woman.
Yes.
Dane just blew them out so bad. He goes, I think you assume that everybody's in the same little bubble that you guys are in, that they actually care about this, and nobody does. And it's just so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. They're always existing within their own sad little bubble, and that's why their show doesn't grow. They have no viewers, no success.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Sometimes it really feels like the little moderator guy. he's just an A-log.
Yeah. Oh, and real fast with chat. Yes,
the little tech guy
was a star, but she had broken up with him for 6 months, and then he attacked her.
It's not like exciting.
I have an Irish side of my family, and they fucking love Conor McGregor.
How many sides to her family?
You know what I thought?
Bro, she said she was Indian. She said she was Irish.
I'm like,
how many sides to her family does she have?
Oh, remember, she's Muslim when she needs to. She's like Arabic and Muslim, but now she's admitting the truth, which is that she's more than half Irish. Like her whole family's Irish. But like after declaring the guy as a rapist,
I swear she said Indian as well, like indigenous individual style, not Sar Indian.
I have heard so much shit about Conor McGregor because that side of my family, especially the boys, heavily idolizes him, and it is not ride or die.
Yeah.
Find someone who's successful with money,
Okay,
and then.
So Anissa just said, when it comes to relationships, it's not ride or die.
Wait, no.
Look at Ian. Look at Ian. Look at Ian.
Because that side of my family, especially the boys, heavily idolizes him.
So
And
it
is not ride or die.
So she goes, when it comes to a relationship, it's not ride or die. You need to find somebody with money to provide. And look at his reaction, bro. He's fucking stressed. He's stressed.
Someone who's successful with money and then fucking marry. Like, being a wife guy is a red flag.
Oh, Ian, no! Look at his eyes. Ian, no! Ian, no!
Come on.
Oh, man, she's just fucking destroying.
Oh, that was winnable. Damn it.
It's an ick. It's an ick.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
It's an ick moment.
If you're one of these guys that's like, I wouldn't be able to do this.
He's uncomfortable.
He's really uncomfortable.
Oh my god, poor I.
Without my wife, and my wife is awesome,
It's
and like
so
blah blah blah.
fucked, though, because it's like you need to compliment your wife, especially when you're achieving.
I don't
things.
know, man. It.
Oh my god. Oh my god. She's saying her icks out loud.
And iDubbbz always compliments her and says how much he loves her and how great she is. He's a wife guy, and she's pointing out.
You're doing great, Anissa. Everyone loves you.
You do have to compliment your wife, and she's shaking her head.
She went, no, bro.
No.
You called him bro? She goes, no, bro.
Oh no.
It's turning out to be a massive red flag.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Oh my god, she's so evil. She's so evil. Oh man.
Just putting myself in very dangerous situations. Partially, I would argue it was a self-harm thing, but it was also partially like I was trying to figure out where I belonged, and
the trash.
Oh my god! Just work, make money, and buy.
Why? No, but why are you telling people this stuff?
I don't even know.
Stop telling us about your self-harm and putting yourself into.
At this point, it almost seems like they're doing a bit of a passive-aggressive couple. I'd be willing to believe it's more like they want that to be the bit, but the reality is that's their reality.
Dangerous situations because you wanted to end. Like
they want that to be the joke, but it can't be the joke because it's actually what it is.
When I was, between the ages of 12 to probably like 18, 19, found myself in the wrong end of a situation. There's also
what
something
does that mean? What does she mean by that? She found herself
like when they do the iDubbbz segment, they don't often show because they gotta clip it for themselves. These guys are the only people who can bother enduring the iDubbbz show, the iDubbbz podcast, to A-log it. So they gotta make their own clips. There is no Momology DSP 101 for iDubbbz. They have to make the clips themselves. So when they make the clips, they often cut out the title card. You don't often get to see it on their show. But the name of the show, the name of the podcast is She Ruined My Career! ! With the she referring to Anissa. This is the name of the show, She Ruined My Career. It's just like the whole thing is like, it's trying to be self-aware and just like that real catty kind of passive-aggressive. But I think that's actually what it is. Like, I think iDubbbz is unironic when he titles the show She Ruined My... Like, he actually thinks that. And he would be right to think that. So why is he still with her?
The wrong end of a situation? Did she get SA'd? Or what does that mean?
Fawning, which is a common response to...
bring it back. This is fucking brutal. This actually might be the most savage Anissa moment of all time. So she's talking about when you're confronted with danger, there are various strategies. Like there's fight and there's flight, which are common ones. But she talks about how there's the fawning technique. to deal with danger or confrontation, and she's going to say that Ian does that a lot.
Ooh. Oh, wait, the wrong end? Does she mean anal?
A situation.
I hope not.
Thing. There's also something called fawning, which is a common response to danger. Especially women socially seem to have learned to fawn more often.
Women do fawning, and that's what you do too, Ian. Like, this is so savage what she's doing. Like, oh God!
Is she trying to humiliate him for our pleasure?
It really is. It's a full-on humiliation ritual.
Often, which
He's
is,
into it.
Giving in to try and lessen the damage of what's about to
The dog is mogging Ian right now.
Look at you.
Yeah, every time we do that, we do an iDubbbz clip. There's like a mix of like, I guess you could say, pity and or sympathy for iDubbbz. But I don't think Anissa is 100% the problem. It's like how a relationship is as much as you give, it's as much as you give is as much as you take. Ah yes, it is a two-part system here. It is not solely Anissa, but iDubbbz himself, whose behavior reflects onto Anissa, which causes her behavior to reflect back on him. Basically, he's as responsible here. It's not just Anissa. Anissa's not the only thing responsible for the sinking ship. iDubbbz too has exhibited a change of behaviors. May or may not be a result of Anissa's existence in his life, but he's just not the same person he used to be. Even if he what I'm trying to say is, he can get rid of Anissa tomorrow, but it won't make iDubbbz the iDubbbz that he used to be, because iDubbbz fundamentally has gone beyond the point of no return. He cannot go back to whom he once was. He would have to do some more soul searching after kicking Anissa to the curb, if he ever does that.
Ian looks so rattled.
Interesting.
Is his energy always like this now? For the whole show?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's like,
they're both fucking sickos, dude.
Fawn.
Yeah.
You fawn all the time. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought you meant she implied it.
No,
said it.
no, it's so bad. Let's bring it back 10 full seconds.
Where?
Fawn.
Yeah.
You fawn all the time. Yeah.
Oh,
all the time.
You fawn all the time.
This is much emotional abuse.
Zoom in on his face as he told he's a fawner. Then he submits to his attacker to lessen the damage. He tries to fucking please his abuser to lessen the. I think Anissa knows that from firsthand experience, because it's what he does with her. When she starts felting him, he just submits to it and starts fawning, hoping she won't totally table him. But every single time, she just goes in ruthlessly. Ruthlessly.
The time.
Yeah, all the time. Your reaction is fawning. Like,
oh my.
Oh, your default reaction is fawning, Ian.
We're watching this guy getting whipped on the streets.
Bro.
It's like watching a kidnapping. Like, we've watched a kidnapping live.
The Tana... Fiona.
Fiona, you gotta stop doing that. That's crazy.
So she starts talking about the Tana Montague situation.
Oh my god.
This is brutal. Look at how uncomfortable he is. So first of all, he's got his legs crossed, but he also has his arms crossed. He has the double cross.
The double siege.
His body is completely shut off. His brain is basically shut off at this point because he's just being felted in the most brutal fashion. Big McLarge Hunch goes, this might be the most brutal Ian felt in a while. It might be number one.
Yeah, it is.
There's been a lot. There's been a lot, but this is pretty bad.
We have to get
And then she transitions from this, saying that Ian's response to danger is to fawn, by then telling a story where she felt unsafe and unprotected by Ian in the woods with the serial killer.
Whoa.
It's just like unbelievable.
Ash, we have to get a body language expert on the show and watch all the brutal feltonings of Anissa. We gotta get someone. Is there anyone?
Take a body language expert, because it's so blatant.
That's true. That's true.
Tana Mojo situation, when you went to go put your arm around her, when you're in contentious moments, you smile. You appease. You smile.
Oh my god. Oh, look at him, bro. Look at him zoom in, bro. He's actually crying, wiping the tears. He's wiping the tears. She's saying that he was scared of a girl, that a girl dominated him, and he had to appease her with a submissive smile.
Is Dane there?
Sick shit. Yeah, Dane's there. Dane's just watching this shit happen.
Dane's just like watching, like, whoa.
big and you want to look like you're not a threat.
You want to look like you're not a threat.
Oh no! So bad because that could be interpreted as fucking maniacal.
Yes, I mean, yeah.
Okay, this is Ian's cope. Ian's cope is that, oh no, it's not that I'm trying to be unthreatening, it's that I'm maniacal. That's why I do the smile. It's not that it's that I'm maniacal, right, babe? I'm like a maniacal, crazy psycho that laughs and smiles. I'm not trying to diffuse the situation. No, it's brutal.
No.
It's brutal.
He's got a dump. This is a divorce. Like any other man would not let their woman, when's the breaking point? Will there ever be an actual breaking point? Because this is not only abuse behind the scenes, this is for us to watch and explore. And he gets so much shit for this. If you were him and you watch this, you'd be like, oh my God, these guys are right. Is he retarded? Or is he just playing
I think this is what we call somebody who's been buck broken.
Oh.
Where the fight has just been taken out of him. He's been humiliated and subjugated so many times that he no longer has any pride or backbone left. And he just, as Anissa says, he just fawns. He just appeases his oppressor, hoping that the punishment will be less if he just gives into it. So at this point, he's not really actively resisting. He's just appeasing and submitting. So I don't know, there might come a point where something just completely snaps in his brain and he Benoits her.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think chances of recovery are very low.
I think
very low.
I think she'll end up finding another man. For real.
Well, I think she probably already has. Whoa. And that's part of the problem.
Whoa. She's monkey branching?
The social interpretation of that would be maniacal, but you do it out of you're trying to diffuse the situation.
Why doesn't Dane?
Oh, he admits that she's right. She goes, yeah, it could be interpreted that way, but it's not that you're maniacal or dangerous. You're doing it because you're scared, is what she said. And then he goes, yeah, you're right.
He did exactly. He did fawn right there.
Yeah.
She's right. She actually is right. He did the thing, because if it was not, he'd be like, I don't fucking do that, bitch. He should do that, eh? Wouldn't that be fucking based? And he goes, shh. Imagine he shushed her. Oh my God. That would be the greatest day. He goes, shh.
Through smiling and laughing. You do that very often.
Okay.
We were in
He should be naked
and
and
we were trying to find this hiking trail, and it wasn't marked.
Look at his face.
He is absolutely full on in seethe mode right now. This is a lobotomized, fucking patient in the asylum. Just simmering and seething, bro. So now Anissa's telling the story of how Ian was unable to protect her and how she felt unsafe.
We couldn't figure it out. It was very densely packed, but
I'm
on the
surprised
map
she
it said
hasn't
this is
said
where the
open
hiking trail was.
relationship
We
yet.
park, we look around. Some random dude. Random, guy with glasses.
He's kind of the perfect age to murder people.
Perfect serial killer age, everything. He comes out of the trees. There's no one around.
Perfect serial killer age.
These guys watch way too much true crime stuff, don't they? They're just obsessed with it.
They type in Jim Can't Swim inspired into the YouTube search.
Around. If you've never been to Banff, you cannot see a soul for
Banff.
For
Sorry, I had a buddy who went to Banff all the time. We were talking about Banff. It's just and all our friend group would be
talking about
you
me.
It. You like Banff.
Thank you.
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, from what I've seen, the photographs of it, it's incredibly
beautiful. Here we go.
I walk along the desolate railroad tracks looking for unsuspecting sore Reddit couples to kill.
Beautiful mountain. I don't know. It's probably quite nice there. Just you can't, live there at all.
I've heard so much about Banff. One day I'll go. No, I know.
Days.
It's here we go again. I'm like, what do you mean here we go again? What do you mean?
No, I had one buddy, me and my friends, right? We'd all be in this group, and this guy would talk about Banff all the time because he snowboarded. And whenever he'd go, one time at Banff, all of us would look at each other and roll our eyes, and we're like, oh my fuck, another Banff story.
Bam!
Where is Banff again? Is that Vancouver?
It's in Alberta, right?
Oh, it's Alberta? Okay.
Or is it BC? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Alberta. Yeah.
It needs to go in Minecraft.
He comes out of the tree line and he's like, oh, are you guys looking for this hiking trail? And we were like, yeah, we are. And he goes, oh, me too. I can't find it. Do you want to go together to go look? And me and Ian were like, yeah, that sounds fucking great.
So they were prey that immediately submitted to the predator. What were they thinking?
That's dangerous as f. dude.
It's in the midst of like this huge national park. It's just thousands and thousands of acres of wilderness.
Yeah.
And
If
you
you die
decide
there,
that
there's no way you'll be
you're
found.
just gonna go off with this random stranger in the woods?
Yeah, no.
I would never.
And so all three
I would
of
run
us,
away like a
us
coward.
and this fucking serial killer looking ass dude walk into the forest together.
Why did
And
you
we get
agree to go with
lost.
him?
And,
Did he have a
as
gun?
We're getting lost.
What was
I'm
your
starting
incentive to
realize,
go
I'm
with
like,
him,
we're
Anissa?
alone with this strange man in Banff National Forest.
Oh my
where
God,
a
Anissa
place
found
where
it
if we
hot.
got killed, no one would ever find us. And he was talking about how much he.
I'm calling it. Anissa thought it was hot.
The Felt Ian show?
It really is. And she
Oh,
basically,
man.
what she's saying is that she had no faith in Ian's ability to protect her from this man.
Honestly,
is what
would
she's
you?
saying.
Would you?
No, but you know, like you gotta at least pretend. You gotta pretend at least for the sake of Ian's. Like, please God.
Black Hands 123 in chat says, too bad it was just a random guy.
Yeah, it's two boxers afraid of one dude. Like they're supposedly badass trained martial artists, and they're afraid of some random guy in the woods.
He was a local. He was talking about how much he hated the tourists. He was talking about eating me at one point. Like,
what? Ian laughs. Yeah, so this guy is like talking about how he's gonna cannibalize her. How what he says? He goes to Ian like, so
And
me
they
and you are
stuck
gonna eat her,
around?
right? They're like, we're lost and we're gonna need food, so we'll just kill her and eat her, right?
Oh my God. How do you not like, this is wild.
And he goes, this is all made up. Like, I want to believe though. Like, I want to believe that this all
I think
happened.
it's real. I think it's real, dude.
Dice Trail goes, level 4 crackhead used intimidation. It was very effective.
I'm not kidding. It was so
Yeah, there was this
insane.
really awkward moment. That the eating Anissa comment basically came when we had decided, like as a group, we were like, Anissa and I were, you know, suggesting like, okay, we're gonna turn back around. Like, if you want to keep going, that's fine. But we're gonna essentially head back in the direction we know is the road.
Yeah.
We're still quite a bit off the beaten trail, or what we thought maybe was a beaten trail was so overgrown. And he was like, okay, yeah, sure, we'll go back.
Yeah.
And
holy, this guy can't tell a story to save
No,
his
not
life.
at all. Like, it was the
I
beaten
zoned out.
trail and the
I'm
like,
zoning out. Like, at least she's trying in some like weird.
Just take some
like,
pointers from the guy.
twist of fate.
Hey, ever
She's
watch a
more
pre-stream
entertaining
before?
than
I
he
know,
is.
Fly Avatar, why go off trail with a stranger? Like, they just have
Right?
no survival and even I would
They
know
needed
not to do
material
that.
for their next show.
Oh man. Okay, here we go.
And there was this moment where we like
I
entered kind of a
could
bit
go
of a
with the
clearing or
serial
whatever.
killer. Let's go
And
explore
I don't
the
know
national
how
park.
this
Or I could not, but if I don't,
Yes.
I won't have a story for my show.
Let him go.
All right.
Let him talk.
All right, let him go. Okay.
I really wanted to talk about cannibalizing people.
Yeah.
He was the one who brought it up.
Yeah, but there's this comment. He was like envisioning there being some people around the corner or whatever. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, imagine like, you know,
If we stay
we're-
lost, one of us has to get eaten.
yeah.
Thank you, Anissa, for finishing his fucking thought. This
Oh,
guy's
man.
like, whoa.
His
buddy.
brain is totally melted from the drugs that she's on. The SSRIs and the Adderall and
I think
the
Adderall would make
therapy.
it quicker. Doesn't Adderall make
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
He said we eat the girl first.
Oh yeah, that's what he said. Ian's hand was hovering the bear spray.
Yeah. Oh, that was also another thing. Is there was a moment where
just bear spray him.
Ian needed the bear spray. He couldn't handle it with his powerful boxer hands. But I thought his hands were a weapon. I thought he was a certified boxing badass now.
Yeah,
But he
yeah.
needed the bear spray.
we were always like, you know, fucking, I don't know, 10, 15 foot distance
Yeah.
from this guy. And we were kind of walking together. And there was this moment where I was like, Anissa and I kind of were like getting a vibe.
Yeah.
And I was like, the bear spray's in my backpack. I should have that. So I put it like in the front fucking area of my hoodie, pretending that I'm like, I guess, getting something else.
Yeah.
And so I was just sitting with the bear spray in my fucking
I think you're right, Fat Chick. The truth is, they were trying to get this guy to fucking Issa, but he wasn't taking the hint, so now they have to badmouth him. They were going off into the middle of the woods for a super secret cock sash, but it just went bad.
For a pig roast?
hoodie pocket.
Yeah, ready
just
to
like
go.
waiting for this to do something.
But like, the point being, right? If we had never
Elton Rider, imagine Ian's hands trembling, forehead beating with sweat over his brow, watching this random guy intently, about to grab the bear spray to try and protect himself.
for like gone hiking or look for whatever. And we heard about
He should have
2
invested in the
dumb
pepper gun.
bitches following some random guy into the forest and dying.
The pepper
This
gun.
is a story that never ends.
Oh,
it
man.
just goes on.
It's a
and
deep
on,
cut
my
of Dingus
friend.
lore.
You think this clip is bad? I'm going to tell you guys right now.
Is there another clip?
And there is. There's been 2
It
podcasts
gets worse?
since we last covered them.
But it did get
And
worse.
The next clip of iDubbbz and Anissa, no word of a lie, may actually be worse than Destination Stone on 0.25 speed.
No
We may
exaggeration.
not make it through. I just called it the iDubbbz and Anissa slop fest. Because it was.
My God.
A piece of me.
Welcome to Saturday Slop. Yeah, how do you like it, guys?
Like, you were just stupid for doing that.
Idiot.
iDubbbz at 0.25 speed. Shut. Don't even joke about that.
Why the hell would you?
I'll watch it on 2.25, but we're going to need 150 subs.
How long is the clip?
It's 7. It's long.
Oh my. Yo.
Trust a stranger
Yeah.
in the woods.
So it's gonna be fucking like
Anissa
25 minutes.
Anissa may have failed grade 3 English.
What? What? Read alert! Read alert! Read alert! Anissa failed 3rd grade English class. Imagine flunking grade 3. She flunked grade 3! Bring it back.
How intense. Oh, Anissa doesn't know either. Anissa may have failed grade 3 English. With how
May have.
intense politics online has gotten, I think we do come off very.
It's very, like a neutral. And
Yeah.
that's weird.
What the fuck are you?
What are they talking about? Read alert! Read alert! Read like this, just full on gaslighting insanity. They're the neutral centrists. I didn't realize the center was Joseph Stalin. Holy, are you serious? It's like saying fucking Bernie Sanders is neutral. Bernie Sanders doesn't have a political bias at all. You're wrong. Who in their mind are they imagining thinks that they're like the neutral, rational tide? Oh my.
I feel like you guys talk about politics a lot.
Yeah, I mean, my brain is like fucking cooked. Like I'm deep
It's hard
fried.
to avoid it. Yeah.
Like, I mean, look at Asmongold. Like, Asmongold literally was like, genocide is awesome, basically. My brain.
Asmongold did not say genocide.
Okay, she said basically he said that, but I don't think he actually said that. I think a lot more people would be mad
Asmongold is
if
the
he
new
actually
Richard
did say
Spencer,
that.
the new David Duke, the new like,
And other people would be a lot more proud of him if he did say that.
Actually said the other day that at one point in his life he hadn't used a laundry machine in 6 years.
Oh,
that tracks.
In
Now that's something I could believe he said.
Is this stuff true, or does he say this just to get attention?
He's mentally ill. He has mental illness. He does. He lives in Feld. After the whole genocide comment or whatever the he did clean his kitchen. And he took a picture of his sink before it was clean, and there was a giant spider in it. Anyway,
It's deep fried. The lady who was helping me, super
Her
sweet
brain
lady,
is deep
had
fried.
the exact same disability as me.
Really?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
like.
so now, pause. Okay, so I remove a lot of the context leading up to these things because it's so boring and so trash.
Thank you.
But once again, they're on the RFK disability apology tour. And now Anissa was confronted with someone in real life who apparently had RFK's disability, and now she feels intense feelings of guilt and shame for mocking RFK. I don't know if this story is real. I think it's fake. Yeah, I think Lord of the Cucks here, I think it's fake. She made it up.
Whoa, the universe is really
telling you something.
Telling me something because I was like, this is the sweetest. I was
Did she
feeling
have
so
chicken
much.
wing skin?
No, she was 60, but it was pretty plump and supple.
My speech impediment is pretty mild. I can only speak for myself, but the jokes about RFK's voice.
Oh my God, we're back on this?
So this is where we're at. We can't move on from the ableism.
Oh my God.
Every single episode of the show now, about 20% of the runtime is dedicated to apologizing for ableism and RFK.
It's the same comment?
Will never end.
Is it the same comment?
No, it's a different.
Basically, they made fun of RFK guy and the way he speaks, and then one of their commenters, genuine regulars, got upset that they made fun of his speech impediment. You know, it's like when DSP gets upset that people make fun of his gout. Oh, it's something he can't control. How dare you make fun of it? So now, every episode or so, they have to apologize for making fun of the way RFK talks. It's such a specific segment, but they feel the need to really really make it up to this chatter who genuinely took offense at the way that they were mocking the way that that dude talks.
Comment.
Oh, get over it, you fucking losers.
This did stick out to me last
I agree,
episode, so I
Worski.
was glad to see that it was being brought up in the comments. It is an important conversation to have. I
No,
respect that
it's
you
not.
guys took the
It's
time.
not. It's not an important conversation.
It's
It's
gay.
a fucking conversation. No one cares.
It's an important conversation to have.
No one cares.
It was an important conversation to have. The realm of ableism and whatnot. Why didn't you make the joke in the first place?
Forgive me. Forgive me. I made a joke. Oh.
Oh, man.
To engage with the topic.
Thank you.
I've been watching this podcast a lot this past week, hearing Ian talk about...
Why? I've been watching this podcast a lot. That guy, what a sad existence. For Open Casket is his name.
28 Log, I think, has a sharp take here. It's a bad idea going after RFK when half of their fan base is disabled. I would say that's probably a lot higher than that because I can't imagine somebody of sound mind or body watching this shit. So.
Oh my god.
Out trying to find his comedic voice while being mindful not to repeat his mistakes is really interesting. For what it's worth, I think the recent battle boxing was a big success on that front. I thought it was great. I'd never really seen anything from Anissa before, but she's funny.
Aww.
I think she brings a good energy to the show.
Stop. Who finds Anissa funny? This must be a troll.
Dane wrote this comment.
Way. There's no way
Her
in
existence
the
is
world
funny.
This is a real comment.
No.
It's Dane authored.
Yeah.
I've been watching Dane for like 8 years since I was a TF2 addicted child, so I was really excited when I found out he was on here. Lol. Overall, I've been liking this podcast a lot. Thank you.
Sweet.
Imagine watching Dane for 8 years.
That is very based.
Yeah, that's so
Does
nice.
Team Fortress content, right?
Whoa, buddy.
Everyone lambast Anissa in the
Yeah, you
comments.
guys like Team Fortress 2, right?
Look at her face. This is the
You need a
answer
Team
that-
Fortress 2 content
the answer
creator
that
to watch.
Anissa's not happy.
Consider
You know the pack is going in
iDubbbz'
with no
tech
lube
guy,
tonight.
Dane.
He's like, everybody lambast Anissa in the comments. Shit on my wife. That's so funny.
No, we made it to the end of the clip. Yeah, I didn't know that about the dude, their editor. He made Team Fortress 2 content. Well, I guess that's fair. Timbo did different shit before hopping on DSP's dick. Everyone has a life before they find themselves in a sector that they find themselves in. Yeah, I'm gonna put on a message because I don't know when everybody's gonna wake up and become available again. So, I'll just put in a little message saying when you're ready to come back to Cuban, I am available and still awake. So let me drop that memo. And of course, if you're listening to the sound of my voice and you like the GameCube nonsense from yesterday, and you're like, damn, I would like to get in on that, you can PM Saru for the game links. So I suppose I have them as well. I don't think I have the memory card though. Wait, no, I think I do have the memory card. Okay, yeah, I should be able to provide games and the link and the memory card. Okay, Anne has the links as well. Okay. Welcome back, Jay Frosty. I'm still awake. We're on hour 11 of the never-ending stream. Everyone playing GameCube went to bed, so I swapped to Splatoon to do an event while listening to iDubbbz cry about Anissa cucking him for serial killers that live in the woods. No, I'm not making this up. I wish I was. Whoa, juke that. You know what? You know what we need? We need true crime. We need true crime with a tall cup of coffee. That's what we need. We caught up on their iDubbbz clips anyway. couple recent Ewu story times. I have some in the to watch playlist. The thing is, they kind of go. Well, some of them aren't too bad. Like there's one I really want to watch, but it's 6 hours. It's 6 hours of testimony. The thing is, the ones that I want to watch, that I have saved, they're all like testimony videos, which are good, but it's a lot of court talk. But I keep them here just in case for like a rainy day. Just skip up something that's too much. Yeah, I know. Stop and Swap documentary sent a million years ago. Still in my messages with you. That's not the only one I have. I'll check. Ooh, I got shorter stuff too. But let me get a coffee, and let me send this message.
Get that ass banned.
Oh, well. Gotta time out JC. No. It really do be like that sometimes. JC, no. Wait, I did an extra 0. That's too long. That's not the regular time that we do. There, that's a bit more. It's a bit more fair. It's the anniversary. JC shouldn't be kicked out forever. The extra 0 is personal. Okay, let me get myself. Well, first of all, let's finish this coffee. Big ups, everyone who's here for the chill. Everyone's still here, still awake. Everyone waking up. I could not have gotten this far, of course, without you supporting me and lifting me up and uplifting me and giving me the big ups and being cool people. Whether you were here the whole time, or at least for a little bit, whether you joined 2022, 2023, or 2024, or 2025. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. It doesn't matter, Sean. It doesn't matter. Thank you for being a pal, a friend, and an acquaintance, and all that in between. We're not even halfway through the marathon yet. I'm already saying the gay shit. I mean, the friendly nonsense. Yes. But, 13 hours to go. Let's finish this water. Let me get a coffee. Maybe a little snack or something. Oh, I still got those nice little blueberry muffins, little itty bitty blueberry muffins. I forget the brand name, but the little tiny blueberry muffins that all come in the little baggie. It's got like the chef mascot on the front of it. That one. Okay, we're gonna chug. We're gonna chug the water. No countdown. Oh, no, okay, we can do a countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's fucking go. Hydrate. Hydration is good. Oh, mamma mia. Okay. Let's get a refill. Let's move this. Do that. We'll walk around. Walk around. I gotta walk around. I gotta stay sane. I gotta wake up. I gotta wake up. What does Austin say? Austin gambles. My new favorite gambling streamer is a new streamer on the block. He reminds me of this other guy who used to stream all the time, every day, streaming his gambling, and then he went to prison. It reminds me a lot about that guy, but his name is Austin Gambles, and he streams every day now, and he makes money, and then loses the money and cries about it, but he has this saying, he's like, Early worm gets the bird. Wake up, guys. Early in the morning. Yeah, he got pardoned by Trump. He's out, and he's changed his name. I guess he's kind of naive. He's a sweet little thing, thinking, oh, if I just change my name, there's no way those dang rats will find me. Little did he know. Little did he know. Yeah, I'll try not to get gout on the way to the kitchen. Okay. What can we do? We can play Anleet shoutouts and Dingus shoutouts.
Yeah, Rydrake's in this game. There's like, look, there's a Rydrake right there. It's a Rydrake. I want to ride in a little car like that. That would be.
Welcome to the 3-year anniversary madness. As I go to run, get a coffee. Coffee.
You get like little bubbles and shit. Pretty good. Oh man.
Oh, the camera's on. Oh, the camera was on the whole time, huh? I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Hello. They're literally the hobos of Kirby Land. No! Why can't I float out of sucking someone off? I mean, up! Oh, please. Oh,
nice. Nice.
Go! Please, I love you, go! Well, I'm the designated driver now. I've got to be this dude's handler.
I'm to tip the scales.
Yeah, you can handle me.
No comment.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
No comment. Okay. Don't clip that.
Just gotta.
Oh no, the and shoutouts broke. I hate when they do that. I don't know what causes the shoutouts to bug out like that. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you get clips. Sometimes you don't get clips. I asked Tevin, Tevin was like, well, just refresh the source, dude. I'm like, I refresh the source before... I refresh all my browser sources before I start the stream. Maybe it's because I don't have the premium version of the Twitch Guru. Safa API, Safa. Thank you, Barry Linden, the 100-bit cheer while I was away. Whoa. I went to get cookies and coffee. I have now returned with cookies and coffee. Oh, wait, we get some golden clips. Oh, you just came at a bad time, Barry. Okay. Am I a ruler yet? I'm almost through. Okay, Splatoon continues until I am a ruler. And then... I don't know, we could go back to GameCube until someone wakes up. That was the whole idea. Okay, I had these. But let me check, Scrummels had mentioned it. Ooh, story time? What's the most recent one? Well, these guys get gazillions of views. It's kind of crazy. Well, all of these have pretty good titles, huh? Alright, how about this? This is a good one. This is befitting of the cougar nature of the stream. Grandma realizes she's been caught after killing spree. Oh, it's one of those videos. No! Why, Uwu crew? Why? Okay, we'll have to do it like this. I embed money. Better not have ads.
In 2018, two women meet for drinks at a bar in Fort Myers, Florida. One invites the other to her hotel room, completely unaware that she's in the presence of a killer.
Traveling up to the airport this
This encounter sets off a chilling chain of events, linking their meeting to a gruesome crime 1,000 miles away. Now, investigators across state lines must work together in a race against time to put an end to the ruthless crime spree before the killer strikes again.
You're gonna find a body there. Somebody better look.
The following report is based on police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now.
Mostly never
on April
been
9th,
seen before.
2018, dispatchers in Lee County, Florida receive a call from a motel manager with reports of a chilling discovery.
911, there's emergency? Yes, this is at Marina Village. It's not covered down at Fort Myers Beach, and there's a dead body in one of the units. Her body's covered in towels, and there's blood in there.
The manager explained that several units were experiencing a plumbing issue, and every other unit had been checked, except for room 404.
When I walked in there, I said, front desk, and no one answered, and the master bedroom was closed. And all the stuff was there, so I didn't want to interrupt thinking there was nothing there. But my boss said, no, go in and make sure, because it could be in that particular bedroom. So I went back up, and I opened up the master bedroom, and the door to the bathroom was closed with towels on the outside of it. So when I went to open up the door, something was blocking it, and I got scared.
Too afraid to investigate alone,
Oh my god, there is ads. How is there ads on true crime content? What is sponsor block?
The manager asked residents in the
It's because I'm not able to embed it.
Brave
It's a browser source. Leave me alone.
Forward to help.
Appreciate the
Unaware of
ads.
the nightmare waiting for them
We're supporting
on the
content
other
that we
side
like.
of the door.
There was a towel against the door. The door was partially open. We tried to push on it.
Oh my God.
We were hitting something.
Thank you, Barry Linden. Barry _ Linden _ for the 100-bit cheer, in addition to the 100-bit cheer you said earlier. Nick Vercata said it was okay to mail you party favors for the next long stream. Thank you very much, Barry Linden. Appreciate the love and positivity and support, not just this year, but in all years prior, as we celebrate 3 years of Dingus persistently insisting on persistent existence on the purple platform, as we casually coast off into another cool year. Thank you.
Aware of the nightmare waiting for them on the other side of the door.
There was a towel against the door.
Don't worry, the murdered person wasn't the granny. The granny is the killer.
And we were hitting something. So I looked around the door, and she's laying on the floor with towels over her, and she was bleeding. You could see blood under her towel.
She's got towels over her butt.
All I could see.
Officers quickly arrived to find a woman lying on the bathroom floor with what appeared to be 2 gunshot wounds. A towel had been draped over her body, and the air conditioning was lowered to a frigid temperature of 61 degrees. The guest bedroom showed signs of use, and multiple wine bottles along with dishes piled in the sink indicated another guest may have been staying there. Whoever it may have been was nowhere to be found. Police discovered that room 404 was rented by 59-year-old Pamela Hutchinson, who was captured on surveillance checking into the
Everyone's
Marina
watching
Village
First 48 on TV being like,
6
whoa, I
days
remember that
ago
crime
on
scene.
April 3rd.
I could have been on TV, dude. No existential dread. No thinking about, wow, if I was there at the wrong place at the wrong time, that could have been me instead of the victim. It's just like, damn, I could have been on TV. I could have been on the local news. Damn. Ooh, damn.
How are you today? Good. Right, the traffic was. Is your driver's license on the credit card?
Pamela reaches into a small silver purse, which...
If I ever showed up on local news, I would say, shout out to Hate.
Was later discovered in her motel room.
I would say, Hate Army, that guy.
Is your driver's license on the credit card?
Pamela reaches into a small silver purse, which was later discovered in her motel room. However, her credit cards and identification were missing.
Yeah, send me all your mail
she
order
checks
Russian
into
brides.
the motel alone, raising questions about who was in the room
Just
with her.
don't tell the Ukraine.
Searching for answers, investigators continue reviewing the tapes, unaware of the unnerving mystery that's about to unfold. At 3:44 p.m., Pamela pulls into the parking lot of Marina Village in a white Acura with Florida license plates. Shortly after checking in, Pamela exits the elevator and heads to room 404 by herself. However, the following day, she's no longer alone. As she approaches the elevator at 8:13 p.m. on April 4th, she's now...
look at the hallway. It's so tacky.
As she approaches...
This is what you find in, like, the Margaritaville. the low budget Margaritaville. You know, it's got that vibe to it. Big ups. Hey, speaking of Hate Army, that guy, it's literally Hate Army, and he says, congratulations, Swollen _ Dingus on completing 3 years of continuing life without interruption in the world that is the one we all live in. How utterly timely. Thank you, Hate Army, for the well words. Appreciate it. We have somehow existed for 3 years on the purple platform without getting banned or scrutinized. Well, except for that one time we got caught for copyright because I played the Kingdom Hearts theme song because I was playing the game. It's like, I was playing the fucking game. How are you gonna strike me for the song? It's like, I'm playing the game. Like, what the fuck, Square Enix? I'm still not over that. And the one time we listened to Matt at the Internet, and Josh said the T word a little bit too much. But guess what? I lived, bitch, and I'm still here today. But yeah, big ups. We're 12 hours in, Hate Army, to the marathon. We're doing GameCube net play earlier. I'm waiting for everyone to wake up, and we'll go back to GameCube. This is like the Splatoon true crime break. We got a lot of games in store once everyone wakes up. a lot of chill, a lot of coffee, and I will try to survive. This is the first 24-hour stream I've done without a sleep segment. Who knows? I could fall asleep later. Hello, Cyril. Speaking of people, wow, it's Cerulean86. That guy, he's awake. Hello, sir. Welcome in, welcome in. We did some Double Dash. I played a bit of Pac-Man Kart. I'm gonna say something controversial. Pac-Man World Rally controls way better than Double Dash. I'm just being honest. It does. The battle mode in that game is surprisingly fun too. What else was I gonna say? I did a little bit of Sonic Gems collection playing Sonic the Fighters. Sonic the Fighters arcade fighting game, Sonic in that collection. Very fun. Beat the story mode. And then I think I went to Splatoon because by then Goki was too tired to come back on for more Double Dash. Okay, 5 p.m. Eastern, back for GameCube, 7 hours, so 4 p.m. for me. Dingus time, okay. Keep that in mind. I think I'll wait for someone else to wake up and be ready, and then we can hop back in. But yeah, big up Cerulean. The girls I'm sending are Colombian and I don't pay for sex. The bitcheers you're sending will help me with that then. Shit, what? Oh my god. Roller booyah. No! He ran! Ah! Stop with me. Alright, I apologize. Back to the video. Wait. Oh no. There.
The elevator at 8:13 p.m. on April 4th. She's now accompanied by another woman who bears a striking resemblance to Pamela.
You think corny beats themed artist charming? You know nobody maintains that though. There's no upkeep on that. It probably smells like smoke.
They're seen again the following day at 12:45 a.m. on April 5th, entering the elevator and once again heading toward the room.
Are you really the last person to find out about the Skip Ads Forever button? This is Pi, and
oh,
if it
I wish it existed forever. No, Pi's also a scam. Pi's the honey tear scam. Don't fall for it.
To be with her friend, who was scattering the ashes of her late husband. The friend last saw Pamela at lunch on Wednesday, April 4th, and later received a text saying she'd extended her stay to April 5th. However, when she sent a text to Pamela at 10 p.m. on Thursday, she received no response. Surveillance footage shows the unknown woman meeting with Pamela at a restaurant on April 5th at 5:14 p.m.
Apple pie is a scam. No, the thing that bitch was promoting in the ad that I just skipped. I'm too tired to explain why it's a scam, but it's a honey level scam. It's just as bad as honey. Take my word for it. I never steered you wrong.
They share a high five, engage in lively conversation, and have a few drinks at the bar. Over 2 hours later, Pamela pays for her meal with a credit card, while the other woman pays in cash. They leave the restaurant at 7:43 p.m. and are seen exiting the elevator and heading toward Pamela's room together. Pamela would never be seen alive again. The answers to what happened to Pamela are with the other woman, but she is now missing. As investigators review more footage, they note that on April 5th at 8:30 p.m., just 45 minutes after leaving the restaurant together, the unknown woman emerges from the room alone. Officers note that she appears distraught, upset, and possibly crying. As they continue observing the footage,
I do use uBlock Origin, but I don't use window capture for watching videos. I use a browser source, which doesn't pull from the extensions I have out open on my instance of Chrome.
The woman's next actions leave investigators deeply suspicious of her involvement. On the morning of April 6th at 6 a.m.,
Hello,
the suspect heads to the...
Welcome in, UNF. We had a lot of fun GameCube chill. We're in the equally just as fun Splatoon intermission segment. I'm trying to stay awake as best as I can with coffee and cookies. I know you have the games as well if you would like to hop back in and do some GameCube fun with me. I am open. Saria will not be able to join us till 5 p.m. Eastern. But if you are available, whenever you are wanting and preferring, I can hop back in.
Elevator carrying the same purple luggage bag that Pamela had been seen with earlier. 2 hours later at 8:30 a.m., a woman claiming to be Pamela extends her stay for 3 additional days. She provides a credit card over the phone, but oddly, the card doesn't match the one used for the reservation. Minutes later, the suspect begins making several trips to and from the parking lot. Pamela's car is seen backing into a space in front of a white Cadillac Escalade. The suspect then...
Let me guess. This right here, she's carrying out the body parts.
There, the suspect
several trips. What's in that bag, lady?
Making several trips to and from the parking lot. Pamela's car is seen backing into a space in front of a white Cadillac Escalade.
I don't trust you, Cougar.
The suspect
I'm not convinced.
Then begins to transfer items from the Escalade to the Acura. The Escalade leaves the parking lot at 12:42 p.m., but the suspect returns on foot nearly an hour later at 1:32 p.m., where she stays for several hours. Finally, on April 6th at 1:51 p.m., she heads for the parking lot and is seen driving away in Pamela's white Acura, leaving her body to be discovered 3 days later. The suspect has vanished without a trace, and as there's no record of her staying at the motel, her identity remains a mystery. Investigators are left with many haunting questions. Who is this woman, and what role could she have played in Pamela's death? The answers may lie over 1,000 miles away, where an unfolding investigation reveals shocking connections between the cases, far more twisted than anyone could have imagined.
Dirty Cougar on Cougar action
on March
Craigslist
23rd,
response.
2018, a call is placed to the Dodge County Sheriff's
You end up answering it and you just get hacked to pieces by some deranged grandma.
office in Blooming Prairie, Minnesota, where uneasy concerns soon lead to an alarming discovery.
Could I speak with a detective possibly? My name's Greg Oswald. We have right up to the point of missing person here. My business partner, and there seems to be something seriously wrong.
Okay, how so?
Well, I haven't been able to talk to him for 16 days, and neither of any of the employees. He's never done this. Dave's never done this. In the 20 years I know him, he's very involved in our business, hands-on.
The Wisconsin is strong in this one.
David Reese.
Greg further explains that the Prairie Waxworms farm is just 100 feet away from David's home, where he and his
Who's using
wife,
Craigslist
Lois,
in
reside.
2025 the fuck?
Thomas,
These
the
old
farm's
batty
manager,
bitches.
explained their concerns began 10 days prior on March 12th.
Lois come down to the shed and told me that David was sick and he would not be down today, and she also wanted me to take care of the payroll because we get paid every bi-weekly. David having some health issues in the past, I did not think anything of that.
Soon, David's co-workers became suspicious after unsettling differences emerged in their usual communication.
The texts we were getting from his phone were not his texts. It just wasn't Dave's style. Dave didn't abbreviate, didn't punctuate, just didn't. You could tell it wasn't him.
Thomas, Greg, and other employees claim David's text messages seemed to change around the same day Lois began telling others he was sick.
He does talk text. That's what he's always done, you know. And the ones I was getting was like all exclamation marks and commas and dots and thanks abbreviated with an X instead of spelling it out and stuff, you know.
Okay. And he doesn't normally do that?
No, he just text and it spells out the full words.
Despite their concerns, on Monday, March 19th, 8 days after he was first reported to be sick, Lois assured Thomas that David still had plans to attend a fishing tournament set to take place the following Friday.
March 23rd, I watched the live weigh-in of the Cabela's Masters Walleye Circuit that David was supposed to be at, according to Lois. When they announced David's name, I did not see him, and I became very concerned.
He then called Greg, David's business partner, who contacted local police to perform a welfare check on David. Deputy Hoffman from Dodge County Sheriff's Office arrived at the house on March 23rd at 6:49 p.m., but no one answered the door. Through the window, he noticed the television and gas fireplace were on. With nothing seeming out of the ordinary, the deputy left, unaware of the horrifying secret hidden inside the house.
Absolutely disgusting, the old bitch. It's February. Take down your fucking Christmas lights.
Ordinary, the deputy left, unaware of the horrifying secret hidden inside the house.
We were so frustrated sitting there talking to these people. Mental health people are going to go out and check, and the guy says, "You're going to find a body there. Somebody better look."
Determined, Greg once again calls Bloomington Prairie Police. This time, officers Peterson and Peach returned to the house. One officer boosted the other, lifting him just high enough to peek through the bathroom window. Lying on the bathroom floor was the body of 54-year-old David Reese. Though investigators in Minnesota would have no way of knowing it, the chilling discovery of David's body would soon reveal haunting parallels to Pamela's death in Florida. David was discovered in an advanced state of decomposition, with a green-colored blanket laying over his body, in a similar manner to the towels draped over Pamela. He had multiple gunshot wounds to his torso. The window was left open, bringing the temperature in the room to a chilling low of around 30
Big ups
degrees.
halfway on the marathon. 12 hours in.
Is this simply a coincidence or the beginning?
Let's give it up for 12 hours. 12 hours into the marathon. I technically started with 30 minutes extra on the clock, so that's why it's 12 hours, despite the timer saying 12 hours and 31 minutes. But that's why 12 hours. 12 hours. We're halfway there. Oh, I'm living on a prayer. Oh no.
Agrees.
You guys.
The eerie similarities raise harrowing questions.
Time
Is
flies.
this simply
It's already
a
9.
coincidence or the beginning of a brutal killing spree? With many questions for David's wife, Lois, Minnesota investigators begin looking for her, but she's nowhere to be found. In an effort to trace her movements,
hour
they
12.
review
Give it
local
up for
business
hour 12.
surveillance, starting from the last time the couple was seen
I'm
together.
Mr. Krabs.
On March 11th, David and Lois both enter their local general store. David walks out at 9:01 a.m. and would never be seen on surveillance footage again. The following day, Lois explains to Thomas that David has fallen ill and would begin using David's phone to text his co-workers. However, as Thomas explains, it was more than the unusual text messages that left him concerned that something was terribly wrong.
Dude, that is so creepy when like the killer thinks ahead and takes like the killer kills you, then takes your phone, then LARPs you to your friends and family so that they don't go looking for you or get worried about you. But they can never. The thing that always unveiled it. The thing that always like fails when it comes to this is that they can never convincingly LARP you, especially if you text a lot, because everyone has their own typing style, and without like autistically analyzing all the text messages you ever sent out, which serial killers aren't gonna do because they ain't got time for that. They're smarter than they think they are. They're not gonna know how you type convincingly. They're not gonna know how to convincingly type as though they are you. They will do like a half-assed LARP. And it's gonna be like when you send that to your family, like family members, it's gonna be really disturbing because they know what your typing style is like, especially if you talk to them a lot on the phone often. So to have someone with your contact information that has your phone and is sending messages out to friends and family, it's literally your phone. It's your contact info, but they don't type like you at all because they're not you. Because you died, but they're LARPing and pretending like they're you, trying to get a rise out of your friends and family by convincing them that you're alive. That's some morbid shit. Hello, brother. Do not worry. I'm leaving my house and never returning. Please don't worry for me. I will never return. I love you very much. Ah, yes. And then all the other outgoing text messages you ever sent are like, hey, yo, what up? Like, the fuck? And you use a lot of abbreviations and shit. But the serial killer types very appropriately, proper grammar, capitalization, you know, proper punctuation and shit. Like, imagine if you send that, if the serial killer kills you, and you're like your urban homeboy, and he sends a text like your message, Hate Army. He sends it to your urban sister. Like, shit, what the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about, bitch? I know you don't talk like that. Yeah, you're gonna be tapped in to talk like dingus. No, I type like a fucking dork on Discord and even in text messages. It's not as though I get many. Hey, I'm still in my car overseas. I'm moving overseas with someone I just met. Don't look for me. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, serial killers razz the family after these. You'll be surprised at how often that happens. They get like a sick sexual thrill out of it.
We have a money bag in that's where my drive slips go and all our checks from our customers. Okay. I did my route on Friday, yesterday, and I noticed everything was missing out of there. All the checks out of the money bag.
Great news!
What?
Now your account has a level. And you
Does
get
it?
free daily
I don't care.
for it.
Gambling. Let's go gambling.
Monday, March 12th, Lois enters Citizen State Bank, approaching the counter with a check from David's account.
Actually true,
the
not.
amount of $1,000. The teller fails to notice that David's signature doesn't match the.
I don't know if that applies to anyone else, but I actually agree with Knock. I type differently depending on who I'm talking to. You guys have influence on me. It's very disturbing.
Previous ones on record. Over the next several days, Lois would use David's credit card at several.
I mean, that kind of stuff like happens in real life too. Like depending on who you're with, friends or family, or in a professional setting with like coworkers, that'll influence how you talk to them, right? It's kind of like the text-based version of that. Hello, Coggers.
The teller fails to notice that David's signature doesn't match the previous ones on record. Over the next several days, Lois would use David's credit card at several establishments, including a liquor store, Vandal's Family Market, and multiple times at the Woodfire Grill, a restaurant inside Diamond Joe's Casino in Northwood, Iowa, just across the Minnesota border. Meanwhile,
She used this shit at the fucking casino. At the same fucking in-casino restaurant.
Fred confronts Lois about the missing checks from Prairie Wax Worms.
I sent her a text that I'd been informed there was checks missing out of the office, so I had to call the county sheriff, report stolen
He took his
checks.
promotional
And if you
credits.
know anything, let me know. So she called me back in a couple hours and said, well, I got the checks. Dave sent me down to get them. They're up. I got them. At that point, I said, Lois, I need to talk to Dave. There's nothing. And I said, Lois, put Dave on the phone. And the last thing, she says, Dave, don't roll over, and then hung up.
On March 16th, Lois would return to the Citizen State Bank with another check from David's account, written to herself for $2,500. The teller once again fails to notice the signature and gives her the funds in cash. As her shopping spree continued, Lois walked into a Fantastic Sam's hair salon in Austin, Minnesota on March 17th.
Yep, she came in and she was going to be going out for St. Patrick's Day. She said that she was going to be going to Diamond Joe Casino, so she wanted her hair to look like Peggy Bundy and have it nice and big.
3 days later,
Peggy
on
Bundy.
March 20th, Lois is
You
once
know
again
this bitch is
spotted on
old.
camera at the general store. This time, wearing the same hoodie that David was wearing on the last day he was seen alive.
Hey there, Al.
At this point, David hasn't been seen in 9 days. Over the next 2 days,
Ugh,
Lois returns
shut up
to the
there,
bank,
Peggy.
depositing over $8,000 into David's account at the drive-thru before transferring the money back into her account.
I'm just in awe that they would take a check from one company to Prairie Wax Worms and let her cash them. But it looks like about 12 grand minimum, 14,000.
Okay, so they were actually the company checks?
Yep. Well, not Prairie Wax Worms. It was our customers' checks who had paid us, made payable to Prairie Wax Worms.
Lois would hit the Diamond Joe Casino again on March 22nd, where her unusual behavior caught the attention of a casino regular.
Just kept acting like she was real suspicious on who people were and what was going on, you know. Like,
Oh God, she had a
wasn't quite
gambling
sure of
problem.
her surroundings, who she could trust and who she couldn't.
Okay, so paranoid basically?
Yeah, kinda.
Finally, on March 23rd, when David fails to appear on the fishing tournament's live stream,
Hey, we made it to
Lois
Ruler.
steps into the Citizen State Bank for a final time. She presents a $7,500 check from David's account, writing spring trip in the memo. After the teller delivers the cash, Lois takes David's white Cadillac Escalade and vanishes. It would later be discovered abandoned on Fort Myers Beach in Florida.
As a detective, you got any inkling if she's in an area? Do you think she's just... God damn it, I don't know how you get away.
No, nothing so far.
I just don't.
Hello, Alpha Elite TV. Welcome to the True Crime segment. And nearing the end of the Splatoon segment of the 24-hour Ding-a-Don, Dong-a-Don, Swoleversary 3-year Chilladon extravaganza. Yes! We're learning about this cougar granny who's like killing people. She can't help it. Yeah, we're halfway through. 12 hours to go.
Detectives in Minnesota and Florida have yet to realize the shocking connections between the murders of Pamela Hutchinson and David Reese. But a lucky break will soon drive the two separate investigations toward a fateful collision. 3 days before Pamela's murder,
How long have I been
County
splatting?
Sheriff's
Since
Office in Florida had received
all the
a
GameCube people went to sleep.
911 call.
Hi, there's an ATV out for a Lois Reese from
There's an event going on right now,
Blooming
so it was
Minnesota
worthwhile for me to
in
do so.
Steele County. She just got out of her car at my Florida house. I also live in Blooming Prairie, so I know about the whole thing. She's in a white 05 Escalade. Okay, and you do some research in Steele County, Minnesota, that's trying to find her.
Okay, so she has a warrant, is that what you're saying?
Look at this snitch.
Yes, for the possible murder of her husband and for surfer embezzling charges.
Earlier the same day, the 911 caller, Tessa's daughter in Blooming Prairie, received a call from a woman named
Yeah, there is
Stormy
Alpha
Liberty,
Elite.
who claimed to be Tessa's friend.
For Valentine's Day, dark chocolate versus milk chocolate versus white chocolate. Now, obviously, white chocolate is going to win because you get white ink with it, and people can't not be fucking children about it. Oh my god, so hilarious, white ink, right? So I went with the Chad dark color, the dark color choice, the BBC color. But I don't get the BBC color, I get dark blue as my color.
Asked for her address. Stormy Liberty was later identified as an alias.
Oh, Coggers, if you want to play, Anne and Saru have the files. Saru is awake now, I guess. Anne is too. They got the games.
That Lois used when opening a cell phone account. She was gone by the time police arrived. And just 3 days later, Pamela's life came to a tragic end.
Pamela,
Now,
no!
after Pamela's death, as one deputy reviews the security footage from the Marina Village Motel.
Oh, okay,
he
you put them in
recognizes
collab
the
research.
woman with
Okay.
Pamela as Lois Reese, based on Tessa's 911 call from 3
makes it
days
easier.
ago.
I do rentals, so she had a little notepad like she was going to rent, and that's what I thought. And then she got out, and she saw me. I said, "Can I help you?" And she looked at me and she said, "Oh, I'm in the wrong place." And she quick got into her Escalade.
You said it was a 2005 white Escalade?
Yep, pearl-colored Escalade.
After being recognized in the surveillance.
Yeah, so what Anne put in collab resources is pretty much all you need. The games, the extra games. You basically put the games when you start up Dolphin. You load the games that are there, and then you load just toss in the extra games in the same folder that the games from the first download are in, and then I assume the profile download is like stuff like the memory card and whatnot. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then once you're ready, you can hop on in. But I'm good to go as soon as the first person is available to swap back to more GameCube shit.
Footage, Lois is officially named a person of interest in Pamela Hutchinson's murder. On April 10th, investigators in Florida contacted Minnesota law enforcement,
Yeah, Pap sets it against
requesting a
folder.
photo to confirm their suspect. And finally, information between the two investigations was shared. With evidence connecting Lois to more than one murder, investigators are left with the chilling question: is she finished, or is she planning to strike again? While following her trail, those who knew her begin to share a troubling history with investigators, one that hints at a possible
This is why I don't do emulator gaming. I'm sorry, I'm a gamer, and I just want to pop in the game and play, right? I don't want to have time. I don't have time to hack my computer and edit and crap. It's like, I just want to play a game. I just want to pay Nintendo $60 a year to play old school games that are free on the internet, which is 2 clicks of a button.
Motive for her ruthless actions.
My grandpa passed away and she got her inheritance, and she was so unbelievably bored out there at that house. And the only time she was happy is when she'd have the grandkids out there, and she had them a lot. Okay. My kids and my brother's kids were there a lot. If she wasn't at, with us, like her kids or her grandkids, she was probably at the casino. And I had told my dad, and I told her that I was getting concerned with how much she was going there. And she's like, Priya, it's just something for me to do. It's fun.
Oh, I'm worried you're going to that casino pretty often there, Granny.
But I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem, you guys. I go to the casino every week, but I don't have a problem, you guys. Well, that's what Papa Dingus tells me all the time.
Blew through hundreds of thousands of dollars there. I had no idea it was that bad.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you...
With Pamela,
I wish I could be free of ads.
Credit cards missing. Investigators begin to trace where they may have been used. On April 6th, a woman claiming to be Pamela Hutchinson entered a Wells Fargo and withdrew $5,000, as seen in still images provided by the bank. The distinctive white hat, sunglasses, and blue shirt are the same clothes she was wearing in the surveillance footage.
If you buy an old thing, maybe they'll make a new thing like the old thing, if sales of the old thing are good. Sometimes it's actually happened. I'm pretty sure that Emio game only happened because the remakes, the first 2 games sold well. So, dreams can come true. Though it does kind of suck that it's like, if you want a new game in the series, you gotta buy a remaster of a game you may have already played before. They gotta carrot dangle it. Well, you gotta show us that you want you want a new game in the series, so make sure this remake, remaster, whatever doesn't flop. And it's a lazy $60 remaster.
Ah! Marina Village.
So does she have a gambling problem, or?
Oh, absolutely.
So
$400,000 worth 2 years ago.
How much?
400 stolen out of a trust that belonged to her dad and brothers and sisters that she was managing.
Did you say 400,000?
Yes, sir.
400,000?
As investigators
stolen
continue to follow
to the casino?
Lois's trail, receipts show that she withdrew $1,500 from an ATM on April 7th, one day after leaving Marina Village in Pamela's stolen car.
How did he make it so she couldn't have any money, do you know?
Well, I think the last go-around, you gotta read between the lines with me. This is just conversation with Dave and I. I know all credit cards were taken away. I know she had no bank account. She wasn't a signature on any of his accounts.
He had 14 lines of credit there.
Lois had recently checked into the Hilton Hotel in Ocala, Florida for a day, using Pamela's credit cards and forging her signature on the room service receipts.
When all the money stuff came up after he realized, that she has a...
What a gaslight of a video this is to me. So first of all, she's a cougar. Second of all, she likes going to the casino. Third of all, she scams and steals money from her victims. Sound like anybody we know?
Bad gambling problem, and she went through all that money, she was put on lockdown, she couldn't have access to any money. And
yeah.
I told her many times, I understand why my dad was doing that. I get that.
Next year we see Dave just completely loses it. He goes crazy. He starts gambling in real life. We have security CCTV footage of Dave signing in at hotels, checking himself in under Kat's name, and we just never see Kat again. Kat doesn't appear in any of the security footage. Everyone's wondering from the moment the CCTV footage is leaked. It's where's Kat? Where's Kat? Where's Kat? Why is he checking himself in under Kat Burnell? What happened to Kat? Why is he using Kat's credit cards? What's going on? What happened to Kat? Where's Kat? The mystery.
But I just told her that she should just, come live with me or my brother, because it wasn't a good situation to be in for either.
Yeah, the
one
new
of
Mama
them.
JF.
Brianna further explains that the financial issues Lois faced as a result of her gambling problem led to an attempt to take her own life 2 years prior.
My dad.
Maybe she should have gone through with it.
About something, probably money related, I'm guessing, and
DSP doesn't own enough luggage to hide Cat. Now, to be fair, he could just chop her up.
And I don't know, he said a bunch of awful things to her, and then he left to go to the bank, and she said that she just...
The next pre-stream, oh my god, okay, he dismembers Cat, and then, like, chops her up, and then he has to take her to the dump. Separate trips to the dump, because she just takes up so much space in the car. And then the next pre-stream, this is very morbid, I apologize, this is autism, it's fucking 9 in the morning, so this is a joke, Twitch. I am making light, joking humor, dark humor about dark humor about dark guys. Okay, but he dismembers Cat and takes her to the dump, multiple trips to the dump because she's so big, she just cannot fit into that car, that broken ass car with the wheels that don't work, that hardly work. And next pre-stream, he has like a big rant about how he had to make so many separate trips back and forth to the dump, back and forth, and Big Papa Phil in the chat is like, why didn't you get Cat to help you? And Phil reads that out loud, and then he stares at the camera. No, he does the zoom in with the scene with like the exaggerated zoom in with the exclamation points. He does the zoom in and just stares at the camera, like looking at Big Papa Phil directly into your soul. And he doesn't say anything. And then he zooms out and continues with his story.
Felt like she just didn't want to...
Yeah, like that. He gives you the DSP cot.
Deal with it anymore, sure.
As Brianna continues to explain Lois's financial troubles, she recalls a recent situation involving her disabled sister, Kim, that landed her in legal trouble.
My mom...
Look at this! Look at this! He even had a disabled sister! That's Jenna! Well, Jenna's mentally disabled, but,
She took care of my aunt for like...
Hello, Shroom Dukeen.
2 or 3 years she lived with her, and was really, really, really awesome, and like did everything by the book that she was supposed to, and when she got into gambling...
Did everything correct?
She took some money from my Aunt Kim. Okay. They were going back and forth, and Mom skipped the court thing. Her lawyer was gonna settle for like $30,000, but then my mom, like, her behavior, she just doesn't address anything. She just pretends like it doesn't happen, so she didn't go to court. And because she didn't, they put like a full judgment, so like $100,000 is, I think, that they're trying to get from. Yeah.
Though Lois's alleged gambling history provides valuable insight for the detectives, they still have yet to establish her current whereabouts or the driving factor behind this horrific crime spree.
No.
With Lois's location and her motives still unclear, the fear that she may be armed, dangerous, and hunting for a new victim fuels their efforts as they continue.
Jenna would get filtered by the gate. 10 people would tell her the code separately. 10 A-logs in DMs would tell her the code, and she still would not understand how to enter it.
You following her trail.
Okay, Cerulean says, formally requesting Mario Tennis Pac-Man Party Game, which I have never played, but I heard it's much better than the Wii one. But that's not saying much, because the Wii one is really bad. You don't want to play the Wii one, but the GameCube one is okay. Mario Tennis, Pac-Man Party Game, and Kirby Air Ride. I know Will wanted to do Kirby Air Ride, so hopefully we can get Will available for that. I don't know what his schedule is, but hopefully he's around later today. But yeah, you'll be available at 4 my time. Okay, I can make it happen.
April 8th, one day before Pamela's body was discovered, Lois attempted to use Pamela's credit card at an ATM in DeQuincy, Louisiana, but the transaction was declined. Investigators learned that Lois then traveled to another casino in Louisiana and won a $1,500 jackpot. As the interviews continue, one investigator brings up a possible concern that may make finding Lois an even more challenging endeavor.
I was just wondering if she was could make it to where she looked something different with makeup beyond the hair color. That she had kind of a talent of what do you call the people out?
Oh, makeup artist?
Makeup artist, yes.
But I don't think that, but I think that she was skilled enough with makeup that she could make herself look a little different. But I would say with the gambling problem,
yeah,
and now she's got time on her hands,
right,
she'll be at a casino.
However,
Duh.
Lois's son Billy has a far more grim expectation for how this fugitive search may end.
Based off her past actions, I'd say, I don't know, finding her alive probably isn't very good, as sick as that sounds. Right. She's obviously tried to do it before. I think this is a little bit more serious than that was, spending money.
Right. No, I'm gonna err on the side of the casino theory.
Doing that or of hurting herself? Yeah, if she killed my dad.
At 11:16 p.m. on April 8th, Pamela's stolen Acura is seen traveling westbound on Interstate 10 in Lafayette, Louisiana, and once more on a license plate reader in Texas before the trail goes cold. With Lois continuing to cross state lines, a U.S. Marshals task force takes over the investigation and issues a BOLO for Lois Reese. She's now wanted for 2 murders, grand theft auto, financial theft, and identity theft. As the case gains national attention through widespread media coverage, she earns the nickname Killer Grandma. News outlets nationwide ask anyone who sees Lois or her vehicle to come forward. When a promising tip brings investigators one step closer to ending her reign of terror, one question.
Oh, hold up. Can we shout out the sports ball? The sports ball little gotcha. Oh, we used to have one at the local Dingus Sam's.
Tip brings investigators one step closer to ending her reign of terror. One question remains. Can they get to her before she disappears once again? At 6:58 p.m.
probably. Look at her.
April 19th,
She probably can't move very quickly.
She was last spotted on traffic cameras. Lois enters Dirty Al's restaurant on South Padre Island in Texas, just 30 miles from the Mexican border. She lingers upon entering, taking a moment to look at the posted menu near the main cash register. It isn't long before an employee sees Lois and stands watch. As she suddenly makes for the exit, the 2 male employees briefly converse before following her.
So I assume they had like her photo up. Maybe some. Oh, be on the lookout for this bitch, right? They said they had a BOLO out earlier. I can't imagine. Because I worked retail. Right, I bring it up all the time. It's like it's my helicopter company story. I can't imagine, paying attention to the local news that closely. Oh, be on the lookout for this guy. Could you imagine how many serial killers probably walked to the Dingus store and I just was like too inattentive to care? I got things to do, you guys. I gotta take these distributions. I gotta take these boxes in. I gotta ship out shit. I gotta do all this stuff. I don't have time to be paying attention to the faces of every schmuck that walks in through the doors. Yeah, like the McDonald's employee that snitched on Luigi. I'm sorry, who pays attention to the news as much to, recognize these faces? And they don't, it would be one thing if on the CCTV, their phone is pulled out and they're looking at, an article. They can see the face and they can match the face to the face of the person that walked in, but they're not doing that. They've clearly seen the face enough times, in local news, to recognize it without having to look at the face on a poster or on their phone or something. They know to be on the lookout for this smelly bitch. It's they're just on it. These guys are way more professional than I ever was. And of course, let's be honest, they're white.
Well, she was right in the corner last time. Where at? Right here, that white car.
He missed out on Mrs. Dingus, the crazy lady, because he wouldn't pull the trigger while she was autistic style flirting with him in the store. Yeah, that would have been the perfect time for a serial killer to walk in. I would have been so distracted.
That didn't hurt.
The man takes down her license plate and local authorities are contacted.
Snitch.
Police arrive at 7:50 p.m., nearly an hour after she left the building. It seems as though she slipped away once more. It's a devastating blow to their search, but in a shocking twist of events, while officers wait for someone who can show them the surveillance footage, they begin to search the conjoined parking lot and spot the stolen car at the restaurant next door.
Idiot.
They enter the restaurant and find Lois sitting at the bar, talking with an unknown male, but wait for backup before moving in for the arrest.
Wait, so she was clearly suspicious of them at the first restaurant, So she leaves quickly before they can call the police. The police get there, and she's like, yes, they'll never find me at the next restaurant right next door.
8:25 p.m. on April 19th, multiple officers move in and finally make an arrest. Unaware of just how close Lois may have come to claiming a third victim. With Lois now in custody, one chilling question remains unanswered. What drove Lois to commit not one, but two brutal acts of murder?
Lois, what's your last name? I'll find out. Right now, you're going to be detained. One detained. Double, okay.
According to the man she was with, he and his friend met Lois at Padre Rita's Grill. She told them she was staying next door at the Motel 6 and was a widow searching for a place to live in South Padre. The jaw-dropping evidence in her motel room will later be found in a search by investigators. For now, the man explains that he and a friend went with Lois on...
Bro, this is a very haunting photo right here. Like, look at her. She looks like a fucking ghost. She looks like a banshee. This doesn't look real. She looks like an animatronic you would see at the Haunted Mansion at Disney World. The way the lighting of the cop car reflects off of her, the headlights, and then the way, like, you can't see her pupils, her face, like her eyes look just all black, and then she's got the clean, pristine white dress on. You know, some ghosts have that in like popular depictions of cultural media, and then she has all white hair like she's Frankenstein's monster or something. Frankenstein's Bride of Frankenstein.
April 17th for drinks, before dropping her off at her motel. Both men found Lois to be completely normal, never witnessing any emotional breakdowns or outbursts, with one mentioning she was even flirting with him.
Is your driver's license in here, ma'am?
Yes.
It is. No, I can run it real quick.
How did you get here?
Okay, this one right here.
Just an FYI.
Okay. So it's not really your car. Okay. You wanna run it real quick? It's out of Minnesota. It's in there. It's out of Minnesota? Yes, sir.
Yeah, but the warrant I do believe might be out of Florida. I didn't get a chance to even look up our stuff because it was like.
Yeah. I don't know how that is. Lisa, if you wanna.
Okay, I'll get my cuffs back when we get there.
Just go ahead and grab your unit and follow into the station.
When news of her arrest broke, a woman came forward with a harrowing story. She told investigators that while eating alone at a restaurant on the island, she befriended a woman who identified herself as LaDonna, who was recently widowed and spending time away from her family to grieve. They met again for drinks on April 15th. The woman allowed LaDonna to come home with her, letting her stay in her guest bedroom. They had plans to meet again on Friday, April 20th, just one day after her arrest, where she learned LaDonna was Lois Reese.
Now that you can play official scratch tickets on Lotto.com, you're always in the right place at the right time.
Thank you,
When
ads.
investigators from Minnesota and Florida learn of her arrest, they fly to Texas to meet with Lois for an interrogation. However, Lois invokes Miranda rights and asks for a lawyer.
Wow. Guys, no, hold up, no way. She actually did it. No, we gotta give her props. Okay, can you say that again one more time? She did what now?
Florida learn of her arrest. They fly to Texas to meet with Lois for an interrogation. However, Lois invokes Miranda rights and asks for a lawyer.
Wow. She's not Rotunto. Yes. This interrogation is over.
Eventually, Lois will break her silence and recount the shocking details of her final moments with
Oh, god damn it. I spoke too soon.
David and her motives for pulling the trigger.
You gotta be adamant about the lawyer because they'll try to push you. They will try to push you. Oh, you're calling for a lawyer, right? You would have no reason to do that unless you're guilty, correct? They'll try to make it look like you'll be guilty if you call for the lawyer. That's them trying to gaslight you intentionally because they're trying to pursue a guilty verdict. Obviously, that's their job. They're trying to prove that you, Rue, you're the one who did it. Now, obviously, in reality, there would be no reason for you to call a lawyer if you didn't do it, right? Maybe in a perfect world. But, you know, there have been tales of cops who would do anything to get a verdict, even if it means slandering completely innocent people. Therefore, it is always in your interest to request for a lawyer, even if you literally, factually fucking based did not do it. There's no reason not to. Always protect yourself. If they gaslight you, say, fuck you, cop, suck my bish. What do you think about that?
For now, Lois raises an unusual concern.
I'm innocent, dude.
The process for getting you out of here takes a little bit of time, and you gotta get transported back to Florida. So I imagine
speaking from experience, I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll see you back in the Lee County Jail, and then from there you'll be eventually going back to Minnesota.
Did I say suck my bish dick? I felt like I said one of those phrases incorrectly. Look, it's very early. It's late, but it's also early.
To deal with the charge up there.
Suck my bish dick.
Any questions of us right now?
Well, they put me in a room that has a bed.
I'm sorry?
Well, they put me in a room that has a couch or something.
Ralph, I'm imagining Ralph wheeling out pantsuit. And she's like tied to a cross. And he's dressed like as a carny, complete with the little hat and then the bamboo cane. And it's suck my bish, dick. And he's talking to dickers.
When you come to Florida?
For 2 weeks, I was sitting in that bench.
No, I believe you're going to be transferred to a sheriff's office in the area.
What is wrong with me?
Okay.
You'll have to see a judge, I think, for extradition purposes in the morning, a magistrate. And then from there, you'll be going to a sheriff's office where they'll house you until we come pick you up.
And they'll be able to answer some of those questions that you have.
Push back, lady.
We just
Push
don't-
back.
We're not from here. So
You're free to leave.
if you
You're
have
free to
some
leave. No,
concerns,
don't you okay nothing. You're free to leave.
You know, it'd be better for my edema and my blood pressure, like they said.
My blood pressure.
You ate some food too.
My blood pressure.
Yeah, but it'd be worse if I had to go to the hospital and have an attack. It'd be worse.
Oh, for sure. All right, that's why we're getting you crackers right now.
I am a sovereign citizen.
One final question from Lois leads to a shock.
I will have you know I was traveling. Oh my god. Lois, you started off so strong. She literally started off so strong, guys. And then she started talking.
Revelation as she learns the truth of just how far her notoriety has spread.
I guess one question I have is, do my kids know I'm alive and here?
Yes. I don't know if you know this or not, but your whole story has been national news. Okay. It broke last night. It broke last night that you were arrested in South Padre Island, that you're alive and well, and that you were found by the U.S. Marshals and the local police department here. So,
so they know.
I don't personally know that they know, but I can tell you that every local news media outlet nationwide has picked up the story.
Okay.
Before searching Lois's motel room, investigators spoke with an employee.
Bro, look at that Motel 6. What the fuck is this design?
Of Motel 6. She says Lois claimed to be a victim of domestic violence, hiding from her husband.
Hey, Gondola.
As a cop.
Gondola, welcome to hour 12 going on 13 of the 24-hour, 3-year anniversary Chilladon Ding Dong Extravaganza. You know what? Until more people wake up and get ready for GameCube stuff, I might... You know what? Let's fuck it. Let's do some Roller Coaster Tycoon.
When she next saw her, she appeared to be completely different, even dressing more provocatively. During one conversation, she heard Lois say, "I need a sugar daddy."
Oh, ew. Oh my god, I need a sugar daddy. Ew. Oh, that's so heinous. Yeah, Gondola, we're doing GameCube net play. We did some Double Dash and Mario Party and Mario Baseball last night. It was pretty fun. And we will resume once everyone is able.
When she next saw her, she appeared to be completely different, even dressing more provocatively. During one conversation, she heard Lois say,
Bro, the bra hanging off the chair. Lois, come on.
I need a sugar daddy, before
I need a sugar daddy, baby.
Asking about another customer seen driving an expensive vehicle, raising unsettling questions about her future plans. A search of her motel room uncovered a mountain of evidence. Among the discoveries is a white towel wrapped around a pair of sunglasses, previously seen to be worn by Pamela. Lois's distinctive white hat, earlier seen to be worn as she withdrew $5,000 using Pamela's identity, is located on a pile of clothing.
Belted.
They also locate credit cards and checkbooks belonging to both David and Pamela, along with Pamela's luggage. A road atlas is found, and tucked within its pages is a brochure for a casino in Eagle Pass, Texas.
What a shock.
They also uncover Pamela's driver's license, and finally, 2 loaded firearms.
Whoa. Look, I'm not Mr. Guns.
And finally, 2.
But check out the Glock on the right there.
Loaded firearms. With a mountain of evidence against her, Lois is extradited to Florida and held without bond to face charges for the murder of 59-year-old Pamela Hutchinson. To avoid the death penalty, Lois pleaded guilty on December 17, 2019 to 1 count of first-degree murder. Lois pleaded guilty on December...
What's wrong with her legs? Is it the perspective? It looks like she skipped leg day. Where the hell is the leg fat at? Chicken legs looking ass.
17th,
What's going on there?
To 1 count of first-degree murder, grand theft of a motor vehicle, grand theft of property, and criminal identity theft. She later returned to Minnesota to face charges for the murder of 54-year-old David Reese. At a hearing on August 11, 2020, in the auditorium of a Minnesota high school, after
I'm just saying, I couldn't tear my eyes away from that.
She pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and shared with the judge her version of what happened on the fateful night of March 5th, 2018.
All right, give us the deets,
Lois,
lady.
She and David had a heated argument following their grandson's basketball game. She claims David handed her a loaded firearm, encouraged her to turn it on herself and take her own life, saying, "Maybe you will get it right this time." In her own words, she explains,
You guys thought I was
right
mean
in
to
front
her.
of me, and I looked right at his heart and I pulled the trigger. However, this is based solely on Lois's account, and David will never have the opportunity to confirm or deny her claim. As for Pamela,
Yeah, this bitch lying to
Lois
protect
never
herself.
provides a reason for taking her life.
Oh no, I fucking fucked up. God damn it. Sorry. Where was I? You was talking about the hat?
Look.
Right into the ads! What did you miss, Nurgle? This cougar bitch. This cougar bitch was killing everybody. I apologize. I was trying to do something else. Sentenced to life in prison based.
Taking her life. For both murders, Lois Reese was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Supple
She's
lady.
currently serving both life sentences concurrently at the Shakopee Correctional Facility in Minnesota.
Oh, we were already at the end. Okay. Let me set up some Roller Coaster Tycoon. We'll do a little bit of Roller Coaster Tycoon. We'll do more true crime as more people wake up. They wake up and get ready to chill, man. And just make sure my filters are right, because I did not anticipate playing it, but I'm kind of fiending for it. It's a Saturday Roller Coaster Tycoon. We'll do another locale scenario. So think up of funny attraction names, funny ride names. And let me get this set up. Where is it? Why is Mario holding a dildo? Why is he holding a dildo? After 23 years, Mario Sunshine was finally broken. All Mario needed was a Baldo. Okay, let's see. Let me get the window captured. Remember to eat. I'm snacking on some cookies right now, but thank you to Lorio. Okay, that should be good. We'll have this set this to. Actually investigating gaming is dying, switch it for murder stuff. Alright. Let me take a look at that. We'll do one more true crime, and then we'll take a look at that. Okay, it should be formatted like this for this screen. If we switch over here... There we go. We're doing it live, chat. Okay, what scenario do we want to do? Oh, big ups clipping the suck my bish dick. Monthly income from ride tickets of at least 5,000 dusty greens. Surely we have a better scenario than this. Expert? We cannot do an expert. Are you kidding me? Year 4, 10 different coasters. 3,000 guests, October year 4. 4,500. Repay your park loan. I did see that, Nurgle, I did. I guess I can put it on. Let's start small. Park name. Outskirts of Seattle. Fucking. Do I call it outskirts of Seattle or Schrodinger Seattle? It's supposed to be middle of nowhere, Renton, Washington. Unless someone has a better name. Yeah, let me go pull up that video, because I do think that was amusing. And we can also see what Hate Army recommended. Here it is. I did want to play this, but I couldn't find the Twitter account that had uploaded it, so I didn't know Alyssa Clips had put it up, so big ups to them for doing so. And big ups to the original person who made the video. I think you guys will get a kick out of this.
Harry, when you die, I'm gonna be there. And I'm gonna be at the funeral.
It's in the trash burger.
And they talk about me jacking off to Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley?
I'm gonna jack off on your fucking casket, you cocksucking son of a bitch. Nobody else is gonna be able to do anything about it.
You're not gonna be able to do. Look how small he is. Look how short. Look how short he is.
all over your fucking grave. Do you understand? Because I got a lot of nuts.
I don't mean to go pause key about it, but when he stares at the woman,
Son of a bitch. Nobody else is gonna be able to do anything about it. I'm going
this is commentary.
Come nut.
Right here, right here. If you look close, you can see his eyes. You can see his eyes under the shades. Look how small and beat up his eyes are. You can just barely make them out. He's staring daggers into this bitch.
All over your fucking grave. Do you understand?
Do you understand?
I got a lot of nut, you know. I mean, it won't take me long. It'll take me.
Okay,
Because I got a lot of nut, you know. I mean,
Ralph Lord. This is Alice, the girl that he allegedly. They got drunk. This bitch used to be with Baked Alaska. Look how dented her head is. Real picture, unedited, by the way. What was the story? He coerced her into sucking his dingus.
It won't take me long.
This is Corrine, the 60-year-old cougar, who even I can't get into. But she's very, very annoying, unappealing attention whore style lady.
It'll take me about 5-10.
And then we have Soph, who Ralph. This was a 13-year-old child who had the novelty of being based and red-pilled on YouTube in 2018. So Ralph invited her on the kill stream and called her the Kill Stream Kid for multiple appearances, and he was highly invested and interested in this 13-year-old child. And allegedly, on one of his drunken fender benders, Ralph allegedly pulled up the Stream.me channel. I think this was Stream.me era. He pulled up one of the profiles, I think, or maybe it could have been just the YouTube channel of Soph, and allegedly beat his meat to pictures of Soph on the YouTube channel.
Minutes, and I'm gonna come all over it, and you can't stop me. It's not against the law.
Look at that, look at that.
Nick told me that wasn't against the law. Nick Ricada told me I could come on your grave, and there was no problem.
I like how April pops up.
Anonymous sent $10.
We're still alive, goddammit.
What a king! What a king there! Inspirational. Okay, okay, so we got the theme part. Okay, we gotta get the correct spelling of this. We're gonna call it... We gotta delete that. Schrodinger, Seattle. Because it's technically the outskirts of Renton. Thank you for the big Ouija moment. Thank you, Nurgle. It's very much appreciated. And let's get Hate Army's video ready. This is actually investigating gaming is dying. Presumably the claim that gaming is dying. Obviously.
It hasn't been a good year for the gaming industry.
Really?
A lot of games have failed.
What makes you think that?
A lot of developers have been laid off, and discontent amongst consumers seems to be at record highs. If you spend much time online, you've probably seen some variation of the phrase, gaming is dying. I know I have, but here's the thing. I've seen variations of this phrase being thrown around for many years, during which I also saw gaming grow faster and more consistently
as early as
than any other
Gamergate.
major media industry. For years, as people were declaring gaming dead, gaming was actually booming. But it's not
source
booming
citation
anymore. In fact, across multiple metrics, the gaming...
Think up to Nurgle. Remember when you had a putz moment in Splatoon 3 when you were yelling for the first time on a very sweaty match? That's not specific enough. I don't doubt that that happened, but I don't remember specifically the match you were referring to.
Industry has seen its first genuine period of sustained decline in over 40 years, and I now think it might be easy to underestimate the severity of the problem. It's a bit like the story of the boy who cried wolf. People spent so many years complaining about modern gaming and predicting imminent gaming crashes that it became easy to overlook the actual warning signs when they did appear. For example, when 2021 and 2022 produced disappointing numbers, most were quick to jump to COVID as the explanation, referring to interrupted development schedules and post-lockdown pullbacks to explain the industry's stumble. But as one bad year eventually turned into 4 in a row, this explanation stopped seeming sufficient. Meanwhile, when record numbers of developers started being laid off, everyone was quick to blame greedy corporations and CEOs, claiming that job cuts were unnecessary while making comparisons to big tech giants sacrificing workers in their never-ending quest for rising stock prices. There was one important difference between those big tech companies and gaming ones, however, which is that for big tech, stock prices did indeed rise. Whereas for the gaming industry, they mostly just went down.
Wow!
Still, layoffs and stock prices are only scratching the surface. The industry is in trouble, and by this point, the writing is on the wall.
Alright, so $20 for the umbrellas.
So, what exactly is going on? That is the question this video is looking at. This subject has been covered a lot already, but I found it disappointing and sometimes even misleading how shallow a lot of that coverage can be. So instead,
he also was not a fan of
Synthetic
Synthetic
the situation for myself to try and go a little deeper. So, is gaming dying? Well, not exactly, but the situation doesn't look good.
Nice chiptune style music.
Video games were an economic miracle. The gaming industry came out of nowhere and rode the wave of technological advances year after year, blowing away economic forecasts and becoming the biggest entertainment industry in the world by a wide margin. Today, the gaming industry isn't just larger than the movie and music industries combined, its market value is almost triple their combined size. For years, the numbers all just went up, until something unexpected happened.
Their number go big, number go up.
Increased. The 2010s saw consumer spending on video games grow at twice its historical average and 3.4 times the rate of world GDP. In a time when people might have expected the industry to finally mature, with growth slowing down, the industry instead grew faster than ever, making everyone optimistic for the future. Video games were an economic miracle. Or maybe miracles aren't real. The video game industry did show incredible growth, but this wasn't the result of business as usual, and it could never continue forever. The 2010s were a boom created by a number of specific circumstances, like mobile gaming. Mobile games grew rapidly alongside smartphone growth and allowed penetration into new markets of casual and global audiences. But then smartphone adoption slowed because everyone already had smartphones, and mobile gaming growth slowed alongside it, before taking a further beating from increased competition from new social video platforms like TikTok. A similar story can be seen with other growth factors. Microtransactions, free-to-play models, online gaming, and live service games all brought about new revenue sources and greater player engagement and retention. Until live service growth slowed because so many people were already playing them, and further monetization methods were taking as far as consumer pushback would allow, and so couldn't be taken any further. Gaming demographics also expanded as the game-playing children of the 80s and 90s grew up and often kept playing games, all while new generations continued to pick up controllers, expanding the gaming player base until video games had shed their reputation of being just for kids entirely and demographic expansion slowed down.
Sub-Zane expansion.
Meanwhile, the rise of social media brought a rise of social media gaming content, while aiding things like game discoverability, and digital distribution platforms like Steam lowered production and distribution costs.
Now, guys, we have to call the sub sandwich stall the first ever Subway. The first ever original. Oh, I can't add authentic. Too long of a name. The first ever original Subway.
While lowering the barrier to buy games. So basically, in the 2010s, gaming cashed in on the rise of smartphones, the internet, demographic expansion, globalization, and good old corporate greed, allowing the gaming market to expand
massively strong
until it had few places left to expand into. Growth has limits. In order to go beyond those limits, new growth factors would need to be found, and perhaps knowing this, the industry has tried to find them. VR, cloud gaming, subscription services,
the hypothetical
Web3,
sandwich shop,
AI, new
a schizophrenic
ideas
hypothetical
were
sandwich shop in
found
your
and
head.
seeds were planted. But this time, they didn't bear much fruit. VR has shown plenty of technical improvements, but its install base has remained.
No, not 24 hours Roller Coaster Tycoon. You wish. No, I'm waiting for people to wake up so we can get back to playing GameCube NetPlay. We were playing GameCube NetPlay all last night. And then when everyone fell asleep, I just hopped on Splatoon for a few hours. But yeah, we're doing 24 hours for 3 years a dingus. Heavy Metal Gamer, welcome on. We got 11 hours to go.
Small.
Time's flown by.
Growth far below forecasts. Cloud gaming still has no hype, with Google Stadia's complete failure leaving a dark cloud over
Google
its
Stadia,
future.
no.
Subscription models like Xbox Game Pass have pulled in an impressive amount of users, but this has come at high costs, alongside slowing adoption rates, and the long-term sustainability of such models remains unclear. Web3 gaming seems like a complete clusterfuck, but to be fair, it's an area I've largely stayed away from, and people are still out there proselytizing it, so maybe it will pick up any day now. Just like maybe NFT prices will bounce back, and Grandma will finally look down from up high and thank you for spending all your inheritance on some worthless JPEGs. And as for the AI gaming revolution, if there is one right around the corner, it's sneaking up on us quietly, alongside a lot of consumer and developer pessimism. In reality, the future is hard to predict, and the current situation could change rapidly. So it's impossible to say what's really in store for video games, but there is one problem most of these new potential growth factors have. In the 2010s, gaming saw record growth because it expanded into new markets. Meanwhile, most emerging technologies today aren't focused on unlocking new markets. Instead, they're based around cannibalizing existing ones. Cloud gaming could lower the barrier for entry into high-end gaming while allowing developers to further push modern technology to its limits. But widespread adoption of cloud gaming would mean consumers no longer regularly buying expensive gaming consoles or graphics cards, lowering hardware spending. Meanwhile, subscription services can provide great value for money, but they also replace the need to buy individual games, lowering software spending. And so, after 40 years, the era of easy growth seemed to finally come to an end. So, what happened next, and how are things going in the 2020s? I think I should probably take a moment to thank entrepreneur, advisor, and inter/national best-selling author Matthew Ball, because a lot of the data I'm using in this video is coming from him. In particular, his presentation on the state of video gaming in 2025, which is available online for free. This presentation collects data from a wide range of sources and features a lot of illustrative graphs, which are quite helpful. Still, even with helpful graphs, it's worth being aware that numbers can be confusing. One important concept to keep in mind is that just because numbers go up doesn't mean a company or industry is doing well. For example, if a stock performs worse than the market average, this can be a bad sign, even though the stock price might seem to be increasing. So when you look at something like this graph, which shows the performance of many major gaming stocks over the last 4 years, you might look at it and think, well, at least Capcom is doing well by being up 36%. However, this is a period where stocks, and particularly tech stocks, have performed well. And so even Capcom is still performing far below the S&P 500 for this period, with most other gaming stocks performing considerably worse. Likewise, small increases in things like revenue or consumer spending might still be less than inflation. For example, looking at worldwide consumer spending on games shows a rather flat line that is well behind most forecasts, and that might seem okay because the line is flat, so at least the industry isn't shrinking. Except this doesn't account for inflation, which recent years brought plenty of, so this flat line means the industry has technically shrunk 13% in this period. And this is the same period where world GDP is up 11%, making the actual decline even greater. A comparison to other media industries paints an even worse picture, because every other industry has grown. Well, almost every other industry. Newspapers also shrunk, but being alongside newspapers probably isn't where gaming wants to be. Still, at least newspapers were expected to decline and would have budgeted accordingly. Gaming, on the other hand, saw its best decade in history, with growth accelerating towards the end of the decade and venture capital investments pouring in at a higher rate
Probably
than
not the
ever
best
before.
video to have on in the background on a
And
24-hour
even if you
stream.
weren't making much.
To be fair, I was requested by Hate Army, but you might be right. Cogger's calling it out. Lame Doomer video. No! Yeah, thank you for the recommendation, Hate Army. But I agree so far with the assessment by Easy Money. Maybe for another stream. This is gonna put you to sleep. I'm awake. I'm actually more awake now than I was. What time is it now? Oh wow, it's 10. Holy shit! I'm more awake now than I was 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago was the rough shit. The guy's voice is very sleep-inducing. He's very, you know, he's very soothing, very cozy. You're basically saying, "Put back on the casino, bud." Don't worry, I got some other true crime. No, you were not wrong. 3 to 5 a.m. was the worst of it. But now I got my second win, man. All right, back to true crime. Who was the most notorious killer of all time? Ah, yes. Obviously, it's Jack the Ripper. But who is Jack the Ripper, you may ask? Let's find out. Actually, let me make sure, because he has like 2 parts to this, so I want to make sure this is in order. This one was November 28th. Okay, it's actually this one first.
Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Jack the Ripper, which is by far the most famous unsolved case of all time. This has been, by and large, our most requested case, given that it's one most people know. Even if you aren't interested in true crime, even if you don't like to hear about murders, you've likely stumbled upon Jack the Ripper through some other avenue. Jack the Ripper has been somewhat of a murderous icon in the time that has passed since his crimes, to the point that he is regularly featured among horror movie characters like the creature from the Black Lagoon, Professor Moriarty, real holographic simulated evil Lincoln, and of course, Dracula. The case has been featured in Saturday morning cartoons, and there are some people who aren't even aware that he was a real person, who really killed multiple women in the 1800s. People are so divorced from the time frame of the murders and the victims themselves that they treat the case like a game of Clue.
Damn, they really
People have
love
been
the Ferris
attempting to
wheel.
solve the murders for over a century. With that in mind, we're going to cover the case in as much detail as possible today and go over all the relevant theories tomorrow. Originally, we did plan on making this one long video. However, upon scripting it out, we found that it made more sense to split it into two. I strongly encourage those watching who are already apprised of the case details to leave your favorite theories in the comments down below, as there are truly hundreds, and we will likely miss many. Because this case took place in the late 1800s, there's no definitive way to solve it, and even if there was, people would likely not accept the answers that they were given, because speculation is much more interesting. Recently, there was a breakthrough, but from what we've seen while researching this case, many people either don't trust this breakthrough, don't believe that it's real, and feel like there are still a lot of plot holes that weren't properly explained when Jack was supposedly named. If everything goes according to plan, this should be our second upload in our Dreadsgiving celebration, where we upload every day the last week of November. But knowing our luck, or lack thereof, there might have already been a few hiccups, but fingers crossed. As always, if there is a case you would like to see featured on the channel, or a topic you would like to bring more attention to, email us at dreading.official@gmail.com. We are constantly going through our email, filtering through your suggestions, and adding them to the list of topics that we plan on covering. But please be mindful, my brother and I are not substitute for law enforcement or an investigative agency. We cannot attempt to solve the case, and can only make videos based on already published information surrounding a case. Unfortunately, as this channel has grown, that disclaimer has become necessary to state in the introduction to our videos. Though the vast majority of you do not need it, we appreciate you listening all the same, and apologies to any confusion that our reporting has caused. While all of the sources we used in the completion of this video will be linked in the description box down below, most of the information was taken from jacktheripper.org. So with all of that said, let us begin.
1888.
Before we delve into the crimes committed by the Ripper, it's important to note the time in which they took place. No murder, no matter how small, is unaffected by the culture of the people around it, and that is certainly true in this case. The living conditions in East London in 1888 could only be described as horrendous, driven by the toxic mix of poverty, overpopulation, industrialization, and systemic neglect. The area was filled to the brim with people trying to make a living and failing miserably. The vast majority of people filling the streets during this time.
On Big Ups, Nurgle found the clip of me allegedly spurking out. Well, in the interest of transparency, let's go ahead and watch this together. So we stopped at 3:18. All right. Let's see what this is. It's apparently me exploding in Splatoon 3. And Nurgle was like, wow, this never happens before on the Dingus stream. I need to capture this now, right now.
Yeah. And then we're gonna go to the final showdown, the moment of no return.
All right.
Look at
Please, get
on the tower! Get on the tower!
I ask you guys, have you ever had that happen?
Nah, I legit feel like I've had worse. I've had worse spurgouts playing Splatoon.
And then we're gonna go to the final showdown.
You made it sound like it was so much worse than it was gonna be.
The moment of
I faintly remember this.
All right.
Look at
Please, get on the tower! Get on the tower!
I ask you guys, have you ever had that happen?
Thank you, Nurgle, for the Dingus memory.
Welcome back to another.
Alright, thank you, Dreading. 3:18.
Get their home. Rather, were stuck there due to the circumstances beyond their control, and soon the streets were overcrowded and dangerous. East London experienced a massive influx of people during the 19th century, fueled by industrialization and migration. The Industrial Revolution attracted thousands seeking work, and the promise of prosperity was a cruel illusion to most. Immigrants, particularly Irish laborers and Eastern European Jews.
This is my TV screen. When I'm not playing, this is a dual monitor with the exact same thing. Otherwise, it's just a big old mess here. But in real life, no signal is smashing it right here.
If you notice in that clip, the table is kind of bloody. When he smacks the fist against the table, you can see some blood stains on the table. That's kind of, yeah.
Fleeing persecution crowded into the area. The majority of Irish men and women who came to the area had been escaping the Irish famine, which had occurred years earlier. The aftermath of the famine was profound, and many Irish families who were reliant on farming during that time found themselves evicted and impoverished. Compounding these economic hardships were political challenges. The push for Irish home rule and the associated violence during this time period created a volatile environment that spurred
Big ups, Sonic Sinestro. The share a dingus memory, get ding coin redeem. I remember, Dreading has really grown. I remember sharing the Jesse Smollett vid way back when. True. I think that was one of the first Dreading videos I saw as well. That was when the channel was first starting out. That was during a Disney Dreamlight Valley stream. No, I'm never beating the allegations. I keep doing it. I remember that. I totally remember that. But no, I unironically remember that. And Dreading's come a long way. Good for him. I'll always appreciate the care that he shows to the victims. And it seems like so many other the true crime channels just do not care to do that. What was his name? The Chris Watts guy who annihilated his whole family. The JCS video for that case is amazing. But the Dreading version goes so much deeper and tells you so much more information about the wife that I didn't know, having just watched the JCS video. I learned a lot more about the case just from that extra little bit of care put toward the victim, instead of just focusing on the murderer. And it's just like the respect and care he pays to the people who lost their lives in the videos that he covers. Because look, I'm sure the sector for true crime gets into this all the time. But like, you're making money off of like people's real life tragedies, right? So like the least you can do is like pay some respect to them, right?
Emigration. Many left
I feel like he understands
not only to
that
escape poverty, but also
more than
to
other
avoid social
channels
unrest
that
and
cover it.
instability tied to the Irish nationalist struggle. During this time, London appeared to many as being a refuge for those who had lost their ability to provide for themselves and their families. There was a high demand for unskilled labor throughout the city, and so men and women alike moved there, believing that they would find a more stable income. At the same time, a significant portion of Jewish immigrants coming to East London came from the Russian Empire, escaping anti-Semitic persecution. The assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881 led to a rise in violent anti-Semitic pogroms, particularly in the Pale of Settlement, a region where Jews were legally confined. During this time, Jews faced oppressive laws that restricted their ability to work or own land or participate in public life. Quotas on education and limits on urban residency further marginalized Jewish communities. Combined with endemic poverty and economic exploitation, life became untenable for many, prompting waves of migration in search of safety and opportunity. Both sets of immigrants came to East London looking for opportunity and a better life, but found nothing in return. In fact, these groups were viewed by Londoners as being infiltrators, taking their jobs and resources maliciously. By 1888,
the more things change, the more they stay the same, right?
With an estimated 80,000 immigrants crammed into a space ill-equipped to support them. Housing was insufficient and poorly constructed, with many living in a single room or shared accommodations known as Das houses, where dozens might sleep in squalid, unsanitary conditions. Families would often squeeze themselves into one small room in order to save money, and it was common to have 9 people living in one room. Incest was also, unfortunately, extremely common. Conditions were so poor that the majority of residents...
Well, DSP said it was okay as long as it makes you happy, right? And like, as long as you're not hurting anybody.
In order to save money, and it was common to have 9 people living in one room. Incest was also, unfortunately, extremely common. Conditions were so poor that the majority of residents featured cellars that were filled with liquid sewage that would spill inside. The majority of East London's residents lived in grinding poverty. Work was scarce, irregular, and poorly paid, often limited to labor-intensive jobs in factories, sweatshops, or on the docks. Women faced even bleaker prospects, frequently forced into prostitution, and while technically prostitution was legal, solicitation was not. Oftentimes, if a man was unable to support his wife and children, she would be forced into prostitution in order to support the family as best they could. The bleak circumstances, mixed with the fact that they couldn't provide for their families, would lead most men to alcoholism, and then taking their frustration and anger out on their wives, who they would also grow resentful towards. It was especially common during this time to see the men abusing their wives and kids, to the point where most people would turn a blind eye to it. The lack of a stable income meant that families lived hand to mouth, unable to afford decent housing, food, or medical care. Children often went bare.
Pokemon TCG drama? Is this over the trade thing? Downfall of Leonhardt? Okay, I'll take a look-see at this.
Barefoot and hungry, and disease such as tuberculosis and cholera were rampant, thriving.
The trade thing is just people upset that the feature sucks.
In the filthy environment. The majority of children in the area would die before the age of 5, either from exhaustion, disease, or chronic starvation. The infrastructure of East London was woefully inadequate to support its burgeoning population, which only amplified tensions in the area. Open sewers, piles of uncollected garbage, and polluted drinking water created an environment rife with health hazards. The narrow, labyrinth streets were dark, damp, and unventilated, creating ideal conditions for the spread of disease. Public health initiatives were either non-existent or insufficient, as the government's laissez-faire attitude left the poorest to fend for themselves. Those were problems that the government largely felt would solve themselves, to an extent. Those in power felt that it was the fault of those who were poor for being that way, and that if disease spread so rampantly that the majority of them perished, that it was God's way of solving the problem. They felt that any sort of help would simply be a waste of time and resources, so easily solved issues.
Oh, I've not seen the new Nosferatu. I haven't seen the movie. I couldn't tell you the last movie I saw.
And violence, domestic assault, and rape amongst the people was incredibly commonplace. So commonplace that when a man started to violently murder women on the street, no one could definitively say who it was. Before we discuss the crimes that are mostly associated with Jack the Ripper, we first have to discuss 2 murders that occurred directly before them and are often associated with him. We will keep this as comprehensive as we can, while also being brief, as these murders were likely not done by the Ripper. Emma Elizabeth Smith was a 45-year-old widow who had been a resident of East London for over a year. She worked as an unfortunate, which was a term that referred to a woman who had fallen on hard times and had no ability to provide for herself save for prostitution. Emma's line of work often led to her being brutalized, with friends recalling her returning to home with black eyes and bruises often. She would also state that on one occasion, a client had thrown her out of a window. Emma was described as withdrawn and secretive about her life, even to those closest to her. Although she was known to drink, she was never truly open to those around her, keeping the details of her private life close to the chest. Emma was said to have been working early in the morning of April 3, 1888, when she was spotted talking to a man wearing dark clothing and a white neckerchief. Shortly thereafter, she would return to her DOS house, bleeding from her face and abdomen. Emma told a friend that she'd been assaulted by a group of young men, who had struck her repeatedly with some blunt instrument. She went further to say that the group of men had robbed her prior to the assault. Despite her wounds, she was apprehensive about going to the hospital, and only went after her friend refused to drop the subject. When she was admitted to the hospital, the gravity of her wounds were properly realized. Her right ear had been torn, and multiple of her internal organs had been ruptured due to the assault. She told the doctors the same story about the assault, and claimed that while she didn't know the men that attacked her, the youngest one in the group could not have been more than 19 years old. After a day in the hospital, Emma would die of her injuries, and the details of the murder would be publicized. People generally were outraged about the murder, but the articles talking about it mostly discussed it as being particularly Emma's fault, that she had sunk so low to be a prostitute, and she should have expected the assault as part of the job. But this
you
was
should
just
have expected being assaulted as part of the job, bitch.
During this time. The second murder was that of Martha Tabram. Martha was 39 years old when she was murdered, and was similarly described as an unfortunate. Martha was also an alcoholic, which led to the demise of her first marriage, as well as her later relationship with a man named William Turner. William would state that if he were to ever give Martha any money, she would immediately spend it on alcohol, even if they had more pressing needs. He learned not to trust her with their money, and because of that, she would often take it upon herself
This is
to
the
find
Night
her own
Stream
ways of
coffee
getting
shop.
liquor. Martha's drinking led William to leave her multiple times over, only returning due to periods of sobriety. It was reported that in the last few weeks of Martha's life, she had begun drinking once again, and William had once again left her. With no other way to support herself, Martha had become a prostitute once more, and on August 7th, 1888, had been seen in the company of 2 military men. She was last seen with one of the soldiers, going into the entrance of George Yard, a thoroughfare known to be incredibly dangerous during that time. This street was usually frequented by prostitutes, as there were multiple alleyways and small areas in which you could avoid notice. At around 4:45 a.m., Martha's body would be found on the street, lying on her back in a pool of blood. She had been stabbed 39 times in the chest, throat, and abdomen. Whoever killed her used 2 different knives, one being described as an ordinary pocket knife, while the other was a long bayonet or a dagger. Once more, the sheer brutality of the murder gained public attention, especially when it was publicized that she had been last seen in the company of a soldier. Though the police attempted to identify the men she'd been last seen with, they failed to make any headway. Martha's murder occurring so closely to Emma's made people uncomfortable, and many felt as if tensions were on the rise, and things would only get worse from there.
Rebsy, PSN is still down. PSN bros, please respond. PSN bros, please respond. What is going on here?
The 5 agreed upon victims of Jack the Ripper, although many suspect there are more, which we will also be going over. It's also important to note that the term canonical now is usually used in the discussion of fictional universes and stories, but the origin of the term refers to things deemed good and accurate. This factors into the reporting, as people have argued that calling the victims the canonical 5 is disrespectful and treats them as if they were fictional characters, rather than real women who were brutally killed. However, at the time the women were given this name, the term was used to mean that these were the accepted and recognized victims of the Ripper. The first agreed upon victim was Mary Ann Nichols, who most knew by the name Polly. Like most people living in East London during the 1880s, the 43-year-old had fallen on hard times. She had married a man named William Nichols and had 5 children with the printer. However, shortly after the birth of their 5th child, Mary would catch William having an affair with a woman that she employed to help take care of the children. This discovery was said to have rocked her, and led to her drinking heavily. She felt betrayed by the person she loved the most, and worst of all, she felt as if it was somehow her fault. Mary and William's marriage would disintegrate after that. Mary's father would state that William took their children and left her to be with the woman he had an affair with, which only hurt Mary more. William would deny this, and state that while he did briefly leave her, she forgave him and took him back. He then left her months later, due to her excessive drinking. Regardless of who left who, the couple separated, and Mary would go on to live with her father for some time, before being forced out of his house after a confrontation. In 1887, she would start another relationship, this time with a widower and a father of 3, but that too would be destroyed by Mary's relationship with alcohol. However, in April of 1888, Mary's life began to turn around. She was hired to work as a domestic servant to a couple living in Wandsworth. Shortly after getting the job, she wrote her father the following letter. I just write to you to say that you will be glad to know that I am settled
well and
in my
have
new
no
place,
suicidal
and going on all
ideations.
right up to now. My people went out yesterday and have not returned, so I am in charge. It's a grand place inside, with trees and gardens back in front. All has been newly done up. They are teetotalers and religious, so I ought to get on. They are very nice people, and I have not too much to do. I hope you're all right and the boy has work, so goodbye for the present. From yours truly, Polly. But her good fortune would not last. Her employers were teetotalers, which meant that they did not drink, which would make Mary's reliance on alcohol an issue. She would be fired after just 3 months of work, and would reportedly steal a variety of items from the home before leaving, a fact that she also relayed to her father via postcard. Mary had stopped caring for herself, and by the beginning of August 1888, she found herself going between 2 common houses, depending upon her ability to pay. Like Elizabeth Smith, Mary was an unfortunate. On August 31st, 1888, Mary had been kicked out by the boarding housekeeper, as she hadn't yet paid her rent. She would be told that she would be welcomed back once she paid the 4 pence she was due, which she readily agreed to. Before leaving, Mary was said to have put on a bonnet, one that she'd never been seen wearing before, and told other residents that she believed the bonnet would be the key to her making the rent money and more that night, and it would seem that she was proven right. At 2:30 a.m., she would be seen by a friend of hers named Emily Holland. Mary reportedly approached Emily and declared that that night she had made 3 times the amount she needed to pay her rent, but had spent it on alcohol instead. Emily would state that Mary was so inebriated that she could barely stand up straight, but when she tried to get her friend back to the Doss house, the 43-year-old refused. She was adamant that she would get the money to pay the landlord that night and shuffle drunkenly into the night. That would be the last time she would be seen alive, or one of the last times. Less than an hour later, a man named Charles Allen Cross would find Mary lying on the ground in front of a gated stable on Bucks Woe. Allen was reportedly walking home from a pub when he came upon Mary's body laying flat on her back with her eyes open, legs straight and her skirt raised above her knees. He stated that he was perplexed by the sight, as she appeared unconscious, and would call a passing cart driver named Robert Paul over to her body, wanting to see if he knew what was wrong with the woman. The 2 men looked over Mary's body as she lay on the cobblestone, and Cross would state that he touched her face, which was warm, and her hands, which were cold. Cross would later tell the man that he thought Polly was dead, but Paul believed that she might have just passed out after a rambunctious night of drinking. After some discussion, they thought it would be in their best interest to find a police officer, but before leaving, they would pull Mary's skirt down, covering her body out of respect. They eventually found a police officer and informed him of the scene. Cross would be quoted as saying, "She looks to me to be either dead or drunk, but for my part, I believe she's dead." While Paul and Cross were informing the officer of the discovery, another officer was making the rounds and had discovered Mary's body for himself, although he noted far more injuries than the other 2 men. Mary's throat had been slashed so deeply that her head was nearly severed, as she was surrounded by her own blood. The scene was gruesome, and her cause of death was blatantly obvious. The officers similarly touched Mary's body and found that her legs were still warm, meaning that she'd been dead for at most 30 minutes. Both Cross and Paul would state that when they had happened upon Mary's body, her throat had not been cut, and there were no visible wounds to her person. Though they believed that she was dead when they found her, they were adamant that they would have noticed such severe injuries, especially since they had lingered around her body, meaning that in between the time they had left her in the road and when the other officer found her, her killer had struck. It is widely believed that he had attacked her prior to the men finding her, but heard them approaching, and hid nearby as they examined her, then finished his attack once they left. However, other people believe that Mary had passed out drunk prior to the men finding her, and it was only after they left that the killer happened upon her body. But there was more to her murder. After Nichols' body was moved to the mortuary, they were able to find more injuries. Her face had been bruised by what appeared to be a fist before her throat was cut, meaning that the killer likely held her face in place while doing so. Her genitals had been stabbed repeatedly, and she had been disemboweled by either a cork cutter or a shoemaker's knife. The wounds were precise, as if done by a doctor, and the cuts left most of the organs perfectly intact, as if they were made by a surgeon. The injuries had been successfully concealed by Mary's dress, and again, Robert and Charles were adamant that they were not there when they initially discovered the body. The doctor performing the autopsy would state that based on her injuries, the murderer had likely attacked Mary from behind, likely covering her mouth with one hand as he slit her throat.
Hey Pim Pim, how you holding up? I'm doing alright. We're doing some chill RCT2 as we wait for everybody else to become available for more GameCube net play. Got 11 hours to go. I'm just existing positively. I got some coffee and cookies here, which I really should be sipping on. Let me go ahead and do that.
The cuts were so deep, she likely died immediately, at which point he lifted her dress and began...
Well, at least it was immediate. She didn't have to suffer.
And to mutilate her body post-mortem. He determined the attack would have taken mere minutes to occur. The murder of Polly Nichols sent shockwaves through the already tense and overcrowded Whitechapel district.
What will we play, Dingus? Saru has specifically requested Pac-Man Fever, Mario Tennis, and Kirby Air Ride, and William also wants Kirby Air Ride. So for sure, those 3 will be played, but I do not know the order. And there are some other people like you, Aqua, and UNF who have not got a chance to play. I want to at least rotate everyone for like one session of something. You want Kirby? Okay, we can have you for Kirby Air, right? So Will's available, and Saru and Nurgle and me. Well, that'll be like the session. That'll be the group for that session.
While violent crime was not uncommon in the area, the brutal and deliberate nature of her killing was unprecedented. Scotland Yard was quickly called in to investigate the case. However, they ran into multiple issues early on in their investigation. The first issue was that the majority of the crime scene evidence had been completely destroyed in the direct aftermath. After Mary's body had been taken to the mortuary, the sidewalk where she was murdered had been washed down by a well-meaning resident, meaning that if the killer had left any footprints in the blood, or any evidence as to who he was, it had been washed away. Secondly, prior to the body being properly examined, 2 of the workhouse paupers, who have since been described as senile, stripped the body of its clothing and fully washed it down before disposing of the garments completely, which meant that any evidence left directly on the body was also lost. All the investigators had to go on was eyewitness testimony, which was shaky at best. Again, the attack would have happened in the early morning hours of August 31st, when most people who were out were likely drunk. Even still, had someone heard anything alarming, it was likely that they would have written it off as being a domestic violence situation and thought better than to report it. However, the investigation did find 3 potential witnesses.
Big ups, even back then, Londoners didn't want to snitch on their homies.
Early on, in an adjacent street, 3 men were said to have been working at the time of the murder. These men were Harry Tompkins, James Mumford, and Charlie Bitton. However, all men claimed that they heard and saw nothing of note during that time. At first, the investigators didn't believe their version of events, and thought it was impossible that 1 or all 3 of the men had likely killed Mary themselves. In their minds, a murder this brutal could not have simply occurred so swiftly as to not bring attention. All the men would be taken into custody and questioned separately. Eventually, they would be eliminated as suspects. Another man who was questioned in connection to the crime was Patrick Mulshaw, a night watchman in the area. He too stated that he hadn't seen or heard anything suspicious at the time of the murders, cementing the idea that whoever killed Mary had done so quickly and quietly. With nothing else to go on, the police constables began to question prostitutes in the area, specifically if they had seen or dealt with any.
You can play whenever? Okay, you know. Yeah, keep that in mind. Let me head to the washroom. I'll keep the stream on via the... But I will continue listening via my cellular device. Melee when? Is Melee even in the game list? Did Zeru not put Melee in the game list? He may not have. I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did. I'm already terrible in Smash Ultimate. I'm not gonna fare well in Melee. But what if? Oh wait, give me one. I'll put
anyone who'd been overtly aggressive with them. Because
okay,
Mary had been working that night, they thought it was likely that whoever murdered her did so because they knew her profession. And given the brutality of the crime, they suspected that this was not the first time this person had assaulted a prostitute. Through this line of inquiry, the investigators were given a name, Leather Apron. Leather Apron was the nickname that the prostitutes in Whitechapel had given to a man named Jack Pitzer. They gave him this name because he would routinely approach prostitutes while wearing a leather apron and carrying a butcher knife, before threatening to kill them if they didn't hand over all of their earnings. He had done this multiple times, and had found it to be so profitable that he had stopped working entirely. But the police were not the only people looking into the crime. The brutality of Mary's murder drew the attention of the general public, who flocked to the scene of the crime in the hopes of getting some sort of memento. Seeing the public's morbid excitement over the crime, reporters flocked to the area, hoping to get some sort of scoop. The Sunderland Daily Echo would publish the first report using the name Leather Apron, the day following Mary's murder, writing, quote, "The women in a position similar to that of the deceased allege that there is a man who goes by the name of Leather Apron, who has more than once attacked unfortunate and defenseless women. His dodge is, it is asserted, to get them into some house on the pretense of offering them money. He then takes whatever little they have and half kills them in addition." The very next night, a woman would reportedly identify Leather Apron to the police, stating that she knew he was the killer, as she had personally had run-ins with him in the past. The officer she approached disregarded her claims for the most part, and even though she implored him to take some action, they ultimately did nothing with the information. With no other discernible leads, and a catchy nickname to attach to the crime, multiple publications began to write about Leather Apron. The following is an article, as found on jacktheripper.org. Leather Apron by himself is quite an unpleasant character, if, as many of the people suspect, he's the real author of the 3 murders which, in everybody's judgment, were done by the same person. He is a more ghoulish and devilish brute than can be found in all the pages of shocking fiction. He has ranged Whitechapel for a long time. He exercises over the unfortunates who ply their trade after 12 o'clock at night, a sway that is based on universal terror. He is a character so much like the invention of a story writer that the accounts of him given by all the streetwalkers of the Whitechapel district seem like romances. The remarkable thing is, however, that they all agree in every particular. Ever since the last murder, the name Leather Apron has been falling repeatedly on the ears of the reporters. His expression is sinister. He seems to be full of terror for all the women who describe it. His eyes are small and glittering. His lips are usually parted with a grin, which is not only not reassuring, but excessively repellent. He is a slipper maker by trade, but does not work. His business is blackmailing women late at night. A number of men in Whitechapel follow this interesting profession. He has never cut anybody so far as known, but always carries a leather knife, presumably as sharp as leather knives are wont to be. This knife a number of women have seen. His name nobody knows, but all are united in the belief that he is a Jew or of Jewish parentage, his face being of a marked Hebrew type. But the most singular characteristic of the man, and one which tends to identify him closely with last Friday night's work, is the universal statement that in moving about he never makes any noise. What he wears on his feet, the women do not know, but they all agree that he moves noiselessly. His uncanny peculiarity to them is that they never see him or know of his presence
Damn, the car ride really ballooned.
The publication's description of Leather Apron stirred anti-Semitic sentiments in the community, and members of the public were quick to accuse any Jewish man on the street of being responsible for the murder of Mary, as well as Martha and Emma. There were rumors that the murders were actually Jewish ritual killings, which led to multiple mobs being formed. A day later, the real Leather Apron was identified as being Jack Pitzer, although he had not been found by police. According to one of the investigators, Jack was well known in the area for going by the nickname Leather Apron, as he wore it for his job as a shoe finisher. However, they had an issue apprehending him immediately, as he went into hiding after the first article had been printed, naming him as Mary's killer. Despite a man being named as a suspect,
coincidence.
Tension still rose, with many innocent men being accused of murder because they were Jewish. However, Jack's own innocence would be proven, as another murder was set to take place. Annie Chapman was a 47-year-old woman who had been living at Corsingham's lodging house for a few months prior to her murder. Like the other victims, Annie had a weakness for alcohol and was working as a prostitute, but also enjoyed selling her crocheted goods. In the days leading up to Annie's death, she had gotten into a small spat with another woman staying at the lodging house over borrowed soap, and had been struck in the face by the other woman. Friends of Annie would state that in the days that followed, the injuries seemed to get worse, and Annie's health seemed to be failing. She was considering going to get medical attention after being unable to eat, and she would state that she was too ill to do anything.
Wait, and once I've eaten someone, I'll hop on if anyone joins. Yeah, I said Unif said he was ready whenever. Alright, well, I guess we can do the first game. Finish eating first, and then we can start with you, Rue, me, and Unif.
But she would never make her return. She was reportedly seen talking to a man at 5:30 a.m. who was described as being over 40 years old, only slightly taller than she was, with long dark hair, and a quote, foreign shabby genteel appearance, unquote. He was supposedly wearing a low-crowned deerstalker hat and a dark coat. However, this would be the last time that Annie would be seen alive.
I would lose any fighting game.
Just before 6 a.m., an elderly man would happen upon Annie's dead body.
I wouldn't even try. I would be lame. I would lose on purpose.
As if she had fought off her attacker. Her hands and face were covered in blood. Her dress had been lifted, exposing her lower body. Her throat had been slashed like Mary's, only this time, a white handkerchief was tied around her neck, which might have been to stop her head from rolling away from the body. She had also been disemboweled, and a significant portion of her intestines had been thrown over her shoulder like a scarf. They also found, upon further examination, that her uterus was missing and had been expertly removed from her body. That fact...
Excuse me, Mr. Ripper.
Her intestines had been thrown over her shoulder like a scarf. They also found, upon further examination, that her uterus was missing and had been...
So he posed her what? Her innards tossed over her shoulder like a scarf, and her uterus is just gone.
Expertly removed from her body. That fact is debated by some who have studied this case. Some believe that the womb was not removed from the body at the crime scene, but was later removed by the mortuary staff to sell illegally. They feel as if this is much more plausible, and that the missing organ was erroneously noted down in order to disguise their own crimes. It's also notable that after Annie's murder and the discovery of the missing uterus, the coroner would state publicly that in the weeks prior, he had heard about an American doctor offering medical schools in the area wombs that he had somehow procured. This doctor was never identified, and when the medical schools in the area were approached about this supposed doctor, they claimed to have no knowledge of it. As we stated yesterday in our H.H. Holmes video, medical schools during this time would often use unsavory and illegal practices to get bodies to dissect. meaning that those in charge of these schools would have vested
Yeah, we don't
interest
have that
in
game
line,
downloaded.
if only to ensure that the public wasn't made aware of their macabre
Maybe if we do it like
practices.
a Wii
However,
situation.
if the mortuary staff was stealing body parts, they would also be inclined to make up a rumor about someone who could have motive. It just depends on what you feel is more believable. Either option could be true, or both can be false. It was immediately clear that whoever was responsible for the murder of Mary Nichols had killed Annie Chapman, and that they were quickly escalating. Mary had been killed in a rush, and though her body had been brutalized, Annie's was much worse. Her killer had seemingly taken his time with her, and felt confident enough in his abilities to remove actual organs without gaining any unwanted attention. They also noted that he had killed Annie later in the morning, when more people would be awake and active, showing a fair bit of ego. Whoever was responsible was getting bolder, and taunting the police with his crimes. There was one clue left at the scene, which immediately sparked the police's interest: a clean, unused leather apron. The stories of Leather Apron had been printed on every newspaper in London, with most of the reports declaring that he was undoubtedly the murderer, and given the precision and care that was used in the commission of the crime, it was obvious that whoever had left the apron did so on purpose. This killer wouldn't have made such an obvious mistake unless they purposely wanted to throw the police off, which led the police to the conclusion that whoever the killer was, it likely wasn't Leather Apron, and he was reading all the stories about himself. 2 days later, Jack Pitzer was taken in for questioning, and his home was subsequently searched. Initially, they believed that they had found blood on 5 of his knives, but when they were tested, the stains were shown to be nothing more than rust. Moreover, Jack was able to provide ironclad alibis for the murders, having been seen at a lodging house the night of Mary Nichols' murder, and at a family home the night of Annie's. Multiple independent witnesses could validate his alibi, proving he couldn't possibly be responsible. He was similarly found to be physically unable to carry out the crimes due to his declining health. However, he would later admit to being Leather Apron, meaning that he had likely threatened the prostitutes in the area and stole their money. But despite the police exoneration of Pitzer for the Whitechapel murders, the public would still believe that he was involved based largely on the reporting that had been done around him. Pitzer would spend the rest of his life declaring his innocence, but very few people would listen. With all of the suspects ruled out, and the violence escalating in the area, the public felt compelled to act in their own defense. Multiple vigilance committees were formed, with men taking it upon themselves to walk the streets.
Okay, guys, we gotta max out the $25,000 loan from the bank, and then we gotta hope we make everything back. This log flume is our e-ticket to make the money back. We gotta hold 700 guests by the end of next year, or we'll be in the red. Thing is in chat, I need help finding an old DSP video of a game mod. It was like a Doom engine game with the first-person character shooting a disembodied head of DSP in a dark forest. Anyone know what this was? I am unfamiliar, unfortunately. Maybe someone else in the chat might be, or so.
At night, in the hopes of keeping the residents safe. The most notable of these groups was the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, which formed in the wake of the Annie Chapman murders. The following is an editorial that was published on September 8, 1888. Now there is only one thing to be done at this moment, and we can talk of larger reforms when we do away with the centralized, non-efficient military system, which Sir Charles Warren has brought to perfection. The people of the East End must become their own police. They must form themselves at once into vigilance committees. There should be a central committee, which should map out the neighborhoods into districts, and appoint the smaller committees. These again should at once devote themselves to volunteer patrol work at night, as well as to general detective service. The unfortunates who are the objects of the man monster's malignity should be shadowed by 1 or 2 of the amateur patrols. They should be cautioned to walk in couples. Whistles and a signaling system should be provided, and means of summoning a rescue force should be at hand. We are not sure that every London district should not make some effort of the kind, for the murderer may choose a fresh quarter now that Whitechapel is being made too hot to hold him. We don't think that the police will put any obstacle in the way of this volunteer assistance.
Of course.
They will probably be only too glad to have their efforts supplemented by the spontaneous action of the inhabitants. But in any case, London must rouse itself.
Let's
no
open
woman
up
is
this
safe
part of the
while the
farm
school
here.
is abroad. Up citizens then, and do your own police work. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee took their jobs seriously, and each member was given a particular beat, and was armed with a police whistle, a pair of galoshes, as well as a strong stick, should they run into the killer themselves. They would meet nightly, and begin—
Oh my god, this fucking resistance vigilance committee. Okay guys, if you run into Jack the Ripper, just bonk him with this giant stick. You know, we're poor Londoners. We don't got squat to our name. We can't afford guns. Knives. We can't afford knives. I know it's London. We're all about stabbing people. But this is the 1800s. We cannot afford knives. Just hit him with the stick. hit him. If we all ganged up on him, he can't kill all of us, right? He can't expertly remove all of our uteruses. Just fucking kill him. As though anyone in the vigilance community was a female. Okay, he can't remove all of our urethras.
In their patrols at midnight, but the committee went beyond just patrols. The elected chairman of the group was a local builder named George Lusk, and he routinely would speak to the press about how the police service was inadequate and how the government at large was not offering a reward for information regarding the
Oh, see, look, he wants a reward. He just wants attention for himself.
Identity of the Ripper. They argued that the Ripper threat was not being taken seriously because he was killing the lower class, and argued how quickly the case would be solved if the killer was going after high-class women and girls. The increased presence of men on the street helped some residents feel safe, and in the following weeks, attacks of any kind were down. People were on edge, but days turned into weeks with no sign of the Ripper. They began to feel as if the killing spree was over. The men and women of London began to relax. And though they still had to deal with the immense poverty, discrimination, and disease, they felt as if the real danger had finally passed. But unfortunately, they were wrong. On September 27th, the Central News Agency would receive a letter written in red ink, which reportedly had been sent from the killer. This letter has been labeled the Dear Boss letter, and was far and away not the only communication that the media had received from someone claiming to be the murderer. But something about this letter itself stood out. The following are its contents. Dear Boss, I keep on hearing how the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about leather apron gave me real fits. I am down on whores, and I shan't quit ripping them until I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You will soon hear from me and my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. Haha. The next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers just for jolly. Wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp, I want to get to work right away if I get the chance. Good luck. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind giving me a trade name. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it, no luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Haha. At first, they felt like the letter was more or less a hoax. Just someone trying to insert themselves into an investigation because they were bored and didn't understand the gravity of what was going on. But the letters seemed to have known information about the crimes that weren't well publicized. The fact that the writer acknowledged the leather apron theory in the quote, after purposely leaving a leather apron at the second crime scene, seemed to indicate that they were written by the same person. And so 2 days after receiving it, they would give the letter over to the police. Because the Ripper hadn't struck in a few weeks, the police were quick to determine that the letter was fraudulent, but they would quickly be proven wrong. On September 30th, the very next day, the Ripper would strike twice in 1 hour. The first victim of the night, and third victim in the Ripper murders, was Elizabeth Stride. Elizabeth was a Swedish woman who had immigrated to London under unknown circumstances, as she gave different reasoning depending upon the person she was talking to. A vast amount of Elizabeth's life is unknown, as it seems that she was prone to lie to those around her. In her youth, she had worked as both a servant and a prostitute in Sweden, and would move to London in 1866 for unknown reasons. Long Liz, as she was called, would give various answers to that particular question throughout her life, and it would seem that she preferred for people to know as little about her as possible. In 1869, she would get married to a man named Thomas Stride. The two would own and operate a popular coffee shop in the city. 10 years later, though, the two would attempt to con their insurance by stating that their 2 children had been killed in a boat crash that had recently occurred. This claim was later debunked, as Liz would petition the Swedish church for financial assistance, citing her husband's failing health, and the marriage would break down from there. After leaving her husband, Elizabeth would get into another relationship, this time with a man named Michael Kidney. Michael was physically abusive towards her, and she would eventually leave him. But with nothing else to fall back on, Elizabeth would get back into prostitution when she couldn't make a living cleaning boarding houses. On the night of September 29th, Liz had spent a considerable amount of time getting ready to go out. She donned a black jacket and skirt, as well as a black bonnet, and many of her fellow residents at the Doss house would state that she looked impeccable when she left the home at 7 p.m. For the next few hours, Elizabeth was seen in the company of multiple men, all suspected to be her clients for the night. At 11 p.m., she was spotted by Jay Best and John Gardner with an unknown man. They would describe this man as being short with a dark mustache, and that he was sporting a morning suit and a bowler hat. 45 minutes later, she would be seen with another man by William Marshall. Marshall would later tell the police that this man was decently dressed, wearing a peaked cap, a black coat, and dark trousers. He also claimed that he witnessed the two share multiple kisses that night, with the man telling her after one, quote, "You would say anything but your prayers," unquote. At midnight, a shopkeeper would state that he sold Elizabeth and a man some grapes, but was unable to give a proper description of this man, or state if he matched the previous description given by Marshall. This sighting has fallen under much speculation, because it was later determined that Elizabeth had not held, swallowed, nor consumed grapes prior to her death. His description of the man she was seen with was also notably different, and he would give contradictory stories to the police and to the press. When he had been approached by the police about the night of the murder, he claimed that he had closed his shop earlier that night without ever seeing Elizabeth or anything suspicious. However, when he spoke to the private detectives and reporters, he told them the story about the grapes. Many enthusiasts who look into this case therefore doubt the veracity of his statements and believe that he lied about seeing Elizabeth that night at all in order to insert himself into the investigation. That sort of behavior was exceptionally commonplace, with police often receiving false tips and information throughout their investigation. On the
They
one
just wanted
hand,
to make it
people
about
wanted to help,
themselves.
so they would approach officers with unrelated stories, feeling as if they were the key to breaking the case. But on the other, many people were just bored, and thought of the murders happening in their area as entertainment more than anything. Many of the people who would insert themselves this way were not vulnerable to falling victim to the Ripper, and therefore felt excited by the prospect of living through such a horrific killing spree. 30 minutes later, she was seen standing outside with a man by Police Constable William Smith. Smith would state that the man matched the previous description given by Marshall, and was carrying a long package with him, and the two were hanging out in front of the International Working Men's Education Club, a socialist and Jewish establishment. He went further to describe the man as being at most 5'7", and around 18 years old, with a dark complexion and a small dark mustache. Smith would state that the couple did nothing to arouse his suspicion, and he quickly moved on from the area. His version of events would be called into question. At the same time, the man was witnessed assaulting Elizabeth by a man named Israel Schwartz. Israel was a Jewish man who had immigrated from Hungary and did not speak English. He would later tell interpreters that he saw the man throw the woman down onto the ground. He described the man as being about 5'5", around 30 years old, with a fair complexion and a dark mustache. Schwartz initially believed that he was witnessing a run-of-the-mill domestic assault and tried to remove himself from the situation by crossing the street. However, it was then that he saw a second man standing against a wall, watching the attack while lighting a pipe. This man was said to have been 5'11", around 35 years old, with a fresh complexion. He had light brown hair and a brown mustache. He was said to be sporting a dark overcoat and a black, hard felt hat. Schwartz stated that he attempted to leave. The man attacking Liz stopped and yelled out to the man watching, who then began to follow Schwartz. At this, Schwartz began to panic and ran from the area, with the second man giving chase for a few good minutes. And less than 15 minutes later, Stride's dead body would be found, left in the middle of the road with an obvious tear through her throat. When Elizabeth's body was found, she was still warm to the touch, which told the officers that she'd been killed within the last 30 minutes. They also noted that this murder had not been nearly as violent as the previous one, which they took to mean that the person responsible was stopped before he could further desecrate the body. However, at the same time the police were discovering Elizabeth's body, and feeling confident that they were at least able to spook the murderer, another woman was being killed in brutal fashion, nearly a half-mile away. Catherine Eddowes had just been released from police custody due to her drunken antics earlier in the evening. She was said to have been entertaining a crowd with her imitation of a fire engine when she was brought in, and after being placed in a cell, fell into a deep, drunken sleep. At 12 a.m. she awoke and asked to be released, stating that she had sobered up and was ready to go home. As she left the station, one of the officers reprimanded her, telling her that she had no right to get so drunk, and that she'd better go straight home, to which Catherine allegedly replied, quote, "Good night, old cock," unquote. Shortly thereafter, 3 men were said to have seen Catherine,
and she was never seen again,
to another man. 2 of them recalled that Catherine had laid her hand on the man's chest, but felt as if the 2 were up to no good, and left the area without getting a good look at who she was talking to. However, the 3rd was able to get a closer look at the man, and would state that he had, quote, "the appearance of a sailor," unquote. He was around the age of 30, around 5'9", with a fair complexion and a small mustache. He went further to state that he was wearing a red neckerchief, a salt and pepper colored jacket, and a gray peaked cloth cap. This man would tell police that he hadn't seen Catherine's face, but he knew it was her based on the clothing, and despite his detailed description of the man's appearance, would likely be unable to identify the man should he be brought in. However, less than 15 minutes later, Catherine would be dead, meaning that he likely described Jack the Ripper. At 1:44 a.m., a police constable was doing his rounds when he stumbled onto Catherine's dead body. She was laying on her back in a pool of her own blood, and like every other victim, save for Elizabeth, her dress had been thrown up. And while the police felt as if they were able to stop the Ripper before he had completely destroyed Elizabeth's body, Catherine had not been saved from the same fate. Her throat had been cut from ear to ear, and her torso had been sliced through, with her intestines having been thrown over her shoulder and appeared smeared with fecal matter. Her face had been greatly disfigured, with her nose completely severed. Her cheeks were slashed, and each one of her eyes had been stabbed. The killer had also cut what looked to be an arrow, pointing towards her eyes, into her cheek. They had also removed a portion of her womb as well as her left kidney, and like the letter had mentioned, her earlobes had been cut off. The damage that was done to Catherine's body
That's
was
right, 10 more hours, and we're about to get back into GameCube
no
Netplay.
plans to stop due to the added patrols in the area. If anything, he felt brazen enough to kill
Once
multiple
Repsy's
times
finished
throughout
eating,
the night, as long
this
as it
scenario's
meant
almost
properly
done too.
finishing his plans. Each attack had gotten more and more
Hello,
violent,
Big Ben.
but they were happening so quickly that the police felt that whoever was responsible
Sorry, I'm in the
must have
zone with
been a
this
doctor or
level
had
right
some
now.
kind of medical training. They had to have some medical knowledge to be able to eviscerate the bodies so expertly, all the while
Big ups,
without getting
Necro
enough
13.
blood on their
Hello,
person
hello.
to draw
Welcome
the
to the
attention of those
3-year
around them.
anniversary
The police
situation.
mobilized quickly after the discovery of the second body, and one of the only legitimate clues in the
3
case
years of
was found a
swollen
short walk away. A
dingus.
small portion of an apron covered in fecal
Jesus
matter
Christ,
and blood
why?
was found on a nearby street at around 2:55 a.m. The patrolman who found the apron had walked the street less than an hour earlier and was adamant that the apron had not been there at the time, meaning that between 2 and 2:55 a.m., the Ripper had made his escape through the area and discarded this small piece of evidence, placing him at the crime scene. With this piece of cloth, the investigators determined that the Ripper likely wore the apron under his oversized jacket, only revealing it when he disrobed. As his victims worked as prostitutes, when they had got to the isolated areas where they were prepared to engage in sexual activity, he would have been expected to take off his jacket and a fair bit of his clothing. With the jacket off, he could then freely murder the woman, staining his clothes and the offending apron with their blood and bodily fluids, then hiding the stains when he made his escape, putting his jacket over the soiled outfit. The discovery of the apron also told the police that whoever the killer was, he escaped notice. After Liz and Catherine's bodies were found, the police fanned out through the area and stopped any man they happened upon. They were sure that they would find the Ripper that night, wanting to ease the public's fears and stop the crime spree once and for all, but each man they questioned was released. Shortly after the discovery of the apron, the police made a second major find, that being of a piece of graffiti that was left on a wall directly above where the soiled apron was found. It read, quote, "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." The clue was later labeled the Goulston Street Graffito, and after its discovery, the police constables debated if it would be responsible for them to publicize their findings. Tensions were already high, and after the repeated anti-Semitic sentiments that had been published in the papers, they felt that the message would only lead to more violence. The graffito was found at around 2:30 a.m., and the cops debated until 5 a.m. about what should be done. The city police were of the opinion that because there was so little evidence in this case, everything should be photographed, preserved, and publicized. The public needed to know who to look out for, even if innocent people were to get hurt in the crossfire. But the Metropolitan Police felt differently. They believed that publishing the graffito would lead to a large-scale riot against the Jews, and the head investigator eventually agreed, meaning the graffito was wiped away without any pictures of it being taken. The following day,
Banksy
after
was the
determining
Ripper the
that
whole
letter
time.
that they had
It
received
was his
in
ancestor.
fact communication from the killer, the investigators made the decision to publicize the letter. They hoped that maybe someone who read the note would recognize the author and be able to
Hey, it's an artist? It was actually Dark Maggot. No!
provide them a lead, but instead, the
Maggot,
media became
why?
obsessed with Jack the Ripper. The very next
Low
day,
bean.
another letter would be received by the Central News Agency. Again, the author had
It was the
written
Roller Coaster
in red ink,
Tycoon,
but
waiting
carefully
for
placed
Repsy
droplets
to
of blood
finish
on the
eating.
page to confirm his identity.
I should finish
This
my cookies
postcard is
too.
often referred to as the Saucy Jack letter, and read, "I was not codding dear old boss when I gave you the tip. You'll hear about Saucy Jackie's work tomorrow. Double event
Not that
this
kinda
time.
tip.
Number one squealed a bit and I couldn't finish straight off. Had not the time to get ears for police. Thanks for keeping last letter back till I got to work again. Jack the Ripper." Again, the author of note was giving details about the crime that the public was not aware of, likely why he had killed twice in one night. His reasoning made sense, and we were already aware that Liz's murder had attracted the attention of at least one other person. He killed her quickly to keep her from identifying him later on, and then followed through with his plan on a more easily dominated victim. This letter was also publicized. However, this had the unwanted effect of causing hoaxers from all over the world to reach out with letters of their own, morbidly claiming to be the killer in the hopes of getting their words published. Most of these letters have been made public, and there is a significant amount of debate about which letters are real and which are fake, but the contents of one of the letters would go on to shock the public as well as the police. On October 16th, George Lusk, the elected head of the Mile End Vigilance Committee, would receive a small package that was addressed to him by name alone. This wasn't the first time he had received a letter that was suspicious, as his work often led to his name being published in the papers in conjunction to the case. Hoaxers would routinely seek him out, both in real life and via mail, to try and convince him that they were the real killer. In most cases, their act was not believed. But Lusk had grown alarmed by the attention he had begun to receive. The package smelled horribly, and when he opened it, he found a piece of kidney inside, alongside a letter, and it read, "From hell, Mr. Lusk. Sar, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman. Pray served it for..."
I served you half the kidney there, in it.
Lusk. A piece of kidney inside, alongside a letter, and it read, "From hell, Mr. Lusk. Sar, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman. Pray served it for you. T'other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody niff that took it out if you only wait a will longer. Signed, Catch Me If You Can, Mr. Lusk." At first, he disregarded the package, believing it to be some sort of prank. The purposeful misspellings led him to believe that
he may
whoever
be
had sent
evil. He
this
certainly
was
doesn't have
trying
the
to
best
get
grammar in
attention
the world,
and
does
trying
he?
to fit their idea of who the killer was. In his other letters, Jack had not come across as simple, and so this sudden shift was noted. However, when he shared the package with the rest of the Vigilance Committee, they felt different. Though letters claiming to be the killer were a dime a dozen at this point, the fact that someone had sent a piece of an organ made them take the message a bit more seriously. Lusk would eventually take the package, alongside the kidney, to a doctor to assess if it came from a person, and they found that it had. That said, they were able to determine that it didn't belong to any of the victims, as their kidneys had been in horrible condition due to their alcoholism. The doctor who examined the package would later state that the letter was nothing more than a prank, likely orchestrated by a medical student with a morbid fascination with the crime. Once more, there was a significant cooling off period for the Ripper. More men were organizing and walking the streets at night, in the hopes of being the person to catch the infamous killer. It would be over a month until he killed for the final time, and it would be more brutal than any prior attack. Mary Jane Kelly was a 25-year-old widow who had immigrated to London from Limerick, Ireland, shortly after her husband died. Kelly was described as attractive, cheerful, and well-liked by those who knew her. She sometimes went by the nickname Fair Emma, or Ginger, due to her light complexion and auburn hair. By 1888, she was living in poverty, surviving through prostitution, and residing in the squalid Miller's Court lodging, a single-room space that she rented for 4 shillings and 6 pence per week. She was extremely well-liked, and the only negative thing that people would ever state about her was that she could be tipsy. She was at least 20 years younger than the majority of the victims, was not an alcoholic, and didn't fit the usual victimology of the Ripper. On November 8th, Mary had seen a couple of clients in the room she rented for herself at 13 Miller's Court. But the following morning, when the landlord assistant went up to the room to collect her rent, he was met with a horrifying sight. Before I continue, I want to quickly state that if you've been looking up anything involving these crimes, take special care when looking up Mary Kelly, as pictures of her mutilated body are public and extremely graphic.
Oh, I've seen those unintentionally. They are rather graphic images indeed.
Find them. The following is the description as found in the autopsy report. The body was lying naked in the middle of the bed, shoulders flat, with the axis of the body inclined to the left side of the bed. The head was turned on the left cheek. The left arm was close to the body, with the forearm flexed at a right angle and lying across the abdomen.
Jack really wanted to make sure that the people that discovered her would discover her in such a sorry, disrespectful state. It's really unfortunate what happened to these women.
The right arm was slightly abducted from the body and rested on the mattress.
I'm not gonna sip too much, you guys.
And the forearm supine, with the fingers clenched. The legs were wide apart, the left thigh at right angles to the trunk, and the right forming an obtuse angle with the pubes. The whole of the surface of the abdomen and thighs was removed, and the abdominal cavity emptied of its viscera. The breasts were cut off, the arms mutilated by several jagged wounds, and the face hacked beyond recognition of the features. The tissues of the neck were severed all round, down to the bone. The viscera were found in various parts, viz. the uterus and kidneys, with one breast under the head, the other breast by the right foot, the liver between the feet, the intestines by the right side, and the spleen by the left side of the body. The flaps removed from the abdomen and thighs were on the table. The bed clothing at the right corner was saturated with blood, and on the floor beneath was a pool of blood covering about 2 feet square. The face was gashed in all directions, the nose, cheeks, eyebrows, and ears being partly removed. The lips were blanched and cut by several incisions running obliquely down the chin. There were also numerous cuts, extending irregularly across all features. The sheer brutality of the murder was unlike every other victim, as it seemed that this was the first time
It's
Ripper
very
could properly
nauseating.
take his
It's
time
a
with
very
his prey.
nauseating thing.
Previously, his attacks had all taken place on the street, and he was keenly aware that he could be caught at any moment. But with Mary, he could do whatever he wanted, and the result was horrific. However,
But why though?
Mary
Because he could. At least that's what I think his schizophrenic reasoning was.
Jane's murder, the Ripper would seemingly vanish. 3 more killings would occur in Whitechapel over the next few years that some would debate was associated with Jack. However, they lacked his particular signature. The case would quickly grow cold, with no evidence to help aid the search for the famed killer. But there were plenty of suspects. If you've made it to this portion of the video, thank you for watching. Part 2 is currently available via Patreon and will be made public tomorrow as part of Dread's Giving. With that said, let us know what you thought of this video by either leaving a like or comment down below. These videos would not be made possible without your support, so your feedback is encouraged. As always, remember, stay safe.
Look at this, paywalling the video. Shameful, shameful. Well, this was uploaded back in November. I've been meaning to watch it since then. Thank you for the crash course on Jack the Ripper. We'll watch part 2 on another situation, because I believe Rebsy might be done eating. I know UNF is ready. That's the only way to start your morning off. Yeah, let's talk about fucking Jack the Ripper. Oh wait, no, we still have this video from UNF on Pokemon drama. Okay, you ready, Rebsy? Okay, Nurgle's ready. Okay, what? I'm at June for the month. The scenario lasts until, what's the goal? October? Okay, I'm almost done with the scenario. It's June right now. The months go by pretty quick, so we'll watch this final video that UNF suggested. And that should carry us to the end of the scenario. The man, they think that it was trying to scare her out of whoring with the other victims, but when he came over and talked to her, she presumably told him she wouldn't. He flew into a rage and killed her. That's why she was so mutilated. I believe that's what they go into in part 2. But yeah, I've heard that too.
One man in Dallas quit a promising career to do something that's, I think most people would say is pretty unusual.
Oh yeah, and as Sean Giggy shows us, not only has it been a huge success, he's
Chill
helping
Pokemon
a lot
cards.
of people in the process.
Lee Steinfeld was a successful Dallas attorney. Not long ago, he represented one of the largest IT companies in the world. And not long ago, he decided to give it all up and just walked away from
I
being a
hate
lawyer.
that. Look
So
at
what
that.
could be better than being an attorney?
Completely
You
cucked out
wouldn't
my farm.
Believe.
My little farmhouse.
Lee quit practicing law to open Pokemon cards. Every year, Lee picks a charity and then asks his followers to donate. About 15 years ago, one of Lee's best friends was one of the most likable guys in school. He was even voted coolest kid on
Trust
campus.
fund, Brett. Ricada moment.
But not even Lee knew the truth. Because about 6 months after graduating high school, Lee's good friend took his own life.
I don't want to be cancelled, but I do really want to share my opinion on this matter. I do not intend to spread any hate to any of the people mentioned in this video. So where do I begin? Some of you clicked on this video might recognize this man right here. His name is Leonhardt. He was undoubtedly one of the first Pokemon YouTubers, and quite famous he is, if
Never
you look
heard
at
of
his
him.
1.7 million subscriber count. So why am I
Sorry.
talking about this channel? Or should I say, why am I talking about Lee Steinfeld? The reason is quite simple, yet the more deeper you go, the more confusing it seems to get. But let's start with the facts first. Leonhardt, aka Lee Steinfeld, has been quite controversial. This started when he announced he will be partnering up with a big company known as Troll & Toad to be producing these premium mystery boxes. And something to note on is that this company is worth $30 million. This is an important fact for later. At first glance, it's supposed to be amazing and beneficial to be working with such a successful company, but unbeknown to Leonhardt, this will be his greatest mistake. So why? When the Dame came to release their product, it sold out very quick. It was sold again as a premium mystery box, which the main selling point was to make vintage packs and cards more accessible.
We did it!
But for the hefty price of...
There it is. To have at least 700 guests in your park at the end of October year 2 with a rating of at least 600. You achieved your objective with a company value of $73,720. It's another scenario complete for Mr. Mark Dingle. That was easy. Wasn't even really having fun with it. I wasn't even really going all in. But, yes, another scenario completed. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. I didn't even get finished. I was gonna put it like I was gonna put a little thing here. I was gonna put a little thing right here. Wait, is it right here? I'm gonna put that in the little house.
$270 per box. Yes, you heard me right. This is something that first made everyone skeptical, but hey, it was coming from a famous YouTuber, right? So it can't be that bad, right?
We have the Mystery Box Volume 1 by Rare Candy. Now today, we are going to check and see if its value is worth the $280 that they sell it at. Here goes nothing.
18 subs.
Wow. What is that we have here? We have a Nidoking Reverse.
So chances are the odds of getting something really good not great. If this is what they're gonna highlight, they're not showing like a first edition base Zard. You would think with something that gives you such garbage, or can give you such garbage so often, that at least that ceiling would be just tremendously high. We got a PSA 10 Poliwag, base unlimited Poliwag in a 10. I don't know.
Well, what is this, like CSGO gambling, but like the physical card collecting version? These aren't official, right? These, what I can grasp, these are unlicensed, fan-made mystery boxes, which consist of graded cards and random packs. But like the idea is that you buy these boxes and you get potentially valuable graded cards. How would they make money off of that?
Well, it turns out our greatest suspicions were true. You almost got no value back. It was almost starting to feel like a scam. To go further on how bad these boxes really were, Leonhard has published a video on his channel opening these boxes up and promoting it, only to get trash. Obviously, promoting a video about your product and showing how bad it is isn't the best marketing strategy. So he deleted his video, which instantly made his fans quite startled.
Basically, this dude has been the center of quite a bit of controversy, more than you would expect for a PokeTube, which is super weird because he seemed...
Oh, Big Ben, that happened. We had that happen at the old store, because we had little whatchamacallit thing to weigh shit, and the regulars would ask if they could borrow it to weigh packs. And you know me, I'm a cool dude. I'll let them use it. I know how it is. I know how it is. As long as you're not pressing me too hard about it, I'll let you borrow it.
Like a totally chill dude. I've been watching videos here and there, but I saw some posts about this particular video calling him out on some BS. He starts opening up these mystery packs or mystery boxes for a company called Rare Candy. He's like the face of Rare Candy. I'm pretty sure it's his company.
Right there.
As long as they weren't annoying about it.
Inside of the first one, we're opening up 3 today.
I would only do it for regulars.
And oh, look at that! There's a light on the inside. Let's check it out. A Hidden Fates Charmeleonaire PSA Mint 9.
This box, drumroll please, was $250. $250.
Wow.
You get a PSA 9 Charmeleon, not even a GX.
But is it actually his fault? If he was truly in control, he would put together and make it so the boxes had extreme value and showcase it on his channel to make people want to buy them more. But yet he opened the boxes regardless, even though they were horrible. So that only means one thing. He wasn't in control at all. This was the doing of a successful company that
I tried too nice. I'd be annoyed if someone tried to be autistic about Pokemon cards in my place of work. Yeah, I am too nice. That's why I got taken advantage of there. Obviously, no.
it's only in the relationship for profit. Trollentode. Honestly, this is starting to look and
obviously
sound
I would
a lot
make
like
them
the
wait if I had other
drama
stuff to
we had
do
a long time
or
ago.
pressing
but
things.
From what we learned in the past, it wasn't a good idea to partner up with a successful business because they're successful for a reason. They like profit. So it doesn't really matter how much say Leonhardt has, because Trollentode obviously wants some benefits. So this was an honest mistake on Leonhardt's part, right? He made the wrong decision by partnering up with a company that's only in the relationship because of their benefits, which is fine. Companies are allowed to do this because that is business. Okay, so case closed, right? We can all go home and relax. Though sadly, this isn't where it ends.
That's what they gotta do at Knox store. You can't use my scale, but you can bring yours. Bring your own scale.
Soon after, he announced his third wave. This is where the fans get a lot more angry and voice their opinions a lot more. Unlike the first time, he had a chance to learn from his poor business choices, but he messed it up 3 times.
We're going to be opening 2 of the highly anticipated Leonhardt's Rare Candy mystery boxes. So I believe there's been 3 releases of these boxes so far. I'm not sure if it makes a difference, but these 2 we're opening today are from the second release, which was the first time they increased the price from $250 to $275, where they promised increased odds. The problem is, they never even stated the odds in the first place, which is a huge red flag when it comes to mystery boxes. They also took 3
even
weeks to
gadgets
get
tell you what the odds are, dude.
And it's not because they knew who I was when I purchased them.
You gotta do like Rich Review Tech. When Rich would order shit from DK Oldies, he would send them to like other addresses other than his own. Like he wouldn't put his name on them. If you're a big e-celeb, you gotta send it to like your folks' place and order it under like Alan Smithy.
Though another reason why people lost respect for him is his attitude and actions for his decline in popularity. Mostly doing these clickbait videos and when he's sick or takes a break for a couple of days,
My final Pokemon
he does this sob video,
unopening
which
box
isn't really a
opening
big deal for the fans at least.
Hey everyone, I wanted to do an update video.
What is the drip? What are we wearing?
I sound like a chipmunk and probably don't look my best. But earlier
you're
this
telling
week,
me?
I just got
the fuck
hit
we
by
got
a
on?
train.
Huh?
Literally, obviously, but I was fatigued, muscle ache.
I was fatigued, you guys.
I was down for the count. Started coughing, had a sore throat, and sneezing, and the whole works. I can't remember not doing videos.
He's a bum.
I have enough energy to at least, yes. I have to. I'm on a mission. If y'all don't know, I did a video.
Now that's what I was saying, Unif. This really reminds me of the CS:GO shit, or like creators promote something with odds that aren't disclosed, and the creators are always winning. In this case, Leonhardt's. Well, in Leonhardt's case, he gets shit, so he deletes the videos that give him shit, and then uploads new videos of him getting good shit, and then doesn't disclose the price of the box is like $250 from the video itself. You pay $250 to get like guaranteed an okay card, but not the great best ever fantastic card. And then I guess 2 little booster packs to make up for it if the graded card you get isn't worth a shit. Why? Why wouldn't you just get like 5 of the actual official is trainer boxes? The $40 ones? The ones people actually want when new expansions come out? I forget what they're called. The actual box. Why wouldn't you just get the actual boxes?
Oh, at the library. See, I'm gonna be sniffly and stuff. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm gonna try my best. I didn't want to take a break. I know this is the perfect excuse to do that, but
booster box? I think they were called trainer boxes.
Mid-August, and you can go watch that video, guys. Actually, I highly suggest, if y'all can, this helps support me and keeps me ease of mind, because I suffer from extreme anxiety where if I see anything just not going right, it really gets to me, and that's by like video performance.
Reminds you of anyone went out?
Which is it's annoying, but it's like I'm not alone in that. There's plenty of other creators and people out there that are the same.
Yeah, the trainer box has packs, but it also has like the extra stuff like dice and coins. Well, when I worked at the helicopter company, when I worked at the store, the trainer boxes were the most popular things to like put reservations on whenever new expansions were getting announced. Booster boxes were also popular, but not to the same degree. The booster boxes are the little cube-shaped ones, right? The trainer boxes are the bigger cube-shaped ones. Those were the ones that people would put down for.
Same, but
But apparently he has a lot of anxiety when a video doesn't do as well as expected, which isn't really a good mindset to have on this platform. It almost feels like he's trying to get sympathy views, and most do sympathize with him. But regardless of how you feel about Leonhardt, you can't disregard the amount of charity work he has put in for mental health in different organizations, not to mention the pop-up shop as well. Does this really warrant the amount of hate he is getting? Or is it the opposite? Though one thing is for sure, Leonhardt has changed, either for the better or for the worse. You'll have to tell me in the comments down below.
Dang, I wish that went a little bit more further into it. It feels like an intro to the controversy. Interesting nonetheless. And then the recommended video suggested like other people doing similar shit, reselling packs and shit. TCG community is just toxic in general. I guess so. Shit like this can happen. The world's biggest Pokemon deal was a scam. Oh, the Paul Brothers thing. Jason Page's cringe. More TCG drama. The disastrous downfall of Nadia, Call of Duty's biggest whoever. This guy, Dream, and his big scandal. The Leonhardt drama got worse. Alright, you're like, I'll see it. Let me add it to the playlist. But I know you guys want to start playing the games already, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll put that there. And we can close out a RCT2. 3 videos on Leonhardt. He's milking the drama. Nah, it was just a 10-minute thing. Okay, so we gotta close the... If we're gonna go back to Dolphin. First of all, we gotta close out the Vignon. And we did save the game. Very cozy Mario music. Let's boot up Dolphin here. Aw, dude, I love Dolphin.
One man in Dallas quit a promising...
Oh, sorry about that. I had to hide another source in that other scene. Big ups Vikes 1011. Welcome in, welcome in. The 3-year Dingadon extravaganza continues. Okay, I'll hop back in the call. What happened to this Leonhardt dude? CSGO gambling. Let's go gambling! Pokemon TCG edition. I guess objectively worse because it's like physical items you're getting scammed with instead of like digital shit. Well, no. At least you still have the card in your hand. You can maybe resell it. Maybe the random booster packs you get along with the graded card, maybe they got something good in them. No, I would still say CSGO is worse, actually, on second opinion. Okay, I see the fellas in the call, but let me switch over to the proper scene, because you guys won't be able to hear that, and I am currently muted. It should be this one.